Bentar, bentar. Bentar, bentar, bentar. Hilang replay gua. Gua lupa lihat jam tadi, Cok. Anjing, anjing. Bentar. Anjing. Jatuh lagi gua anjing. Anjing. Semoga nggak hilang ya. Ntar cek itu dulu. Oh enggak. Enggak hilang nggak sih? Ada ada. Semoga nggak hilang ya. Anjing, anjing. Ada. Gas, gas. Ini replaynya Jar, kalau lebih dari 12 jam ntar hilang. Kayak yang kemarin itu loh. Yang 24 jam hilang, Cok. Kemarin kan 48 jam sama. Halo, halo. Gas, gas, gas. Anjing, hampir, Cok. Nggak tahu, cek Jar. Cek channel gue Jar, masih ada nggak Jar? Jatuh lagi gue anjing. Ada, oke. Takut hilang, Cok. Kalau lebih dari 12 jam itu hilang. udah lah, kan gue jam 9 stream. Inilah rasanya. Obat beberapa mungkin. Halo, halo, cek, cek.
Ada.
Pakai apa ya?
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Bisa pakai slot nggak? Slot bisa, PA juga bisa gitu.
Slack, boleh. Paling itemnya gue.
10 seconds remaining.
Apa levelnya mah ngikutin musuhnya aja juga.
5 seconds remaining.
Pertama. Kiri kan? Fasetnya.
Kiri.
Oke. Selamat pagi Mas Fajar. Selamat pagi. Aduh. Terima kasih sudah menjadi like pertama ya.
Beli apa? Orb of Forest.
Apa tuh? Item
Biru.
awal.
Ya, itu Tango Peeling Blade.
Apa namanya?
Prepare for battle.
Ini nih.
Sekarang.
Ya, itu beli nggak?
Kalau sekarang enggak.
Buahnya jual aja. Magic sticknya jual aja.
Kurang 40.
Jual lagi itu apa? Iron Spray-nya 1.
Oh. Pasif dulu kan?
Galak aja landingin. Ntar misalkan gua skill 1 musuhnya, lu langsung tebang pohon yang muterin musuhnya.
30 seconds to battle.
Tebang. Oh,
Gua kan skill 1 nih,
Iya.
landingin musuhnya. Lalu deketinnya antara kalau pakai skill 2 atau kalau nggak ada skill 2 tebang pohonnya pakai Peeling Blade.
siap siap.
Gampang lah, kelihatan.
The battle begins.
Stay out of my way, maybe you won't get hurt. But I doubt it.
Perahu anjing.
Yeah.
sorry, gue sorry.
Aman.
I'll be out of this mess, right? Don't forget. Nice one. We got through the little fish. Hey, sport.
Sembunyi dulu biar aja.
Oke.
Nah, balik lagi landing.
It's a beat down.
Gedein skill 1 aja dulu.
Satu.
Ya, udah itunya skill 2 sama skill 3 nya sekali aja.
Oke.
You sure? Now you're That's right.
Welcome semua, selamat pagi.
Get caught.
Langsung power thread aja.
Yeah. This way.
Like dulu King yo, ay.
Itu apa skill 1 pakai kalau silencer udah skill 1 langsung pakai aja langsung pakai. Pokoknya kalau dia udah skill 1 langsung pencet aja. Pukulin aja, gak usah takut. Gak akan kalah ini.
One shot. Lah. Gue lupa skill satunya yang gimana, kocak.
5 detik aja udah keluar lagi.
On your belly and crawl. Right through here. Yeah. I'm under attack. Over here. That's right. Careful. Go easy. Right. Oh, this is
Sembunyi dulu.
slippery.
Kok nggak regen sih?
Kecil banget anjir.
Kok nggak regen sih? Anjing lah. Oh iya kecil banget. Ini harus dia nggak apa-apa.
Di pasif gak sih?
Itu kalau saya skill 1 langsung pencet aja skill 1. Jangan di sakit soalnya.
Oh.
This way. Come on.
Mereka keren semua anjir.
Ya gitu.
Lah,
Anjing goblok mati cok anjing.
sakit banget anjing.
Harus serang dulu, serang dulu. Gak bisa WR. Percuma WR. Cing, kacau. Gak ada TP lagi.
Right foot here.
Ngepul dia.
Your top tower is under attack.
You sure?
Dire's structures are
Berarti
fortified.
gua ininya ponsnya ini aja ya, ikatnya silencer.
Kenapa?
Ikatnya silencer.
Iya harus serang.
Nice one.
WR diemin aja dulu. Ini coba nih yuk. Farming aja dulu lah. Jangan terlalu belakang, asal ini aja, asal pukulin creepnya aja yang penting.
Nice try.
Ya Allah, nggak.
Mati ini, dua-duanya mati ini.
Udah gua pakai skill satunya. Sumpah sakit banget. Draw Rangernya, Pak. Mari 3 anjing aing.
Beli midas aja.
Never dark enough.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Berarti patokannya sekarang si silencernya skill 3. Silencer skill 3 baru pencet skill 1-nya.
This way. I see it. Right foot here.
Konflikan aja gitu. Mati dia.
Ya nggak kena, Cok. Rame, Pak.
Cabut.
Udah.
Dire's courier has been killed.
That's right.
Sakit banget anjing.
Pakai ultinya.
Aduh, keburu silent.
Susah sih lepasin aja tuh orang biar bisa farming.
Is under attack.
Keren semua anjir, sakit banget lagi.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
pakai skill 1 aja di dekat di sini nih, di sini lepasnya. Jadi
Oke.
kena ke range gede juga.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
I like it. Bigger, bigger, little fish.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, fishy, fishing. I'll take this one. It's a beat. I'm under attack.
Di sini ada Mirana, Pak.
Wah anjing, nempel berempat aja musuhnya.
Ih, kaya banget, Cok, mereka.
Dire structures are fortified.
Let me thin. This way. Now my ship is done. You're mine now. There's no escape. Right. Now you're talking. You sure?
Your top tower has been denied.
Nice one.
Farmingnya tuh webnya tuh kebanyakan. Ah udah jadi tuh Midasnya nih.
Baru jadi.
Yeah. That's right. Don't get caught.
Anjing mengerikan. Nggak usah dibusal deh, ini aja apa? Sang Yasya.
Langsung sange.
Yasya dulu, Yasya dulu. Oh, silence.
Ke bawah nggak ya?
Sama ini nih, ntar nih.
Yeah. You're mine now.
Nih, ini kan setelah ininya nyala nih. Ada kan kelihatan kan?
Iya.
Ini nyala. Nah, kalau misalkan itunya nggak ada, tapi nggak lagi mukulin creep, berarti
Ada musuh.
di situ.
Ada ward.
Jadi kalau misalkan lagi farming tahu kayak lagi jalan-jalan gitu, tahu mati skill tadinya, langsung ulti kabur aja kan.
Oke.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I see it.
Belum tumbuh gini, shit.
That's right.
Lu pikir gue wasit bola sepak bola anjing, shit. Anjing lo.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Ada ranger, Pak. Aduh.
This way. Little fish.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Beli ini juga, beli apa? Beli ward biru juga buat biar kalau ultinya mati lagi farming pasang aja, berarti ada ward di situ.
Oke.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Bisa ya.
I got this one. There's no escape. Come on.
Itu midasnya nggak dipakai
Ya Allah lupa gua, Pak.
dari tadi nggak dipakai.
Kagak.
Anjir, sayang banget duit itu.
Sore dah. Gue dari tadi fokus pukul-pukul doang, kocak.
Duit segepok itu.
Iya, Cok. Sore dah.
Lagi farming lagi aja.
Ih,
That's right. Right foot here.
setidaknya gue tidak ketinggalan level ya, Pak. Di RP. All in.
Gua nggak beli dasar.
Coba main Dota pakai controller nggak bisa kocak. Lu pakai otak dong kalau nanya. Itu tidak support. Bocor. Oh ini bukan bocor pak. Itu suara horeg kah? Ya suara horeg anjir. Saatnya mute.
Horeg apaan anjir itu?
Bukan horeg pak, suara jet pump air.
This way. Now your turn. Right. I see it. Over here.
Gas yuk. Calm. Wait. Ngebudi. Mantap. Cabut dulu.
Rock's got his eye on you. Okay. Nice one. Yeah. Give it here. This way. Go on. You'll be sorry when you see me. Yeah. Wiggle, little fish.
Bagus kontol, bagus sekali.
Yeah. Right.
Tuh bola kabin.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Right through here.
The enemy's
Don't
top tower
get
has
caught.
fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
All part of the plan. I don't mind if I do. That's right. Good. That's right. How I wish I had this back in Dark Reef. Don't get caught.
Mau gue gak ini?
Alright.
Balik. Perangkap salah gitu.
Regeneration!
Careful. Come on. Nice one. The new thing? Over here. Yeah. Right. Oh, yeah. You sure? Now that's payback. Right through here. Okay. Yeah. Go on. Right. All part of the plan. It's a big down. Sange and Yasha. Right. I got
Bikin
this
ini,
one.
bikin Aganim aja.
After him. Right. Yeah.
Di sini nih.
This way. There's no
The enemy's top
Over
tower
here.
has fallen.
Right. Now you're talking. Right. That's right. Slark's got his eye on you. Don't get
Rasanya.
caught. I like it.
Butangnya dong. Ambil aja sih.
Not
Fallen to the radiant.
right.
aja tuh.
Dire structures are falling.
All part of the puzzle.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
That's
Hey, go,
right.
Wah, anjing lah. Anjing sih, anjing.
Last one.
Mati konyol itu.
Here, fishing.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Right. You're mine now.
The enemy's bottom tower. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Go on.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle
got
barracks
this one.
has fallen.
Right.
Dire structures are fortified.
Monster kill!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle
Disrespect.
Right through here. More like it. Yeah. I'll take that. This way. I'll take that. Right. Now you're talking. Okay. Right.
No, lu nggak dengar ada suara turun air, lu nggak dengar suara jet pump. Sabar, ada suara jet pump. Lu dengerin sound horeg anjing. Oh. Jar, jelasin Jar. Main Little Nightmare gak sih? Setuju gak? Satu di lagu Tuaseno dia kebanyakan berak. Tahu gue dulu berak ya anjing. Tolol.
Oh, udah.
Yang golek Yahudi bagus. GG banget anjir. Thank you coach. Thank you. Gila. Terima kasih sudah mengajarkan gue. Nggak usah amat murung. Aduh, suara apa ini? Diam kamu. Kamu diam dulu.
Mixer processor mentokin aja emang nggak bisa.
Tetap soalnya gede banget, suaranya gede banget asli. Lo harus tahu suaranya gede banget. Dan aku belum pernah dengar. Ya, kamu mah ya suara gue mah primitif. Rumah gue primitif di tengah, lo tahu, di sana gunung, di sini gunung, di tengah-tengahnya rumah gue, bukan Pulau Jawa. Ini dengerin suara yang
Nih, gue nyalain ya teleponnya. Halo? Lah. Harusnya gini dari tadi, bro. Keren Sam. Baru tadi berapa menit, nggak usah tahun lalu ya anjing. Oh. Siapa yang setuju aku main Little Nightmare? Coba ketik 6. 6. Oh, berarti 7, nggak 7 ya? Simon emang udah kalah. Gua Xbox-nya udah gua nggak bayar. Siapa tahu kan ada yang mau give gua Xbox lagi kan, aduh. Gas, kita Little Nightmare. Arsat Shopee 3 tahun 50.000. Main asik gak sih? Anjing. Gak mau cok, nggak ada admin, nggak ada pro playernya anjing. Idiot gua ntar. Kita siang main game story dulu gak sih? Main Roblox bang, ntar dikatain streamer, game anak kecil, GTA belum install. Lu yang ngantuk apa anjir begadang? Gua kemarin tidur jam 10, bangun jam 5. Nah, nggak mungkin ngantuk dong. Itu facecam lu kenapa dah? Tetap aja. Ini backlight. Ini karena kurang cahaya. Iya gak sih? Coba gue matiin. Tuh. Better. Anjing. Gak ngerti gua. Roblox tuh bener main game viral yang berkebun. Aduh. Roblox itu karena webcam Anda burik. Aduh. Iya guys, bro. Webcam gue burik. Aduh, penuhin gak sih? Aduh. Gue pengen beli mirrorless gitu kan. Gue pengen beli mirrorless gitu kan. Aduh, aduh. 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 Betul sih ya, Cok. Aduh. Aduh. Lidah gua sakit. Kalau kata adek gua, oh kasihan, aduh kasihan. Ada libur tapi namanya di sini. Nggak tahu Pak, nggak tahu. Dari sananya begitu kok. Nih, benar gue satu lagi.
R baru saja meludahi Anda 100.000. 100 pertama.
Buset, 100.000, anjing. Thank you ya, itu R siapa? Doxing dulu gak sih, doxing? Nggak tahu siapa. 200.000 RL keliling rumah, HP gua kameranya mati. HP gua kameranya mati, anjing. Gua tahu HP gua tinggal cuma bisa kayak apa culalit aja nih. Kamera ya. Nggak bisa, Cok. Nggak bisa. Buset, 100.000 Pak. This is my first time. Kenapa nggak masuk Interpol, tuh? Harusnya IRS servis HP, tai. IRS gimana, tolong? HP aja nggak ada. Aduh, aduh, wahyu. Ini 100 pertama apa nih? Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih atas donasinya pembaik berinisial Al. Yo, Sir Al, thank you Sir Al. Kawan itu terima kasih. Sudah. Wah. Sudah. Yeah. Gila, bukan gue tampak ceria, Cok. Gak malu gue. Tolol nanti gas perpanjang Xbox. Waduh, ya udah kita perpanjang Xbox nanti ya. Sabar. Nanti, Pak. Nanti, Pak. Apa ini? Langsung baru. Tai. Bentar biar kayak solusin terus. Cepet amat anjir. Apa yang baru? Nanti deh. Sabar tuh. Itu bener diupdate dulu, Bok. Udah sabar. Sabar. Sedetik dir. Nggak tahu. Nggak tahu. Itu udah gue replay berapa kali, kocak. Ya, sorotnya kayak tai. Bentar, matiin Spotify dulu. Jangan lupa minum shot. Oke, minum dulu, minum dulu. Minum alkohol yang banyak meninggal, Pak, minum alkohol. Are you ready? Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Masih banget, sampai aja. Masih banget. Maka jangan dijelek, cek. Udah jelek dari sananya. Udah jelek dari sananya. Untuk dia cuma menghina anjing, parah banget. Aduh, kuring. Dia lanjutin yang tadi pagi ya guys ya. Like dulu kasih bro. Iya, aduh. Yang gak like dicium Satria. Dicium gua anjing. Cuma yuk. Itu lu beli. Punya Pajar. Inilah dari Steam Family, makanya gabung family. Kamu nggak punya family ya? Cukup family in real life saja yang broken home. Di Steam jangan. Punya Ibnu. Emang iya Jar? Orang itu masuk family kita saat emang iya. Dia punya akun berapa, kocak? Orang ini dari library-nya lu, akun kedua. Iya kah? Sorry no. Soalnya gua tidak notice ada lu. Ya dia yang punya Ibu Little Nightmare 2. Nah, itu dah. Fajar juga beli, Fajar 1, Cok. Perlu pembuktian nih gua anjing. Gak usah ngapain. Ya udah. Suaranya serem, Cok. Gue ganti, terima kasih sudah mengingatkan. Wah, sudah mengingatkan ya. Udah awan. Nah, udah awan kan? Oh my god, selamat pagi everybody. Selamat menonton streamer kesayangan kalian. Oh my god. Udah. Masa nih, Cok, nih orang. Kemana ini gua, Cok? Woi. Ini kemana, Cok? Timur ini gak usah ngomong, nggak apa-apa kok. Oh, ini kunci. Ini kunci, bro. Nah. Hope so. Masukin kemana nih? Bro, masukin kemana, bro? Wih. Ntar ada yang bisa dipanjat. Ada apa nih? Gila, pro banget gua. Ke lubang kunci. Ya bener sih, ke lubang kunci. Tapi gua nggak tahu kuncinya di mana. Kocak dilempar, Cok. Keberatan ternyata. Tunggu, gua kalau nyapunya dinyalain silo, Pak. Ini Pak, silo. Kuliah ya nak, jangan main game mulu. Amang Winarno, siapa Amang? Siapa Amang? Ah, anjing dah gesok ngentot. Ujungnya gede lagi, Pak. Udah gede, Pak. Ntar volume. Udah gede. Pasang limiter dulu ya, biar enggak jebol. Ya cabut dulu ya, oke. Thank you, Sam. Hati Sam. Jangan lupa ajarin gue lagi ya main Dota. Mana? Mana, bro? Mana, Cok? Oh, hilang dong. Udah tahu, coba main. Anjing dimarahin. Nah, dimarahin dong baru main. Silo, Pak, sumpah. Silo. Demi apapun silo, tuh. Matiin aja ya. Pakai lampu ini aja, Cok. Silo. Bisa lihat. Bukan dari lampu. Dari cahaya. Dari cahaya. Cahaya mata kaki. Matiin cuma lampu setai mentang-mentang gamenya itu las pak gitu. Ini kemana nih? Iya. Kemana bos? Sama aja anjing. Oh itu udah lemparan lagi tuh. Baru lihat gua. Telat lo no, gua udah sadar. Lu. Nah, ini baru tenang. Kita matiin noise-nya. Kasar banget nu, iya cuk. Mau berak cok karakter gua. Oh lapar. Itu nyalain dulu gak sih bro? Aduh. Ah gitu dong. Siapa tahu kan habis makan gacor level 8 gitu kan. Gak tahu gitu ya. Better noise-nya dinyalain apa enggak? Udah. Anjing. Mau dijual kita pak? Nyalain masih oke sih, oke. Gue pengen ganti pakai speaker cuk. Telinga gue sakit anjir pakai ini terus. Sabar ya. Sumpah sakit anjir telinga gue. Discord gue matiin dulu deh. Lah. Nggak ada suaranya sekarang anjing. Ada kok. Ada suaranya ya? Ih parah. Sabar sabar. Nggak ada suaranya anjir. Tuh, Drizeng. Tuh. Ini 20 giga anjing. Dikit, iya dia lu di gua nggak ada anjing. Sabar. Fuck off. Wah. Oh, sini. Kemana woi? Kita pakai cara fisika ya guys ya. Anjay. Ih. Apa? Ya iki durung tamet. Usah anjay meninggal gua. Percaya nomor hiji, betul. Gue kira nggak bisa kecepit, Cok. Anjay. Sliding manja. Ya Allah. Si itunya harus dibawa. Ingat gua yang tadi gua lempar, Cok. Tolol. Nah ininya bro harus dibawa. Gimana cara bawanya? Se- Bilang dong naik, naik bilang, kocak. Gak ada yang bilang, aneh. Kuring. Run. Comehere, suku lengan panjang, comehere. Coba kita sneaky peek ya. Set, 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 set. Sneaky. Ngentot tetep aja, Cok. Ih, anjing. Kumaha ieu, Cok? Bentar. Kita butuh gula. Anjing kemana sih jalannya ngentot? Woi jalannya kemana cok? Jalannya kemana anjir? Kasih tahu lah bro. Aman. Oh, udah aman, udah aman. Anjing lu. Bangsat deg-degan anjing, anjing. Anjing, anjing. Hentat. Tenang, gua jago, tenang, gua jago. Anjing, deg-degan cok, bangsat sumpah lu. Apa ini cok? What's that bro? Idih, anjing lu. Woi. An Sini. Tapi kayaknya lebih seru naik ke atas gak sih? Oh nanti dia pergi. Makasih ya, sohibku. Iya kemana? Lah, oke, terima kasih Ibnu. Terima kasih. Manjat. Manjat mana? Manjat mana? Bener situ kan? Oh, bilang dah. Anjing. Serem gini cok game anjing. Lebih serem dari game setan cok. Ini aman kan ya? anjing. Oke, oke, oke. Anjing kemana gue cok? Parkour mah game gua banget, no. Mana gua? Kemana gua? Kemana gua? Naik mana? Sini. Fuck off. Sana lo anjing. Ini gue ngebeli ini kan bener? Oh yang monyet ini anjing, anjing bilang dong. Bawahnya lihat mana, Cok? Bawahnya lihat mana? Woi, itu kemana anjing? Oh, gue tahu. Leto anjing. Si tahu tuh gua anjing. Oh, kacau. Kemana sih anjing? Itu kemana? Oh, bisa zigzag gitu, jing 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 jing. Nggak bisa didorong. Bang, muka. Tolong. Tolong kemana, Cok? Nyebat dulu, mikir. Dulu. TV. Oh. Dino. Ya elah easy pak. Ya elah, easy gindang bro. Yang apa sih ini? Aduh. Kira nggak ada waktu lagi anjir. Ayo naik kereta api. Siapa hendak mentok? Oh, sorry. No. Man. Lari, terus berlari. Anjing entot. Tai. Bilang dong ada jump scare gitu, awas. Telat, udah. Ada dua, anjing. Bilang ada dua. Itu gua tungguin sampai besok anjing. Mana anjing? Lu kemana, Cok? Oh, jangan turun, ngentot. Tai sejam. Garcia-nya. Ah. Oh, sama satu motor tai. Itu let's take some to Sam. Jadi Agus. Ush. Anjay. Whoa, who the fat guy, bro? Anjing. Mules lagi gua, Cok. Oh, lagi nih. Guru. Bro, mau makan tikus. Bro, come on. Mereka saja memakan hak kita, bro. Kita harus memakan hak mereka juga. Waduh, apa tuh? Apa tuh Bang Messi kira-kira? Wow, masuk akal, jelas. Assalamualaikum. Gila. What the fuck? Yo, fat guy. Fat guy. Entot. Goreng gua anjing. Ini gue jalan ketahuan nggak jalan? Bentar. Kalau gue jalan ketahuan kalau gue jalan. Apa gue harus lari? Lah. Lari dulu ya, coba ya. Nyangkut, coba badannya gendut anjing. Di open gua anjing. Gendut. Kuncinya di mana anjing? Jingin. Oh, kuncinya di mana? Oh, usah game over, game over. Oh, ada suara toot baru ya? Oke, oke. Mana suara tutnya anjing? Cepetan ini gak sih? Bunny hop, bunny hop. Kita coba bandingin ya. Sama twing, 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 twing. Eh. Yo, fat guy, fat guy, fat guy, fat guy, fat guy. Fat guy, 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 fat guy. Kuncinya di mana? Ternyata naik ke sini. Anjing jatuh gua. Pendek. Ini di mana, Cok? Cuma dah kuncinya di mana anjir? Wes teki, bro. Us anjing. Mana? Lupa anjing titik. Bobo gak sih bro, bobo. Boleh kan gua tidur. Untuk baca. Ngantuk anjir. Lah, Ibnu ngirim apa, Cak? Dongo. Nggak masuk anjir. Gestur dulu guys ya. Ah, aku izin tidur dulu ya. Ngantuk anjir sumpah. Ya nggak lama paling 2 jam. Siang cok. Nggak lama. Tidur di kursi aja deh. Aku tidur di kursi aja. Nggak apa-apa. Aku bobok dulu. Mute ya. Tur dulu guys, tur dulu guys. Guys, tur dulu guys. Aduh, aduh, aduh. Bantal gak sih? Yang gue sakit, Cok. Akhirnya bro. Rebahan sih gua. Balesin aja. Sambil nonton YouTube gak sih bro? Ih, kurang banget gua kalau tidur nggak nonton YouTube, Cok. Ih, udah jangan ditonton, aku mau tidur. Nanti kalau rame aku nggak bisa tidur. Usus, pergi sana, Cok. Cing, enak banget, Cok. Nonton apa ya?
Reece Member is going to get a penalty back. Interesting, they're leading right throughout the fight. When the ball goes down, they don't have to slow down. Because the ball starts his head up, so into the centre, international war, down the inside, there's no one not on up along the inside for them. There's a 2-quarter break if there's no one for it to be a proper overtake. At this point, then once it stopped, he just gave it too much throttle, and you'll see the rear dig itself, and it's going to have to be a recovery.
Trouble is, as he was getting closer to the edge of the road and there were cars coming, he had to stop rolling, didn't he? And that meant that the momentum went, the car got stuck. But very good work by the acrobatic marshals, who are going to plonk that back on the ground. Into the pit lane comes the Eddie Cheever, Chris Froggatt Ferrari. Now that is its second pit stop.
Yeah, so they're trying to get rid of these pit stops, and like I said earlier, the only way this strategy is going to work. So that's a driver reset time, actually. So he's trying to make his stint longer. That isn't one of the 3 mandatory pit stops, but his stint now is reset. So he can go for another 52 minutes once that car crosses pit exit.
Right, so there is number 611 back up and moving. So he's lost a lap, but
he's right in the lead battle. That's the problem.
I just think how good the marshals have been to get that car out of the gravel, back on track in such quick time. That is fantastic. And the sooner that the incidents are cleared, the quicker we can go back to green flag without the need for a safety car. So we've had one safety car intervention, which is inevitable on lap 1 rather than a full course yellow. That's always the way it's done. But if we can quickly get a green flag coming and go back racing before the tyres lose temperature, then that's a real credit to the Italian marshals over at the Lesmo Benz. Yellow flags are still there, and we await news as to the resumption of the race then, as already we've got a few people on track limit warnings and a very busy first. What have we had? Not quite 20 minutes.
Yes, the only thing with that 93 car is pit entry should be closed during a short full course yellow, so you should be able to enter pit lane. That indicates to the drivers on the exit of Parabolica. There's a light panel on their left side. I haven't seen it myself, so I can't call it, but the pit lane I thought should have been closed.
I think it has to be notified as to whether it's a short or a long, and if it's not been notified. Equally, when the pit lane is closed, that is relayed to the teams as well, I seem to remember from a bulletin this week, and it just said full course yellow, nothing about the pit lane being closed, and there you can see the dynamic Porsche team taking advantage of that as well. They've already had a pit stop to try and get one of those regulation stops out of the way, and Joop Ropponge then serving a second stop in that Porsche that runs in the Silver Cup. You can see Tim Santler there trying to get the gravel out of the bottom of the car. I hope he's not doing any overtaking, because that goes down like a broken lift with race control, doesn't it? And full course yellow. Anyway, he may well pit at the end of this lap, so big shame for that Nordic racing car. Tim Santler's debut in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup, and it's been a difficult debut for the former single-seater racer, got to Formula 3 level. So the car's coming out of the Parabolica. Now, if the car's out of the gravel, how much further do we need to run before the full course yellow can be switched for a green?
We're ready to go, and the drivers will be on short notice. As we see McDonald and a few cars box, I think this is his driver reset time that we thought might happen, and this just allows all of these drivers to go longer into the race. Let's see if any of them connect to the fuel or go up in the air to change tyres. I expect most to stop, engine off, engine on, and go. Does look like the VSR car's doing tyres, so with the 63 car. So this is very early on to get to the end of the race without doing an extra pit stop right now.
Okay, that Bortolotti taking on fuel. Quite a few have been in to do this, including Thierry Vermeulen, James Kell, David Pittard, Arthur Leclerc. It's quite a long list. So there you've got the race leaders then in a new shuffled order. Jules Gounon leads Mauro Engel. Nicky Tim is up into third place. Benji Goethe is going to be fourth. And then in the background, fifth is going to be Michele Beretta. So the refueling, you've got to be connected for 44 seconds. In comes Sven Müller. There's the number 32 Team WRT BMW. You can see the pit times of some of the cars, the late arrivals into the pits. There's an awful lot of them taking advantage under the full course yellow here.
Yeah, huge amount, almost half the field, plus at the front end of it. Interestingly, the lead two didn't. The two Mercedes decided against it. The 777 car, they're blocking in the Porsche. So it shows you how busy this pit lane gets here at Monza.
That was Al-Faisal Al-Zubar arriving, and because he couldn't go much further with the number 32 in front of him, it blocks 96. Number 66 Audi that started in the pits, that had to serve a stop-go, is under investigation for not doing it in the requisite time. So we saw it come in, but it's not apparently been in for the 2-minute stop-go penalty. And here the order becomes ever so jumbled. Look, everybody pouring out from the pits as the other cars can't close the gaps under full course yellow. How frustrating is that going to be for the drivers there that see all these other cars pouring out, jumping into the queue ahead of them, and they can't overtake because they're all having to run at this delta speed. I
think they were lucky, those cars, that we didn't go back to green while they were stationary in pit lane. I don't really know why we're not green, in all honesty.
There is Jules Gounon, and the race-leading Mercedes, we understand, may have a radio issue now, but Jules Gounon, we understand, might well be in at the end of this lap. But are we about to go green? No, I thought for a moment I was hearing engine notes rise outside, but with so many cars pouring through the pit lane, I'm trying to work out what, unless it's purely to get that telehandler back to a safer place, but I'm second-guessing now why we're still under full course yellow. And this is where you've got to roll the dice correctly, because if you're on the circuit and you think, well, there's nothing to recover, you're going to be loath to jump into the pit lane, aren't you? Because you're expecting it to go green any second. Yeah,
and you're trying to second-guess a lot of data going on. The team will be looking at the GPS track map going, well, there's nothing stopped, so why aren't we back to green? Race control haven't given us an update. Much longer, we might have to go to a full course yellow into safety car procedure, which is what we tend to do to allow the tyres to get back up to temperature better. Yes, it is 51 degrees track temp, so we're not anywhere near cold, but we do always want to make sure the pressures are high before we restart, as we see the leader coming into the last corner. With the hazard lights on, proving that they're at the regulation speed, that the limiter is on for the full course yellow. So as far as we can see, the track is clear, but in race control there's clearly something that is preventing them from wanting the race to go green that needs to be attended to. There's 51, look, with that little bit of damage sustained earlier on. 32, don't forget that has been in for a pit stop, so it's out of sequence. And number 17, Jules Gounon, race leader, coming into the Parabolica. He's ahead of Mauro Engel then, as you can see. Let's just quickly listen in.
Radio check, 1, 2, radio check. Box. Box, 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 box.
This is risky now. I think the chance
You
of...
check, I got it here. Box, box. Do you want the box? Yes, box, box, box.
That's a very unhappy radio, isn't it? They're really struggling there to get the messages across, and that's going to have to be looked at as swiftly as. So Jules Gounon is in. The team is ready. That's Maxi Goetz explaining who did what to which and to whom, but he's massively frustrated. So is the team, as you can appreciate. So that's the race leader in fuel connected.
Yeah, so they're just trying to cover off the other strategy. If it does stay yellow, the positive is they've done their stop a lap later, which at full course yellow is nearly 4 minutes. So their stint will go 4 minutes longer, which gets them closer to the end of the race. But they are 4 minutes closer to going back to green as we're on board with the race leader that has stopped. So where are they going to go? It should be exactly the same position as they were, of course, because they're all doing 80 on track. They're all doing 50 in the pit lane. But it's which team get to the 44.0 on the fuel connected best and which driver gets away quicker.
992 is being looked at for a short refuel because all the data on that fuel meter for the coupling time is relayed to race control, so you can't pull the wool over anybody's eyes there. In the background is the number 3 Get Speed Mercedes. 17 rumbles down the pit lane. Also I noticed that is Mauro Engel, Nicky Thiem is in, Benji Goethe is in, Michele Beretta is in, and so keep an eye on the track on the Lamborghini, keep an eye to the pit lane and the silver Mercedes. Let's see now whether this is going to shuffle the order. Jules Gounon's going to keep the race lead. In second place, then, it is going to be Mauro Engel. Nicky Thiem to jump ahead of Mirko Bortolotti.
Looks like it, doesn't it? It's definitely
going to be marginal.
Side by side. Who is in front? Maybe Bortolotti by a car length. Actually, Thiem looks like he's alongside McDonald more. Where are they going to slot in? You can't overtake, and it will be that race to that white line there. Whoever's in front at safety car 1 line is in front, and I think Thiem is conceding it there to go behind McDonald.
So the race control team are letting everybody get a stop out of the way under the full course yellow. Seeing that some were able to do it, they've decided to try to make it fair for everybody. You're not going to please everybody, admittedly, but that's the decision. And so the cars come up now towards the Curva Grande. We're on lap number 10 right now with Jules Gounon the race leader, Mauro Engel in second place, Nicky Thiem in third, Benji Goethe fourth, Michele Beretta was fifth across the line. There's still going to be quite a lot of shuffling as the rest come pouring out of the pit lane.
Interestingly, I can't see any driver changes that have been done. So this is the fuel stop and tyre change, which was either no tyres or left side only. So the 2 remaining mandatory pit stops are all going to be driver changes. So this is effectively the double stint. So expect these drivers to go all the way to the end of their 52-minute maximum drive time allowance.
And there, with damage, looks like one of the Comptier Astons trying to sort that out. Whole new front being fitted onto the car. 35, in fact, it is. That's a Valkenhorst Aston, forgive me. So that's the Romain Larue, Matteo Villagomez, Oliver Söderström car. Right, full course yellow then. We are still running under, and we have got to lap number 10 with the field running at this delta speed. That was to get Tim Sandler's car out of the gravel bed, and now as they come towards the completion of the lap, Jules Gounon, Mauro Engel, Nicky Thiem, Benji Goethe is going to be the front of the pack, but you've got to factor in there also Mirko Bortolotti, and that will update at the next timing point. Quick look further down the order, there number 911. That is the Porsche that Alex Malikin is behind the wheel of. So for the teams, they've been able to quickly crunch the numbers. I bet many of them, of course, had already worked out what we do if there's a full course yellow on this lap, on that lap, a safety car here. They'll have all the bases covered off, won't they?
Yeah, their windows will be well defined pre-race weekend, and then they'll just stick to their plan. The engineers try to stay away from any emotion, and what even everyone else is doing, you stick to your plan and you run it regimentally. There's not been a huge amount of winners or losers in that first round of pit stops, even though they were separated by a lap. Surprised the Ferrari, the 51 car, didn't rip that bodywork off or stick it back on. It's right on the cusp of race control thinking about a mechanical warning flag because of that damage potentially flying off.
The teams, as we go safety car, communicating to race control what they've been doing in that stop, whether it was for an issue or whether it was one of the mandatory stops. So race control is aware what they've done, and many of them explaining that they've done tyres or they've not done tyres accordingly. So race control know which are the regulation stops and therefore which are being done to a regulation time. There is the safety car ready to scoop up the field, and this full course yellow then into a safety car. And that means they can go at a faster pace, and the reason that you go safety car is to up the speed, get the tyres back up to temperature, as there's bad timing. The Santalock Audi comes down the pit lane. That is Ivan Klimenko. So he comes to the pit lane, and Klimenko was the notional on-the-road leader. He had also, because of the travails of the first few laps, been into the lead of the Silver Cup, but is going to fall back down the order. And not only is he in as we're getting closer to going green, but the safety car pace is faster than full course yellow, so the cars on track are going quicker than they were a lap ago.
Yeah, I think the bigger issue, actually, pit lane will just be closed on exit until the final car has gone past, so he will drop all the way to the back. The only point of interest, again, his stint can go 4 minutes longer into the race compared to everyone else, because he did stop that lap after. But yeah, I think at the moment everyone is good to get to the end of the race on their 2 remaining pit stops.
So Ivan Klimenko will drop back, and Gunon, Engel, Bortolotti, McDonald is the race order. Now, just because Ash Sutton's in the race, one feels a British touring car line coming on here, and that is that safety cars breed safety cars. So we bunched them all up. They're all ready to go. They're all on their toes as you look at the Gold Cup leading Dean McDonald McLaren. But it's going to be another frantic start, isn't it?
Yeah, we saw a great restart from Gunon earlier on. Is it going to be a similar story? Potentially, safety car in already, so it's going to be a quick restart for there. And yeah, is Engel going to be closer to the back of Gunon than Bortolotti was on the first safety car restart of the race?
Yeah, Engel having jumped up into second place on that pit stop. He was 0.4 of a second faster than over a second faster, I should say, than the Bortolotti pit stop. So it was a good pit stop from the Manfilter Mercedes AMG team, as the field then bring temperature into tyres again. There is the new silver leading Audi, Alex Arca at the wheel of the Tresor Attempto run car, and the field then now coming up towards the Variante Ascari once again. So that pit stop, remember, if you're keeping the same driver in, as the regulations say you must do for 1 stop, you can only change 2 tyres, and you can only, if you want to change them, be on the left-hand side. This is the leading Bronze Cup car at the moment, Christian Hook, who is in 19th place, chased by Guillaume Oliveira and then Marcello Tomassoni's BMW that started from the pit lane. So third in bronze already, number 15 BMW. That's made good progress. We're ready to go racing again. Hold your breath when you get to the first chicane, as Jules Gunon then prepares to accelerate away. You're looking back here from the Mauro Engel Mercedes. He too is trying to get away from Bortolotti. We're back green then at the end of lap number 11. And now they can go racing once more up towards the line. Jules Gunon controls the pace and now pulls the pin. Over the line he goes. Green flags fly. Battle on for third place. Dean McDonald McLaren on the tail of Mirko Bortolotti there in the Lamborghini. Is the car behind going to make an attack? It is. That is Nicky Tim in the Aston Martin. Bortolotti covers off the McLaren. And round the outside goes Dean McDonald for third place. Fantastic move on the restart. Dean McDonald right round the outside goes third in the McLaren. And so it's Mercedes, and then third, the Gold Cup leading McLaren. Dean McDonald at the wheel of it. That was quite a move.
Yeah, hard and far racing. I was amazed that Bortolotti didn't squeeze him out, but Dean just sent it and it stuck. So fair play on that move. Nicky Team now looking to get past that Lamborghini. It doesn't seem to restart well. We saw it on the first restart. It wasn't on its toes, and it doesn't seem to have much pace on the opening lap of a safety car restart.
So the race leaders are on lap 12. 2 hours and 27 minutes to go. There's 96 Porsche, Sven Muller with Alex Malikin having to give him room and skip across the curb. At least he doesn't pick up any damage, keeps out of trouble. We know that Sven Muller is feisty because of an incident here a few laps ago that triggered that most recent caution period. So the Retronic Porsche, the one in sprint at Zandvoort, battles on. The race leaders on the 12th lap with over half an hour gone, still being headed by Jules Gunon, who's got to try again to build the lead over the opposition. It's Engel going after him second, and there with damage is 35. Now remember, that has already come out of the pits. We saw them repairing that car, but a pin has gone or the tape has failed, and that means that Romain Leroux is going to have to come in again, because if the air gets under that and it rips off, it's going to be dangerous. Here are the leaders. Parabolica, end of the lap. Gunon, good restart lap.
Yeah, Dean McDonald closing in on Engel as well. That yellow Mercedes, has it got any pace to stay with the 17? Mercedes that's currently leading this race as we look look back at Dean McDonald. Let's see the strengths of their top speed. At the moment it's pretty even, but now the slipstream effect starts to get stronger. Of course, this Mercedes we ride on is getting a slipstream from another Mercedes, and it stays very even. The McLaren just edging in towards the end. They'll be braking any second now, all the way down to 60 kilometers an hour. Dean able to just reel him in slightly. Marl then opens up turn 2 nicely and escapes out of the first chicane.
Tim Sandler, who was in the gravel that triggered that caution, has made it back, but is then being looked at for his pit lane speed. It's just not his day, is it?
No.
991 there. Darren Lung round the outside. He's got another BMW to battle with, which is 15 after its pit lane start. But off the road there, the number 64 Mustang gets elbowed out wide, so the Hout Racing Team car falls back. There's a Santa Loc Audi skipping out the chicane as well. So again, as predicted, it's all kicking off. The Mustang survives it all, however. So Darren Lung battling for 23rd with Marcello Tomassoni, and it was Thomas Drouet in the Mustang that was off the racetrack. Chris Froggatt, in the meantime, after 2 pit stops, trying to claw his way back into the mix. He's 30th.
Yeah, it's the 25 Santalot car Ricky that went straight through there. You can see everyone goes over to the inside to defend the line into Lesmo 1. Looks like the Mustang just holding up the 2 McLarens, the RJN one directly in front, then the CSA car in front of that. Froggatt just trying to stick with them through here. The dirty air affecting the aerodynamic handling the car generates more understeer, so you struggle to stay with the cars through the high-speed corners.
So Dean McDonald looking very racy, as we were discussing a little while ago, as the pack turns through. Alex Malikin goes by there. Chris Froggatt round the outside, coming into the Variante Ascari. That was a brave move, and it worked for him, because it now puts him up ahead of the number 81 Renat Salikov Mercedes. Darren Lung's BMW trying to claw back places, and Christian Hook is falling back through the Bronze Cup now. There you've got Darren Lung going past him. You've also got from Silver 88 Audi going by, and Guilherme Oliveira, the Portuguese driver in the 188 Garage 59 McLaren, is your new Bronze Cup leader. So that number 12 Ferrari, the car out of the Rinaldi Racing stable, dropping back in the pack. New fastest lap of the race, just done by Jules Gounon. He's only 8 tenths up the road. That's Sven Muller now getting past Christian Hook. And Sven Muller a long, long way down, up to 24th though now, coming into the chicane.
Yeah, Chris Froggatt lost her place again. What contact there, the CSA McLaren into the back of that Porsche. It's got big damage, as does the McLaren Rolf Eischen there. I think that's a DNF, suspension damage on the rear right.
And there is number 112, the McLaren that got embroiled in all of that. So another slow car on track as Maxime Robin limps on. Hopefully with that Porsche up the escape road, we don't have to neutralise the race yet again. 35 Aston has been in with that flapping bonnet. Let me tell you, Sven Muller is on the back there of Darren Lung, and Sven Muller is on the light. Well, he's already tapped 1 car here, and he has another look on the inside. So I suppose Sven Muller's attitude is he's just going to go flat out, and you make your own arrangements. I want to come through.
Yeah, lightning doesn't strike twice, right? That's what Sven Muller will be telling himself. I do worry that Porsche. You see a great move from Malikin down the inside there, the RJN car. Let's have a look. So the black Porsche next to the red one. The McLaren gets crowded out, has nowhere to go. It's actually the slightest of contacts initially, but that slap across the wall, I don't know. It's right on the borderline whether race control will be happy with that car being left there.
Lucky not to get embroiled in that. We're going full course yellow again. Was the number 6 Mercedes. So there's another full course yellow coming. So they're clearly wanting it out of the way, and full course yellow in 10 seconds, full course yellow now. Race is neutralised again. So through the parabolica they come, and there is a very unhappy driver trudging away from the car. Rolf Eischen coming back to GT World Challenge Europe this year, but I'm afraid his Porsche having clanged the guardrail. You could see the suspension tweaked almost instantly, couldn't you, as it crabbed its way up the escape road.
Yeah, a huge amount of damage across the rear end of that Porsche. He was at no fault at all. Racing incident, of course, it all concertinaed up. It just seemed like that CSA McLaren of Robin just broke too late and then couldn't slow the car down enough to avoid any contact.
So we are back under full course yellow as the cars now at a very slow pace come through. The pit lane is now closed. So this could be a short full course yellow, and therefore is a pit lane closure, the incident being noted. Down they come to the chicane, and as you can see, the fastest speed of anybody, Maxime Robin's McLaren, 282 kilometres an hour. That's one that's just been involved in the incident. Romain Andriolo's Mustang, 280 clicks. Faisal Al-Zubair go great guns. The Amani driver, 280 clicks. Tanat Sutter and Tirakul, 280. Thomas Drouet, 280 as well. Some big, big numbers there in terms of top speed.
Yeah, Robin probably too fast into turn one, and Rolf Eichin can testament that was true as well.
Robin wasn't very reliant, you mean?
And cars jockeying for position, interestingly under full course yellow, just trying to wind the driver up in front. Maybe their 80 kilometres an hour isn't quite as fast as they would like, so they're just there. Sven Muller still behind Darren Lung, and that BMW is properly getting in the way as we go back to green flag.
Right, so very quick full course yellow just to move that Porsche out of harm's way. We're back racing again, and of course, depending on where you are around the racetrack, you can get back to full noise quicker than others. If you're, for example, here, you're on the loud pedal, but if you're going into the chicane, you can't really get back on the throttle because it's a slow part of the racetrack anyway. So there might be a bit of winning and gaining out of all of that, but we are back racing. And Dean McDonald, I know we got excited about him at Paul Ricard, and he's worth getting excited about because here he is, leading goal, third overall, and he's taking the battle for second to Mauro Engel.
Really is, and the McLaren's been good on its tyres so far this weekend. All the McLaren teams reporting that, so they'll be happy that these stints are going to turn into relatively long ones now. And yeah, let's see what Mauro Engel can do. We saw at Paul Ricard earlier in the year, that car struggled with pace towards the end of the stint. Very different conditions, very different circuit, but at the moment it does look like he's unable to stay with that silver Mercedes of Gunon.
Some playing the long game, of course. Top speed through the Parabolica is topped by Dean McDonald, as you can see, on 175 kilometres an hour. Thierry Vermeulen's Aston Martin, Augusto Farfus BMW, Maurice Schuring Porsche, and then Marzio Moretti Lamborghini behind. Interesting mix of who is where. So Jules Gounon then leads at the end now of lap number 15 with 2 hours and 20 to go. Into the first chicane he comes. Engel is certainly being hunted down by Dean McDonald. Mirko Bortolotti runs fourth. Bit of a gap back to Nicky Team fifth, and Benjamin Goethe sixth. Pereira's white Lamborghini seventh. Alessio Rivera eighth for Ferrari. Charles Weertz ninth BMW, 10th Maurice Schuring Porsche. Good mix of brands, as you see there. Farfus getting up the inside of James Callet. Now, that 992 BMW, bear in mind, started way back on the grid on the 28th row and is running now in 15th place, about to become 14th. James Callet then up the inside line, but that is a massive swing in fortunes from the back of the grid to now being in the lead battle pack with clever use of the pit strategy early on.
Yeah, the problem is he's 15 minutes longer into his stint than everyone else.
Yeah.
I think that at the moment is going to be an extra pit stop compared to that Rover Oils BMW in front of him. So pace is amazing, track position is amazing, but I'm not sure long-term strategy is going to favour them just yet.
Number 66 Audi is being given a stop-and-go penalty of 2 minutes for failing to serve a stop-and-go penalty of 2 minutes. So the car that started in the pit lane with an engine change copped a penalty as a result of that, hasn't served it in the requisite time, so it gets another one on top of it to serve to redress the balance. Meanwhile, they're going through shot with Charles Weertz, who was being advised early on to keep out of trouble. Nicky Tim, by the way, has just done an absolute best first sector time, and this Farfus Callet battle is a really interesting one. Don't forget that James Callet, Charles Clark BMW that they share with Pedro Ibrahim was the winning Silver Cup car at Paul Ricard. So we know under normal circumstances it's quick, and fascinating to see the Paradigm red car against the Rover white, and round the outside goes James Callet. Fantastic move.
Really nice, really clean, really efficient move done there. The straight line speed, yes, they're both BMWs, but they're different teams, and of course there's so many setup changes you can do with those cars, and maybe that 992 car is just a bit more trimmed out for straight line performance.
Now, the trouble is that 992's short refueling is under investigation. So it's good to watch James Callet going so nicely. It's good to see him fighting with the big names. It's good to see the car well up the order, but the story might not be ending there. There back in the race is 611, so Tim Santler has rejoined. Of course, the car is way back in 53rd place after losing that lap in the gravel, but they can still rebuild from there. Dean McDonald on the back of Engel. Mirko Bortolotti not staying with them. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, now Sven Muller. So well fired up as he tries to get through the traffic. Tough day at the office again for the Rutronic Racing Porsche team. And when there's a bit of clear track ahead of him, Sven Muller is allowed to absolutely fly, isn't he?
Yeah, they're doing a lot of work on the car in between qualifying the race. They had 4 or 5 mechanics underneath it, so I think they potentially were even doing an engine change or gearbox change. They wouldn't tell me exactly what they were doing, but a huge amount of work there, and maybe that was the problem to their pace, and now finally they've unlocked it, but I think it's too little too late, especially with that potential penalty looming.
So that is the fastest car on track at the moment, 1:46.801 for Sven Muller. Fastest time in qualifying of 45.000. That shows you in race pace that we're a little bit down on the quali times of this morning in a cooler temperature. But Sven Muller is charging on, as he has to do. We've still got 2.25 hours to go, so by no means is the order sorted. There you've got the top 5 in each of the classes. Gounon leading pro. McDonald, who is third overall, leading in gold. In silver, it's Alex Arca, who is 12th overall, and Guillermo Oliveira leading in bronze, and he's 17th as, again, James Kellett comes through the Parabolica. Next target, Thierry Vermeulen. Vermeulen, in turn, is on the back of Arca. Arca is on the back of James Kell, as Jules Gounon does a 1:46.6 to set the fastest lap of the race and extend his lead margin to 1.2 seconds. Here comes James Kellett. Another good move in the offing. Gets around the outside of Thierry Vermeulen, who tries to stand his ground on the inside. Alex Arca is looking for a way past James Kell as they get to the braking zone, and Arca's going to try on the outside line. Doesn't quite work. James Kell stands his ground, gets roughed up on the curve on the outside. Who's going to come out ahead, if anybody? They come up towards the Curva Grande, and the answer is Alex Arca has got through. So also has Thierry Vermeulen. So also has James Kellett, and James Kell is the one that's got shuffled back in the pack. Look at Kellett go.
He was bump drafting there, trying to use the Audi to help him get past the Aston. He's on the inside now. I think he's going to run Vermeulen up to the inside. He was fair with him. Vermeulen cuts the inside, then boxes him out. All hard and fair racing so far. James Kell eased out wide. He lost drive out of the first chicane, which has ultimately lost him 3 positions.
And they're also being caught, look, by Augusto Farfus, 15th place. Alex Arca, we know, is a very fiery driver, and he's worked the traffic nicely. Farfus gets ahead of James Kell, so goes through as the field accelerate again down towards the Variante Ascari. So Thierry Vermeulen, who we normally see in sprint in a Ferrari, of course in endurance he's an Aston Martin. He's got James Kell alongside him, and side by side they run to the Variante Ascari. In fact, the move is done before the Variante Ascari for James Kell. This is turning out to be a mega stint by James.
Yeah, they've got a dragster, haven't they, there? That red BMW, the Paradigm car, straight line performance in bags. James Kell needs to stop the rut. He's now got Arthur Leclerc, factory driver for Ferrari, behind him too, so that won't be an easy task. But you can see all the cars he's lost on that last lap. He needs to steady the ship, otherwise he's going to lose position to this number 50 Ferrari.
Absolutely. So James Kell has dropped back. He's going to get a bit cranky if he loses any more places, isn't he, as they come up towards the line. So through goes the McLaren, looking at Arthur Leclerc also making good progress in now 16th place. Number 50 Ferrari. Over the timing line, Jules Gounon has done another best lap of the race, by the way, 1:46.4. But James Kellett has been the star of the last couple of 3 laps, hasn't he? Back into Europe after a season of Carrera Cup North America. We've seen him in Ginettas in the UK and Carrera Cup GB in the UK, but going very, very nicely. And there is your race leader, lest we forget. Jules Gounon then, for Get Speed, leading by 1.5 seconds ahead of Mauro Engel, who has got Dean McDonald behind him and find some wood to touch. But thankfully now it looks as though the race is just starting to settle down. Just take a breath, and the driver's able to get into a good stint.
Yeah, exactly. We're over our 45 minute stint time, so all of these drivers have now done enough driving that they can get out the car legally. But with the maximum stint time being 52 minutes, the rest of the 2 driver lineup of the crew can't get to the end. So expect them to go all the way to the end of their maximum stint time.
So the field pouring through. You can see from 3rd place Dean McDonald leading gold to there, the silver leader, Alex Arca. But James Kellett is also in silver, and they are together on the racetrack. So we could well have a battle for silver honours before much longer. There going through is Alex Arca, number 99 Audi in 11th place, and James Kellett is behind him in 12th. And the way that that BMW has been going, and bear in mind, it started on the 28th row of the grid. In other words, it started 56th, and it's now running in 12th. James Kellett of Paradigm Competition have done a mega job. Look at the way the rear wing there moves on the Audi as all the aero kicks in down to the Parabolica.
There was a throttle body issue they had in qualifying, so they changed that, and I would say the throttle body is working pretty well now. It is feeding that engine with the perfect amount of oxygen and fuel to make a big bang, and it's carrying on. Pace is very strong, and I think it's a matter of when, not if, when he's going to get past that Audi.
Absolutely right, as we're getting absolute best first sectors being posted up now by Jared Oberski. We've just had exiting the pit lane Federico Malvestiti. That is the Trezor Audi that's in the pits of Andre Mukovoz. It's had stop-go penalties, it's had an engine change, but it's day done. That's in its garage, and that's never a good sign. Driver being commiserated. We had big, big shame. So, on track, you've still got Jules Gounon leading from Mauro Engel from Dean McDonald, but it's the silver battle then, where Alex Arca has just upped his pace a fraction on this lap to fend off that car, James Kellett, number 992. A lot of the attention around Paradigm has been on the arrival for his first GT race of Ash Sutton, 4 times a British Touring Car champion, but James Kellett almost saying to the world, don't forget about the rest of us, we're good as well, you know. And boy, is he proving it.
Yeah, pace is strong. As you said, Akker's up the game. He's just done his fastest sector 1 of the race to try and stop the rut, because look at the time he had been losing over the last 3 laps or so. As they come to sector 2, the gap looks pretty similar at the moment, so maybe Akker's managed to dig a bit deeper and find the pace, maybe using the tyres up a bit more than he would like, but he's got to stop Kellett getting much closer, because Kellett has got that straight line performance we've seen so strong.
And then behind them on the racetrack, Thierry Vermeulen, he is in gold, and second in gold. There is a 15-second penalty for James Kellett for a short refueling. So perhaps that's one of the reasons why he was so far up the order. So he's been done for short refueling. There's a big cloud of tar smoke. Somebody's locked up by the look of it going into the parabolica. No yellow flag wave, so whoever it was had got away with it. But bad news for James Kellett. And of course that penalty infuriatingly comes after we've gone through a slow period of the race with full course yellows and safety cars.
Yeah, it's going to really hurt when they come into their next pit stop to add 15 seconds to it, unless there is a safety car full course yellow during that time.
Same is true for number 50 Ferrari of Arthur Leclerc, so AF Corsa in the same situation. And these are top teams, you know. The data is there for race control, but you know, it's a mistake. I can't believe that they are trying to beat the system because they know what the penalty is going to be.
Yeah, exactly. As we look at James Kell on board there, we've still got the 50 Ferrari behind, so he's doing well. He's third in class. So yes, he lost a few places, but they were not for class position apart from the Vermeulen, Verstappen, Aston Martin there. Look at Oliveira in the 188 car. He's been doing well, and Kell just looking to the inside there.
Sven Muller, drive-through penalty for causing a collision. Don't think that's come as a huge surprise, given the contact that caused that full course yellow when Tim Sandler was in the gravel at that previous corner. As you look at the Bronze Cup leading McLaren, Guillermo Oliveira, who has gone really nicely so far this weekend. He's come out of Spanish F4 and the European and Asian Le Mans Series. We saw him last year in the Dynamic Porsche squad, but he's moved to Garage 59, and he's been really impressive. As there, big send, Alex Archer up the inside of Maurice Schöring. That's a silver passing a pro.
I wonder if that car's got a problem. We saw tyre smoke into the next corner the lap before, and I thought it was this Porsche in where we were. Maybe he's lost a wheel speed sensor, maybe he's lost his ABS because of that. Let's watch him as he brakes for the last corner here. Does he have to brake early? Looks like he's been relatively tentative on the brakes, and that gives Kellett a chance. I think they've lost ABS and he's having to brake earlier, softer. It's so hard once you lose ABS in these cars. They're designed to have ABS. The brake master cylinders are so powerful. It gives you very little feel as a driver knowing when you're locked up or not, and at the moment he'll be trying to reset the systems and hope it comes back to life.
So here they come now down to the chicane. Maurice Schöring then has dropped 1 place to Alex Archer, and it's doubly good news for Archer all of this, isn't it? Because not only has he been able to gain a place, but he's now got a buffer of another car between himself and his class rival. There's Thierry Vermeulen ahead of Augusto Farfus. Archer into the top 10. Up front, by the way, Jules Gounon is now 2.1 seconds to the good as James Kellett lines up to have a go at Maurice Schöring, who is new to the Schumacher CLRT team for GT World Challenge Europe purposes. Kellett has a look on the inside. Is there room for two? Not quite. James backs out of it, but he's good on the throttle coming out of the corner, and the BMW booms up the inside coming into the first of the Lesmo-Benz. James Kellett through another place gained.
Great cut back, and the Porsche still struggling on the brakes. Got its hazard lights on now. I wonder if that's part of the procedure that the driver needs to do to go through in resetting some wheel speed sensors for that ABS. But that car had been very quick, really struggling at the moment.
So James Kellett, another place gain, then he's up into 11, still chasing after Alex Archer's Audi. Penalty to serve, remember. Let's just eavesdrop on their radio.
How many laps, more or less, just to have an idea in case of bad radio? 15 to 17 laps. Quickest car on track by Farge. Really good job. Keep it clean.
Right, apologies, that's Jules Gounon's radio, not James Kellett. So that's Jules Gounon talking to the team. Not James Kellett, apologies. Jules Gounon again concerned about how much longer he's got to do, how many more laps he's got to do. So James Kellett 992 turns through, but that was the radio traffic from Jules Gounon. Up towards the line comes then the BMW. There is the aforementioned Gounon, who is now 2.3 seconds clear. Comes out of the chicane, and the Mercedes AMG now is discernibly getting away, isn't it? Mauro Engel falling back a little bit in second place, and then third, Dean McDonald 0.6 of a second behind. But the McLaren, even though it's been close, has never really been able to make a proper move.
No, and it's the problem when you follow the Mercedes, it's the most aero-based car, so the dirty off the back is obviously the worst, and it just makes it very difficult to follow for a long time. You start to overheat, your front tyres especially. They obviously are leading the Gold Cup as the graphic shows, but yeah, Engel in this yellow Mercedes struggling, 2.3 seconds behind Gounon in the silver Mercedes in the lead of the race. Gounon not only able to be the fastest man on track, but able to have that presence of mind to speak to the team and go, in case we lose the radio, how many laps will it be till I need to pit? And he'll look at his dash and it will say he's done 22, somewhere between 15 and 16. So he'll have it banked on lap 37. If he's not getting told on the radio, he will need to box the lap after that.
James Kellett, absolute best first sector. Sven Muller has served his drive-through penalty. Looking back from Maro Engel's Mercedes AMG at Dean McDonald in the Gold Cup, leading McLaren. And there into the pit lane comes the Ferrari from the Rinaldi Racing squad. Number 12, Christian Hook, did, after all the safety car and full course yellow periods, lead his class, but then got pushed back in the pack. So he brings that car in. Driver change cycles through, and now they can do not just driver but 4 new tyres as well as a tank of fuel. 44 seconds the refueling hose has to be connected by, and that data goes back to race control, so that's how they know whether you've short fueled it or not, whether you've been coupled for the regulation time or not.
You'll see that fuel hose come off. They'll drop the car, there'll be an auto start, so as soon as the car feels the air pressure being released, it will crank the engine, and by the time it hits the floor, the engine's on and the driver can just release and can just get on his merry way. The drivers that stopped on that earlier lap of the first full course yellow pit stop have around 20 minutes remaining of this first stint before they would exceed their maximum stint time.
And Paradigm have just confirmed that their earlier stop for Darren Lund was a puncture rather than a regulation stop. There you just got a glimpse of Sven Muller after his drive-through, fighting his way back through the pack. Talking of which, there's a right old pack here that involves number 3 Mercedes, Yannick Mettler, running in 22nd place at the moment. He's got himself up past Thomas Drouet's Ford Mustang, and then I think behind Thomas Drouet is Al Buncombe in Bob Neville's McLaren, the Team RJN car that he shares with Reece Barr and Tommy Foster, new to GT3 racing this season. So great variety amongst the brands. The wheel just skimming the dirt as Thomas Drouet, 23rd, flicks the car into the chicane. So Gounon, Engel, McDonald still the top 3. Yannick Mettler's Get Speed Mercedes AMG goes through. That's in the Silver Cup. And number 19, that car started by Baptiste Moulin. That was another early pitter. Baptiste stayed at the wheel when they did that first regulation stop, therefore the non-driver change permitted stop. He's hauled that car now up into 20th position. So James Kellett still absolutely flying, and 11th place and closing on Alex Arca coming into the Parabolica.
Box this up, box, confirm. You have to stay in the car for 15 seconds when you stop the car and kill the engine. 15 seconds in the car, I will remind you. Everything is good, box, confirm.
Down the pit lane comes the BMW then. This is James Kellett, and this is for his 15-second time penalty, and then they're going to do a driver change. So he can't do anything for 15 seconds. That's the penalty to be served, and at the end of 15 seconds with the engine off and everything like that, then they can get on and do the remainder of the pit stop. So now that car is going to tumble down the order. It's out of sequence anyway, but this 15 seconds is going to hurt now.
Yeah, and he had to pit because he was 1 lap away from going over that maximum stint time. Another guy I'd missed, I don't know if you saw, David, sorry, was the 50 Ferrari has also got a 15-second penalty for short fueling. Sorry, so that one is struggling, isn't it, in 15th place at the moment with Leclerc.
Yeah, that's we touched on a couple of laps ago. These are good teams. You know, you wouldn't think that Paradigm or certainly AF Corsa would make a mistake, and you wouldn't think they'd try and beat the system because they know what the penalties are. But yeah, number 50, Arthur Leclerc, at the wheel of it, is going to have a long pit stop when he needs to come in. Right, we're almost at the end of the first hour. Quite a lot's happened, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's gone past in a whirlwind, trying to keep an eye on potential strategies too. At the moment, the interesting bit is really the top 14 are all on the same strategy, bar being 4 minutes apart because of some of them stopping on lap A, shall we call it, or lap B, under that full course yellow part of it. But at the moment, the cars that stopped on that later lap, of which the first 2 Mercedes are, they've got a chance to go longer, so it keeps their window more open for opportunity.
The 76 Barwell Lamborghini trying to make some progress as it goes through. There's number 112 still circulating, Maxime Robin having been involved in that earlier skirmish. So some good battles all the way up and down the order at the moment as they're showing damage. On the front is the McLaren, one runs wide. That was the Qatari Audi, wasn't it, that's in 43rd place. Now Al Madhid at the wheel of it.
That McLaren won't be handling nice at all. You can see the hole on the inside of it. It's lost half of its dive planes there. The headlight, which is missing, is just creating a huge parachute effect. And actually, Dean McDonald and the other McLaren there from Garage 59 starting to back off a bit. Nicky Team gathering as we see the Ferrari now starting to move on, but still has that damage, doesn't it? And it's a struggle for him to be able to get away from Charles Wirtz.
And between the two is James Kellett, who was, or the 992 car James Kellett brought in. That has rejoined out of sequence, drops down the order. It is Charles Clark at the wheel. So there, Charles Clark in 992, and Charles Wirtz not being able to go after the 51 Alessio Rivera Ferrari right now. Big deep breath here, four of them together. Look, 81 Mercedes, the Corvettes in the middle of all of that as well. Renat Salikov versus Lorcan Hanafin. And then behind them, you've got Marzio Moretti, and up they come towards the braking zone. The number 12 Rinaldi Ferrari, I think, is in this battle pack as well. And a good move by Hanafin. Moves through on the inside. That gives him now 29th place overall. That's a Silver Cup car going ahead of a Bronze Cup car. 333 is Marzio Moretti, who comes in turn out of the first of those two, Lesmo Benz, and the big queue of cars fore and aft. There's dust almost everywhere at the moment. Pretty much every corner, there's somebody just running a little bit wide and touching the very dry grass verge.
Yeah, entry and exit. The drivers normally don't want to touch anything slippery on the way in because it can really unsettle the balance of the car, but they're trying to maximise the radius of these corners as much as they can, and that's why you can see the grass is getting worn out on these corner entries. We've seen a few drivers go too far in practice and they've lost the car because of it, but that's what you've got to deal with in a race. You've got to maximise every 10th here and there.
So, race leader Jules Gounon is on lap 27, and he's now 3 seconds to the good as Lorcan Hanafin here in the Chevrolet Corvette leads the Mercedes AMG of Renat Salikov, and number 12 Ferrari that we saw cycling through a pit stop a little while ago, back on track with Davide Rigon behind the wheel.
We're starting to see some purple sectors that lap. Rivera sector 3, Alex Acker sector 2. So because the tyre deg is so low here, the bigger effect is the fuel burning off. 120 litres, just over 100 kilos of fuel. So they're getting towards the end of that now as we see the boots and the only remaining one attack that Ferrari into the first corner. He's going to try and go all the way around the outside, gets the job done.
And what you were saying about purple sectors, purple lap time as well, because they've now done 26, but at the end of lap 25, that's when Jules Gounon did the fastest lap of the race. So further proof of the tyre deg being pretty negligible. There you can see battle on track as the number 6 Tanat Satran-Tirancourt Mercedes AMG gets past Davide Rigon's Ferrari through the Curva Grande. Brilliant shot that from the drone, isn't it? Not only in terms of showing the cars on the circuit, but you get a real flavour for what goes on around the Monza Park.
Yeah, beautiful parklands and lots of areas for spectators to enjoy, and somewhere else where there's lots of areas for spectators to enjoy is Spa, the CrowdStrike 24-hour race, our next round of the GT World Challenge Endurance Series powered by AWS. A huge amount of dust there. What car was that? Was that the Corvette? I think that was running wide. He's got out the gravel trap, but that would have lost momentum.
That was Lorcan Hanafin running wide at Lesmo 2. So kicking up the dirt and more dust hovers in the air. He's got to clean the tyres, and that gives Salikov a chance to pounce, and he does so. Renat Salikov round the outside. Hanafin fights back though. Silver versus bronze. Lorcan Hanafin is not giving up without a fight, but well done Renat Salikov. He was committed to that move and he's made it stick. The Mercedes AMG back ahead of the Chevrolet. So that is the change for, in quotes only, 29th place, but brilliant racing here.
Yeah, I've never seen cars run that long side by side through Ascari. I wondered what the Corvette of Hanafin was going to do, and he did back out of it. He was legitimately along the inside, but I think there would have been contact had he tried to stay to the inside, so wisely he backed out of it. But yeah, he dropped it on the exit of Lesmo 2, and that lost him that position ultimately.
Here comes Satran-Tirancourt up to have a go at Marzio Moretti then as they come across the timing line. That's for 31st. And Tanat Satran-Tirancourt on the outside line, Marzio Moretti on the inside in that blue Franti Lamborghini. They get to the braking area now, and it's the Lamborghini that stays ahead. Satran-Tirancourt, who was last year's Endurance Silver champion, don't forget, and a very successful racer, not only in GT cars, but he had a spell in Formula 3 style machinery, Euro Formula Open a few years back. He slots back in behind, but Satran-Tirancourt now is under attack from another Silver Cup car, the Mercedes AMG of Loris Cabiru, and 1-1-2. Maxime Robin is being given a drive-through for causing that collision down at the first chicane a few laps back. Stewards have had a look and made their decision.
Yeah, not surprised with that one. Maybe even I thought it might be a little bit heavier than that because it completely wiped the Porsche out, didn't it, and ended their race. But yeah, there will be no argument, I don't think, from Robin there.
There going through is Tanat Saturn-Tirakul's 32nd placed Mercedes AMG, but it's where he is in silver that counts, and right now he is 9th, keeping the surviving Boots and VDS Mercedes of Loris Cabiru at bay. They make that run under the old Monza banking, and that goes across the top of the circuit. So Jules Gounon continuing to lead the way with about another 8 laps, we are being told, in the system for him. But the brains trust on the pit wall, assuming they've got that radio contact still, will be able to change the plan accordingly. We are seeing a 10-second penalty for Alex Malikin for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. Now, we saw that happen. The team, I think, were trying to get Alex Malikin to give back the place, but the decision has been called for, and a penalty is heading his way. Yeah,
another one I agree with. He was just getting past that slow Audi, wasn't he, at the time that he and Sven Müller was getting held up at the second chicane. But yeah, the penalty outweighs what he gained, and that's why the team were advising him to give the position back.
Thierry Vermeulen just going through shot 12 with Augusto Farfus behind. The Charles Clark BMW, which we were looking at in the hands of James Kellett early on, and sort of yo-yoed a bit. He's now 49th after its 3rd pit stop, and apart from cars with problems, that is the one with the most number of stops to its name thus far. There in 16th place is the Bronze Cup leading Guillaume Oliveira, and second in bronze right now is the 81 Mercedes of Renat Salikov that we were looking at a little while back, with 3rd in the category Chris Froggett's Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari.
All 4 classes here very competitive, aren't they? The silver class, the biggest class in its first time in the history, 17 cars, and then the gold and the pro class both having 16, and then the bronze cup as well into 15 cars. So really strong across the board here, and big wiggle there for Vermaelen, who's trying to put the power down. The car was saying no, goes to the inside to defend. The cars can't cross that solid line with all 4 tyres, so although it is tarmac, they won't be able to use that as an overtake. Farfus tucked up behind, he'll go to the outside. Can he get the move done round the outside? We've seen it done already today, but it's very difficult to do.
And Farfus knows what to do in a long-distance race. I thought he was going to back out of that, but no, he does stick his nose up the inside, and he runs Vermeulen wide to the curb, but he's got a good exit. Well done, Augusto Farfus. So it wasn't for settling, was it? He forces the issue, and he goes by. So Augusto Farfus, with all of his experience being put to good use, that was a very, very good committed move, and it's worked for him. So Farfus now up into 12th.
Everyone's being very nice and polite. Back in my day, people would have been run out of road left, right and centre. But yeah, I guess we still got 1 hour 54 minutes remaining, so people being kind. But historically, we see drivers roll off the brake as they go through the first part of the chicane to run them up to the exit, as we see the 19 car in pit lane yet again.
Yeah, that made an early stop, didn't it, to get one of those reg stops out of the way. And we're getting green sectors again from the leading cars as they get towards the dregs of the fuel, towards the end of the current stint. Baptiste Moulin brought this car in early on. They've got Dante Repange, who had a spin in it yesterday, and Ivan Ekelchik as the other driver. So that's your race leader, that's Jules Gounon, coming then up now round the Parabolica. He is 41 minutes into this stint, and 50 is the maximum, 45 is the minimum. And there is the lead car then that comes over the timing line once more to put now 30 laps in the book here at Monza.
What's the pace of Maro? He caught up slightly in the last 2 laps. You are lacking some pace, tenths in the couple of last laps in sector 2, but overall he's 2.5 tenths slower. Yeah, I'm not taking the curve sector 2.
So just asking about where Mauro Engel is in relation to him, and Jules Gounon explaining to the team what he is doing.
Yeah, staying off the curbs in sector 2, so he's crossing into sector 2 now, so he's probably talking about this next curb on the left-hand side. Why is he avoiding it? You'll see the energy that's put into the car as he smashes over it, and he's trying to mitigate that. Maybe he'll do it for a few laps just to build the gap, but he's already thinking towards the end of this race, trying nurse this car to the end. Yes, they're built for 24 hours, but every time you hit the curb, there's more energy going through the whole of the car as we see a move into turn 1.
42 BMW, the Century Motorsport car. trying not to connect with Alex Buncombe in 23, the RJN McLaren, as they accelerate. They're now at the outside of the chicane. Alex Buncombe staying ahead of Jared Weberski, but then Weberski gets the power down better and comes through the Curva Grande ahead. So the BMW relented at the chicane. Alex Buncombe, of course, he was another Blancpain Endurance Series champion. He knows how to treat a long-distance race and keep out of trouble. And behind now is treble 7, Al-Fazal Al-Zubair, who was another that pitted, like so many, under that full-course yellow period that we had a while back. So the race now starting to get into a rhythm, into a proper run. We've tipped over the end of the first hour, and it is still Jules Gounon now 3 seconds ahead as Tanat Satrantirokul goes by, clipping the curb in number 6 Mercedes. He's got Arvin Klimenko behind him in the Audi, then Yop Raponge in the Dynamique Porsche. And another yellow because 80 Porsche of Gabriel Rindone is in the gravel, and that's at the first chicane. And that's going to have to be a full course yellow, isn't it?
Are they going to close pit entry? That's going to be interesting. Just loops it with a lot of energy.
Yeah, number
put
8
into
Ferrari
from
in the back of him. Oh dear, oh dear. Nicola Rossi was the aggressor, and Gabriel Rindone, round he goes. And of course, Murphy's Law, he finds the one strip of gravel there, doesn't he? There's all that tarmac, all that runoff, and there's the bit of gravel, and that's where he ends up.
Yeah, and even if it was the front tyres, he could have got out with that rear tyre, unable to give any purchase and put him out. Teams will be now working out, are we in another window? Cars are going to have to be boxing in the next 2 to 3 laps, but if they can get this extended stint time under a full course yellow, that will help.
Pit lane closed. Full course yellow is coming. The pit lane is closed. They reckon, presumably, they can get that out of the way in double quick time. So we're going full course yellow, and the pit lane is closed. Nobody can come in now. If you're in already, then fair enough. Or if you're in the pit lane entry, but the full course yellow is coming now, and it could be a short one with the pit lane closed, as I said. Right, up to the Variante Ascari. Here comes Maro Engel. Pace slows right down. And Gabriel Rindone, the innocent victim in all of that.
Yeah, totally, and he'll get going again. They'll pull him out and they'll get on their merry way, but yeah, that Ferrari properly assaulted him there.
And therefore, number 8, Nicola Rossi, will be looked at. The 8 Ferrari is the Kessel car that he shares with Nicola Sciorro and David Fumanelli. All of this coming on lap number 32. I think I spoke too soon about a rhythm and a run and race settling down as you go back on board with Maro Engel in that run down to the Parabolica. Look through the windscreen, looks like it's been shot with a machine gun, all the little bullet holes there.
Yeah, it's actually when they lay up the windscreen with a protective film, if it's not fully clear, it's like when you put your phone protector on, not with the best apparatus, and it's really annoying, and as a driver it's hard to look through sometimes. Just working some math here, if it goes back to green and this stays as a normal stint length, it is so tight for the cars that stopped on that first lap under the first full course yellow to get to the end without going over 52 minutes for the next 2 stints. They're literally 30 seconds here or there, so this is going to be interesting. But people that are better off, Gounon and Engel, the lead 2 cars, stopping that lap later, their stint is 4 minutes fresher, essentially.
So there's the Porsche out of the gravel.
So I saw him
off he
driving
goes.
into the gravel, and I didn't know if he was going to have the momentum to get out the other side.
Well, he's survived it, and hopefully, therefore, that means that we can go back to green fairly swiftly. So the full course yellow continues, but the green flag is on effectively short notice. There's a countdown, obviously, to slow the cars for safety reasons, but the resumption of the race can be without a count, and therefore everybody's got to be on the toes ready. And we've gone green because you can hear the engine notes rise again and you can see the cars blast away. So we're back in business.
Yes, we are, and cars are going to have to think about getting into the pits at the end of this lap. The pit lane is going to be very busy over the next 3 laps as all the cars cycle into a new driver. Every car will do a driver change, 4 tyres and 44 seconds of fuel.
There, up the inside, dives Alex Arca, who goes ahead of Maurice Schuring. So the Audi staying ahead of the Porsche then as the cars now come out of the corner. We've got a slow-ish Lamborghini just up the road there that was slightly delayed coming out of the chicane. But it's on that's the Baptiste Moulin car that he has given over now after that most recent pit stop, that car out of Silver. And now is Dante Raponge at the wheel. So as they come now up through the second chicane, 99 is Alex Arca, 10th he is, still leading in Silver. Schuring is behind him. as Jules Gounon is now 7.7 seconds ahead of Maro Engel. So on the resumption of the race, Jules Gounon has managed to build the gap. You've got more fun and games now coming down through the first chicane. 54 goes by, which is the dynamic Porsche of Yacht Rapponge. You've got both the Rapponge brothers on track at the same time now. And we're getting close, of course, to the next round of pit stops. There, 16th is Guillaume Oliveira, who is way, way up the road now in bronze, making this look really good indeed as the cars come through. And there's an Audi crawling past the pits, only just getting up to pace. That was 26, as though it had a problem and couldn't get out of the full course yellow speed limit. So you're riding on board here with 111. James Kell still in 14th place as the cars come down to the Parabolica. There's that troubled Audi, which has kind of gone into limp home mode, and it is about to get in the way of the race leader, and very wisely skips up the escape road and gets out of the way. Jules Gounon then is on the back of 991 BMW there. Look, as he comes out of the corner, gets up the inside and goes through. So Jules Gounon goes past as the Darren Lung BMW is going to have to cede the place. Just also to go back to pit stops, of course, if you're coming to the end of a stint and a full course yellow is there is within the regulations the so-called extended driving stint as well, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly. So if a full course yellow safety car is out in that stint, it switches to extended, and that's extended by 5 minutes. So instead of being 52, it's now 57. So that will again help all the teams get to the end. So I think that actually means no one is at risk of having to do an extra pit stop.
But this is why there are so many brains in each of the top teams' garages looking at not just the regs but a bank of laptops and all the spreadsheets that will work out what you can do and when and why and how. Jules Gounon then coming to the end of a stint with Maro Engel, Dean McDonald, Mirko Bortolotti. Interesting how many of the top teams have played all their star drivers early on for this double stint, and there is the Santa Lock Audi still in limp home mode, trying to keep out of the way, but it's got to head for the pits.
Yeah, and hopefully it's just an off and on again. The stint time that was on the graphic is obviously total driver time. That doesn't allow for when they stop to reset that. And yeah, so everyone is A-OK on stint time.
Remember number 8 Ferrari that arrived and punted the Porsche into the spin that triggered the last full course yellow. Well, not surprisingly, there's a drive-through for causing a collision. The race currently is on lap 34 with 1 hour and 45 minutes to go. Alex Arca coming towards us, being pursued vigorously still by Boris Schuring, then Auguste Farfus, then Thierry Vermeulen, and then James Kell there with Arthur Leclerc behind. The best of the Ferraris is 8th. That Ferrari into the pit lane Chris Froggatt has brought in, and that is its 3rd pit stop. They tried to get early pit stops done under full course yellow, but now it's time to give the car over to either the returning Jonathan Hui, who comes back into the championship this weekend, or Eddie Cheever.
Yeah, exactly. And one of those pit stops was just a driver reset, so it still has one mandatory one to do after this, as we see the Tresor Attempto Audi team get to work on a full service.
So that is the silver leader, number 99 Alex Arca's car. That is shared with Alberto Di Folco and Ezequiel Perez Companc, and Ezequiel going back from running a team to just being a driver this year, not having all the pressures, and sort of, I think, renewed his enthusiasm for racing.
Yeah, enthusiasm. I was Aka slapping the roof of that car as he walked away just to cheer him up. Here will be Vermeulen getting out the 2Cs Verstappen racing car. You can see the fueler on there. The screen in front will be counting down to 0. He will then pull off the fuel rig. As you see, the Get Speed Mercedes uptight, that shows you how little space as that Tresor Attempto Audi goes. It boxed in front of the Aston Martin. Will it stay in front? You can see the Aston pulling away. Another Aston fighting the Bow Wow Lamborghini here all the way down the order. Looked like it just locked the rear brakes into turn 1. Almost like the handbrake was pulled. That Tresor Attempto Audi still in front of the Verstappen Aston Martin.
Okay, and that Aston Martin now rejoins with Chris Lallam at the wheel of it, and it is Ezequiel Perez Companc that we saw getting into the Audi. Maxime Robin, having been done for causing an incident, is now being looked at for pit lane speed. Gounon has done another lap. There is behind the 112 McLaren, which we were just mentioning. Maro Engel's got himself a bit marred in traffic on this lap, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has, and that shows you sometimes you make your own luck, because Gounon not getting involved in this battle, which is hemorrhaging time for Maro Engel right now.
Yeah, that's one of the Paradigm BMWs, isn't it? Just up the road that he wants to get past. So Maro Engel again, wants to get through rapidly, but he doesn't want to put himself in jeopardy. You've got the returned Lion Speed GP Porsche just up the road. So as they come out of the chicane, I think it's 991, isn't it, that is just ahead. Maro Engel is on the lights there. Dean McDonald, who was the Gold Cup leader, is in from third place. So that allows Nicky Teams Aston into the top three. And Dean McDonald, for the moment, he is in the pits. The car is there, but it's going to be a driver change, tyres and fuel. And there are more doing this as well, because Mirko Bortolotti is in, Font Pereira is in, Schuring, Farfus, Gachet, Leclerc, Oliveira out of bronze lead.
Watch the brake dust as the mechanics buzz the front tyres off. Shows you how hard it is on brakes. The Garage 59 car away cleanly as we see this lovely shot. Illustrates where the battle's going to be once everyone's cycled through there. You can see the mechanic just looking as we got a problem for the Mustang. I don't think that's just in the gravel. That almost looks like it's lost a whole rear left wheel, if not just a puncture.
Okay, we understand 111 McLaren, the James Kelter Simon Gachet car, they were struggling to get the door open, and that Mustang has come into the gravel on the exit of the Rogier chicane, the second chicane. Right, the telehandler is ready. They just need to pick that up, plonk it back on the road, but this coming in the middle of a round of pit stops is going to be really dramatic for everybody. Now, the hasn't served one as there. Chris Lullen tries to get round the outside in contact with the McLaren. That gets spun around. That's the Simon Gachet car that is facing the wrong way. So now there's a double problem. Broken suspension on the McLaren. He's trying to get out of the way, and it does so, but that, I fear, ain't going to go very much further in the race.
Day done for that car. Rear suspension tolling done. Lullen, I think, was just trying to be aggressive, and sorry, the McLaren there just cut across the front. Racing instant at the moment is my call.
Okay.
I couldn't actually apportion blame from that first shot. I think Lullen was maybe too opportunistic, but then the McLaren was aggressive in the shutting of the door.
Leader in. You're looking at the 17 Mercedes. So Maro Engel has carried on. We've got another full course yellow. Is that going to win it or lose it for 17? Full course yellow as number 17 is in the pit lane, and Engel will lead from Nicky Tim. We go full course yellow again.
Massive win. All those cars that stopped the lap before, all pitted under full speed, whereas these cars now are getting held up. Engel went for another lap. Well, he'll be able to get into pit lane before the full course yellow is ended. Luckily, pit lane has stayed open for them, but this is going to really transform the race. If Engel can get in under full course yellow and get the full pit stop done, he will be the biggest winner out of this.
Right, so there is 17 that rejoins Fabian Schiller at the wheel, so they're going to keep Lukas Stoltz for the end. And the fact that the pit lane has stayed open suggests that this is going to go through to a longer safety car period, doesn't it?
I think the pit lane had to stay open because so many cars were needed to come in. It was a puncher. The Mustang's done really well to get out of that gravel trap. I assume it must have had some outside assistance, either Marshall or telehandler, and he's limping that back. It'd be interesting to see if the HRT team are happy for him to drive all the way back. Thomas Drury, that's going to cause so much damage. Look at the gravel still pouring out, but potentially causing a lot of issues.
But equally, race control aren't going to throw a green flag while you've got a car going this slowly, because that's just dangerous. They're not going to take that risk, obviously. So they'll want that out of harm's way, and that, therefore, because it's such a slow lap now, because he's got probably 2/3 of the lap to get back to the pit lane, this is going to be a little bit more of a yellow period. Now, let's try and piece it all together. Mustang up the inside, went for a gap through the Escape Road chicane, and then, as he slaloms back on track, is there contact? Not there. And here, coming out of the chicane, it all gets wrong. It all heads into the gravel. Bang.
So has he picked up a puncher because he's gone through that escape road and some debris, or was there some contact earlier on? But yeah, definitely a cut rear left tyre. Nothing Thomas Drury could do there. There are tyre pressure monitoring systems live to the driver, which normally flash up an alarm as we see that 111 McLaren Rouge is parked up. I'm not surprised the amount of suspension damage on that car. So that is day done. That's the inside of Lesmo 2, and he's telling the team over the radio, that's day done, guys. We can't go any further.
So that car with its damaged suspension out of the race can't be dragged back. We have got Maro Engel coming into the pit lane. Here he comes down the pit lane then. So Maro Engel, the race leader, comes in. We need to see where he will rejoin relative to 17. And we know that this is going to be a longer period because race control have got, of course, that McLaren to get out of the way as well now. So this looks like it will end up being a longer yellow period to be restarted out of the safety car. Down the pit lane then comes the number 48 man filter Team AMG Mercedes. Maro Engel to give that car over. Nicky Tim's number 7 Aston is in also.
Often wrong, like as much as a politician is, but I think this 48 car and the 7 car Nicky team are going to have a huge lead over this car here, which is only coming into Ascari. So they're going to be leaving the pit lane roughly in the next sort of 25 to 30 seconds once that fuel is hit the minimum of 44. I think they could be the whole pit straight in the lead. That 48 and 7 come to you, Aston Martin. They're the two because they've gone long, and that's what engineers and strategists always try and do. You make more luck by going longer, because the longer you go, the more chance there is a safety car in that longer stint.
So, as you look at the top two who are on for the big win, one being a Mercedes, one being an Aston Martin, there the car drops down and away blasts 48 then, as Jules Gounon's car now with Fabian Schiller at the wheel is only just coming into the Parabolica, so that is going to be a massive advantage. Look, there's the yellow Mercedes coming down the pit lane. 112 is rather eager to get ahead, which is not going to go down brilliantly as that car tries to creep out as well with Edgar Marouin at the wheel. So Matteo Cairoli has taken over 48. Marco Sorensen has taken over number 7. Now, with that McLaren's proximity, was that an unsafe release, or was that the McLaren being released after it and getting a little bit committed as well? Well, either way, you've got now in the lead of the race Matteo Cairoli, you've got Marco Sorensen in second, and you've got some very grumpy people at GetSpeed who are way back now.
But they will be the halfway house of grumpy, because the cars that stopped the lap before, as we see a great pit stop coming in from 30, locking up hot into the box. Those tyres are done, so that's fine. We cut away from the 48 car releasing into the fast lane, but CSA McLaren is further down pit lane, so they would have already been in fast lane. I can't see how it wouldn't have been an unsafe release, in my opinion, on the 48 car. But there would have been no need for it. They could have backed out of it, as we see the 1-1 car, remember that, had contact at turn 2 with the Lulham Aston Martin and has sustained suspension damage.
It was again then, so the Aston round the outside, the McLaren ends up ahead for the second element. 2 into 1 doesn't go.
Yeah, I actually changed my mind now. I thought it was 50-50. I think Rouget here on board just cuts across the front. He can see Lulham here on his left. And where does he expect him to go? He either expects Lulham to go across the inside of the chicane, which Lulham doesn't have to do. He can stay on the track and does. He's legitimately there. You don't brake for this second part, so I just don't think what Rouget can do. But then that angle makes it look like the Aston Martin is guilty, and that's the problem. Different angles show different things.
I was thinking that second angle made it look more like Gachet's fault, because he just cuts straight across the front of the Mercedes, doesn't give him any room at all. So
yeah,
good job we're not stewards, isn't it?
One of us is right. I just thought that Gachet there maybe could have opened the door. They could have both got round that corner.
Yeah.
But I don't think Lulham should have backed out of it, whereas I think Gachet could have left a gap, Your Honour.
Thank you very much. Right. Tragically, our opinion matters not one jot, does it? Although we can keep pontificating. And the really bad news is that Simon Gachet's McLaren is out of the race. We are, remember, under full course yellow conditions here. Now, Fabian Schiller, get this, is at the moment 1 minute and 54 seconds back from Matteo Cairoli. The gaps will be different next time around, because of course some of those cars have been coming out of the pits and rejoining, so the next lap around will be an interesting one, and we are going to go safety car inevitably after this length of full course yellow. So again, the gaps will come down to an extent, but right now not only has Schiller lost the lead, but he's also got a couple more cars between himself and those that he's racing against out of the Silver Cup. Alessio Deleda in number 60 Lamborghini has taken over the silver lead for VSR. The lead of gold, by the way, has now gone to Ben Tuck in the Almanar IWRT BMW, and the leading bronze is 97 Luke Hartog. Luke Hartog having done another stint, because he's got to do 2, because that's a 2-driver entry, and Tare Zhao being the other driver of that car, the ever jovial Hong Kong very quick Am. Right, we're almost at the halfway point. Oh, it's been busy, hasn't it?
It really has flown by, and I'm happy with the safety car decision. One, obviously, for the safety of the tyre pressures coming back up from a sporting decision. Some cars lost out with the time of that full course yellow through no fault of their own. Like you've said, David, there's going to be cars in between, but at least it helps mitigate the time that they lost.
Yeah.
If we went straight back to green now, we really only have a 2-car fight between the 48 and the 7. This safety car, yes, the cars in between will cost half a second to a second to get round, but it does give us a chance to keep racing.
That's your bronze leader I was talking about a moment ago, the Luke Hartog and Tare Zhao Porsche. It's run by the Rutronic team. Antares Al was a class winner in the Asian Le Mans series, which of course has part of its organisation through SRO. They look after, if you like, the GT side of it. And by being a class champion, a Le Mans entry beckons. So he's got Le Mans and he's got Spa. Other GT factory drivers have got Le Mans and Spa and the Nürburgring 24 Hours as well, which is part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. June is a month of endurance, 3 24-hour races back-to-back. There are going to be some very tired souls at the end of it. So, as the field is currently on lap number 39, this is our 5th caution period of the race, and we're looking back then at number 112, that car that Edgar Marouin was at the wheel of when we last picked up on it after penalties have headed its way, and coming now out of the chicane. Still at that delta speed under full course yellow, and race control have said no further investigation necessary for the Lulham-Gachet incident.
Which I think would support my case of saying that McLaren was slightly more guilty and they're not going to give the 111 a penalty because it's out the race. It's saying the 33 is fair to carry on, in my opinion. So, yeah, interesting to see. You could hear the cars through the first chicane having to lift because the apex speed is 60, but full course yellow is 80. You still have to race around the first chicane. It's quite interesting for these drivers.
Let us go to the pit lane. A lot's been happening, and Alex Legui has managed to find Maro Engel for him to reflect on the first half of the race. Let's head to the pit lane.
Maro 53 seconds over Fabian Schiller. That yellow flag's worked in your favour.
Yeah, 100%. That full course yellow came at the right time for us. So obviously it's handed us the lead, but everything will bunch up under safety car in a second, I think. So still a long way to go. Birthday boy Matteo is out right now. Just talk us through if you had time to go through and give him advice of what he needs to do in this stint, what would it be? No, I just gave him a bit of feedback on how the car feels and you know, a couple of things to watch out for. Track always evolves over the weekend, and yeah, I mean, he knows what he's doing, so hopefully he'll be fine. Thank you, Adam.
So all smiles from Maro Engel, and no doubt they will continue if 48 stays in the lead of the race. And Matteo Cairoli then currently behind the wheel of that car, and we'll see exactly what the gap is going to be the other side of this caution period.
Another car that's really done well here is the silver leader now, the 60 car of Deletta, the Lamborghini, 3rd overall, and stint time comparable. So they haven't gone left field strategy to get there. So they have really promoted themselves up. So have the 30 car in 9th overall, the Bergstrom BMW from WRT and Bertone. So not just the overall race lead that's taken a shake-up, of course the classes, which is so important towards the championship to so many of these drivers, has had a real shake-up with this last full course yellow.
So just to quickly mention, not only is it Matteo Cairoli's birthday, as Alex was just mentioning, but also a nod for Ricardo Fella in the Lion Speed Porsche that we saw in the gravel a while ago back in the race. It is his birthday today as well, so happy birthday to both. What better way to spend it than in a GT race at Monza? Full course yellow prevails here, Joe.
Yeah, I couldn't think of a better place to be as we get a great drone view here of the cars, all sat at 80 kilometers an hour. They'll be making sure they're keeping their tyres clean, so they're staying on the racing line. You'll start to see the dust, the detritus, almost the swarf given off by these cars, and the tyre rubber, of course. If you run wide there and you get some pickup, once you do go back to green, you've got to either work that off or live with the vibration you've created yourself, and it is hard work. The vibration goes all the way through the car, into your eyeballs, into your forearms, and it is there until you change tyres.
Well, this has been one of the other big wins in this recent round of pit stops, and the timing of full course yellows. Alessio Deletta up into the lead of Silva, and 7 minutes into this stint. So they've certainly bounced the ball correctly in that last pit window, and into the lead of Silva out of almost P nowhere has come number 60 Lamborghini. Second in the class now is the blue BMW Gustav Bergstrom, the WRT car, and third, number 3, the red Anthony Bartone Get Speed Mercedes. But Silva got a completely different look than it did a little while ago. Same in gold, where Ben Tutt's BMW leads Louis Pret's McLaren. That's the car that Dean McDonald brought in the lead. And then third in gold is Chris Lulham. Bronze, Luc Hartog ahead of Guillaume Oliveira, and then Jeff Machiels is now in third in the class. Wouldn't it be nice if bronze could be won by 52 Ferrari, with Andrea Bertolini taking a race win in his farewell performance? That would be quite a story.
Yeah, And that would be a homage to someone that's done so much in their career, obviously. He's, some of the stats I've seen about it, my favourite one is he's done 572 watts. What do you think?
572. To say races in his career is too obvious. Just quickly to say we go safety car. He has done 572 laps of Fiorano.
Nowhere, actually relatively close geographically, 572 Formula One shakedowns for Ferrari. So that is a great career. He started working there when he was 19 years old as well. So yeah, one of the greats, and every time I ever raced against him, one of those very hard and fair drivers. I don't think you'd find a bad word against him from any of the drivers in the paddocks.
No, very true. Safety car conditions now are employed. Yeah, it was as a Porsche driver that Andrea Bertolini then got the phone call to go and test a Ferrari, and the rest, as they say, is history. He'd got a drive for a Porsche team. Right, let's quickly go to the pit lane. Alex has been investigating the success of this number 60 Lambo.
Michele, you are very much leading the class. Talk us through that stint. That was brilliant.
Yeah, it was a good stint. It was a very tricky start here in Monza as always, so you have to be careful not to do any damage. And I think it was, I don't know, either good or luck, but in the middle of the pack at the beginning, and then as soon as it was in a free air, I tried to close the gap on the front. And then we also get a bit of luck in the last pit with the full course yellow, but it was a nice pace, let's say. Yes.
Congratulations, good start.
And another car that's had a big win on the pit stops is Treble 7, the BMW that Ben Tuck has taken over now from Alfazar Al-Zubar, with the winner of last year's race here, Jens Klingmann, to go in at the end. So the cars now coming down through the Variante Ascari. That's your race leader then, Matteo Cairoli, with this automotive version of a birthday cake. The race lead, Marco Sorensen, runs second, and the gap first to fourth now, because up into fourth place now is 17 Fabian Schiller. That is 53.7 seconds, but gaps are still closing as the field is bunched up behind the safety car, which is coming down to Parabolica, and its lights are still on, so there's going to be certainly one more lap. I think part of this is to try and scoop up the field into one long line, but look at the vigorous weaving that's been going on. Yeah,
we've been under full course yellow for so long. The tyre pressure's probably all the way down 1.5 bar maybe, and there want to be 1.8, 1.85 maybe around here at Monza. The higher pressure offers better braking stability usually for these cars. Just looking at some of the big losers down there, so to speak. The Engstler Lamborghini GRT Grasser, that started on the second row and was running inside the top four, all the way down in 14th now. The 58 McLaren is down in 15th as well. And the 163 VSR Lamborghini on the second row alongside the other Lamborghini also really lost out.
There's your new Gold Cup leader, Ben Tuck, at the wheel of the car. And Ben working his way then up towards the timing line. Came out of British Club Racing, but in a very short space of time has certainly established himself as a very, very good GT racer. Looked after by Oliver Gavin, and from Mazdas to Caterhams to GT cars. Has done a lot of racing in Germany, but certainly has been a really impressive GT racer and a real asset to that Jens Klingmann, Alfazar Al-Zubar, Almanar by WRT squad. Second in gold, Louis Pret taking over from Dean McDonald. So Garage 59 aren't out of the hunt. Chris Lulham's Red Bull-backed Aston is third in gold. So again, there's still a lot to look for in the remaining hour and 23 minutes. A little bit of debris there on the outside of the road as you look at the BMW go through. What else is happening lower down in the classes? We've had some more driver changes. Sean Gillisle has got into 991. We have the safety car in this time. Safety car will be in at the end of this lap. Going to be interesting, isn't it, to see what Fabian Schiller can do. Now that the safety car has scooped everybody up, although there's traffic, in terms of time, Fabian Schiller is 12 seconds behind Cairoli. But the gap's going to grow again, isn't it? Because he won't get past all of those back markers by the first chicane. There is Schiller. Look how many cars he's got to get past. So Cairoli is still going to be able to extend this margin.
Yeah, the cars in between as well, those McLaren and the VDS car there, they will want to try and get past to unlap themselves as well. So they're not going to make this easy for the Aston Martin. They're going to be elbows out. You tend to, as a driver, once you can't get the lap back for the first couple, then you might concede. There is Schiller, who had been in the 17 car. It looked so dominant, hadn't he? He would have thought this is going to be a nice, easy stint. Jules Gounon has led from the start all the way to the pit stop, but that unfortunate nature of the full course yellow had really hurt them.
So we have touched on Treble 7, the Gold Cup leader. Just before we go back to green, let's hear from Jens Klingman. He's yet to get in the car, but he must be really optimistic about their chances. Let's join Alex.
Whew, Jens, you guys are quietly climbing the order, and we saw you win from P29. Talk us through your stint.
Well, I didn't drive yet.
Oh, sorry, no, I mean your car.
Exactly, I will be in the last. It's always about strategy. We saw that last year, and it's our motto is never give up. We saw that last year as well. So now we cycle to the front, so hopefully we can stay there, stay clean, because now we're in the position we want to be. And now it's only the defending part, and that will be down to me, especially in the last hour of the race. So let's see how it goes.
Let's see. Thank you.
Safety car in, and the green flag flies. Good restart by Cairoli, who has got all of this traffic between him and Marco Sorensen in second place then, up towards the line. Fabian Schiller can't overtake until he gets to that timing line of the green flag. Now he can get on with it. Watch for Sorensen to dive out of the draft. He's got to try and clear those back markers. Behind him is the Rutronic Porsche that wants to unlap itself, so there's an awful lot kicking off. Cars 3, 4 abreast in the background. Sorensen into the chicane. He's actually lost track position to the Porsche rather than gain it through the traffic, and he might get mud coming out the other side as well. Look, number 6 Mercedes does come up and challenge Colin Carasani, trying to get through the traffic there, looking down from the drone. That's Fabian Schiller, who is on a mission.
He's got to try and pick him off as quickly as he can. Amazed that Sorensen couldn't hold off Picarella there, who is now on the move. We did see that car fast. Looks like he's going to lose another place to a Mercedes there. That Aston Martin not firing its tyres up to get that car back up to pace so far.
Everybody all in a long line, so hopefully we can get through the next lap or two without too much drama. We don't want another interruption because the pattern of the race really hasn't evolved too much. There is 32. That is the Team WRT BMW Ugo de Wilde now behind the wheel of it. It was being looked at a little while ago for its pit lane speed. We've not heard anything more about that, but de Wilde in 6th place. Again, you rule out that car at your peril as the field accelerate again. Now down towards the Variante Ascari. Under the bridge, just up that slight rise, the other side. Picarello then, the Belgian driver, in number 96 in 35th place. He's off the lead lap, so trying to get himself back towards Cairoli and then unlap himself. Fabian Schiller goes through, but you can see the gap already opening up. Through the traffic has come Picarello. He's got nothing to lose out of all of this. He desperately wants to try to get himself into the lead lap once again, but that had a drive-through earlier on. Don't forget that is why it's fallen down. There's another drive-through coming for the Santalok Qatari Audi for speeding in the pit lane. As up the inside there, look to try to get 3rd place goes Fabian Schiller. He's alongside Alessio De Leder as they come across the line. Now we'll see who's got the heavier right foot. Fabian Schiller on the inside line, Alessio De Leder on the outside. This is for 3rd place, and Fabian Schiller almost pushing his foot through the floorboards, has the Mercedes absolutely flat out. Look how busy it is up the road. The last of the late breakers into the chicane is Fabian Schiller. He goes 3rd.
Yeah, so close hitting the back of the Audi there, both using the side draft of each other. Now what can Schiller do about the 25 Audi? Not there for position, but needs to dispatch him quickly. Still looks like Sorensen struggling, now 4.9 seconds behind our race leader with cars in between.
So, Matteo Cairoli trying to extend the advantage as Schiller is working his way through the back markers, but he's got to, on the one hand, get through as rapidly as possible, but without putting himself in jeopardy. Marco Sorensen then, he's very nearly 5 seconds back. Fabian Schiller up into 3rd place, will be on the back of the Aston before long. So there, Ugo de Wilde working his way through the traffic. He's chasing after Marvin Kirchhofer, who is just there going under the timing graphic. And so you've got Cairoli from Sorensen 5 seconds apart. 3rd is Schiller, 4th is De Leder's white Lamborghini. He's going to get done by Kirchhofer in a moment, and then Ugo de Wilde is next up behind him. So the top 6 here is having a real sort out. You could see Marvin Kirchhofer going for the inside line. Look as they come up towards the Variante Ascari. There he is, through on the inside, goes 4th. So Marvin Kirchhofer moving himself ahead of Alessio De Leder. That is a Pro Cup car going ahead of a Silver Cup lead car.
Yeah, Schiller will now be looking in his mirror. The team will be telling him that Kirchhofer has got pace. He's still trying to get rid of this Audi that's outside of the top 40, but is fighting like his life depends on it at the moment. And together, there was that contact there between the BMW. Definitely was close as you see the field pan out.
BMW 32, the Team WRT entry, 5-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Ugo de Wilde at the wheel of it.
Yeah, that's going to really hurt them after making good progress with good pace as well. They're going to be out of the running. So for me now, we've got 4 cars in this race. Cairoli in the 48 yellow man filter for Mercedes, Sorensen in the Comptu Aston Martin, Schiller in that dominant stint 1 car, 17 from Getspeed, then Kirchhofer in the garage 59 McLaren.
But they can serve that 5 seconds on the next pit stop. And you never know what else might brew later on in the race in terms of caution periods. So number 32, not necessarily out of the game yet. And Hugo de Wilde has shown good pace in the car that won the first Endurance Cup round at Paul Ricard. As there, look, 97 Porsche, look, Hartog round the outside of the Aston of Chris Lullen, with relatively little real-world experience, of course, the esports star, but he loses out. Porsche specialist Luc Hartog, the Dutch driver, through on the inside line, and that wriggles him then one further place up the order. 19th overall, that is Jesse Krohn, who's in 18th place in the BMW, and he's getting involved in the traffic as well.
That was nice and forceful, wasn't it? It was like the Audi was trying to push him to the inside. He was like, no, thank you, I've got a bigger car than you, actually, so I'm just going to move you back over to the racing line, if that's okay with you. Good, thank you, goodbye.
Bronze led by Luc Hartog. Second in bronze is still being shown as Guillaume Oliveira, who has therefore done, it feels like, the bulk of the race, and 52 Jeff Machiels in behind him.
I think that must be a driver ID issue, because he would have gone way over his drive time, and then the other two wouldn't be able to do their minimum of 45. So for them, I hope it is just an ID issue.
Yeah, trying to guess therefore who they would have put in the car next. I would think they'd have put Miguel Ramos in here. There's confirmation of that penalty for number 32 that they can serve on the next pit stop.
Oh, that's brutal for the 93 car there. Got roughed up through Ascari. Don't really see many overtakes being done, but that has then lost him so much momentum. It's lost him how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If that Mercedes from Winward Races gets us in one fell swoop, and that was really difficult. And again, this is where the driver just needs to regroup, get your focus, find your rhythm, and get back into it as we lose another place to the Mustang. Look at that car, the V8. That car sounds brilliant, and another reason to come and watch these cars live at any opportunity you do get.
And believe me, Spa is going to be a fantastic race. 76 cars on the entry. Going to be a really, really good, tough, hard race there. 7, Marco Sorensen falling away markedly. That Aston Martin is just looking like a different car, isn't it? And look, there's only one back marker between him and Fabian Schiller, so he's on borrowed time as far as second place is concerned.
He really is. Schiller was the second fastest man in qualifying. The only man faster than him, his teammate Jules Gounon. They were doing 45 zeros in qualifying. Race pace obviously slower. They're in the 47s at the moment. 46.0 is the fastest lap of the race, so that's where Schiller will want to get to when he gets some clear air.
Confirmation from Garage 59 that it is Miguel Ramos in the wheel. They've got a timing ID issue, so it is Ramos in the car at the moment. They'll keep Tom Fleming for the end of the race as they're going through. Marco Sorensen, the dynamic Porsche, is a lap down, and then you've got that silver dream racer, the Mercedes of GetSpeed, with Fabian Schiller at the wheel. Through the traffic they come, but that Aston Martin just can't do anything, can it, about getting through the traffic. It's been overtaken by lapped cars. So Marco Sorensen's having a tough stint, and now look, Fabian Schiller is next in the queue behind him. We're going to have a change for second place imminently.
Look at some of the progression positions gained. Sorensen is struggling for place, but that car has gained 8 places through good race strategy. 20 places for the WRT 777 car, leading its class as well. 28 for another WRT car there in the silver class as we see them battling into turn number 1.
Look, Hartog 23 places gained as their 10 and 6 go through together. So place gained by the Boots and VDS car up on the inside line. Good hard racing going on all the way up and down the order. Yeah, Leonardo Boncini is where the car was on the grid, so it almost looks unfair to him that he's made nothing up. 26 places now gained for the Qatari Audi. I know this is in part because of the way that the race has gone with the caution periods, but even so, it's impressive numbers. Right, for second place, nose to tail now, Marco Sorensen. He's not being able to repel Fabian Schiller for much longer. That Aston just does not seem to have the pace anymore.
Yeah, stay with me here. I'm not actually being sarcastic. I think Sorensen may even think about letting Schiller through and not fighting it, and then using Schiller as the sort of the opening to get past these lapped cars in front of him, because he's been stuck behind them now for 5 laps since the restart, and he hasn't got an option. Schiller's got so much pace. It's going to happen. I would let Schiller go, try and stick with him, and then when he gets past the cars, you follow him and fight him later on in the stint or later on in the race when they swap to Stolz and Drudy respectively.
Okay, let's see whether that's the plan, to use the silver Mercedes almost like the battering ram to get through the traffic. Sorensen's on the lights. He wants to get through, seemingly. Fabian Schiller up behind him. We'll start to see in a moment whether or not there's much defence put up by the Aston Martin then. And also, you've got to be mindful that the 4th place McLaren is almost up with them as well now. Marvin Kirchhofer Ugo de Wilde, by the way, is up into 5th, so he's got that Damocletian penalty on the next pit stop. But the BMW is showing decent pace and chipping its way forward as across the timing line again goes Matteo Cairoli, way out in front now, being chased by the lapped Alessio Picariello Porsche. Here's your fight for second place. There's traffic up the road there, busy battling as well. Look there, as way towards the grass goes Colin Carasani. Gets fended off just by the Boots and VDS car, and side by side for second. Here comes Schiller up the inside of the second part of the chicane. The Aston gets the drive off the corner, but Schiller standing his ground on the outside line as we look down from the drone. Together they run on lap 47 into the Curva Grande. Round the outside comes Schiller. That's the inside line for the first part of the next chicane, but Sorensen's got the tighter line. Here comes Kirchhofer behind them to try to go 3 wide and gets a face full of Fabian Schiller. Schiller goes through, does he on the brakes? Late. Yes, goes second. The Mercedes is through, and Marco Sorensen is still having to defend because Kirchhofer is all over him like a cheap suit.
Yeah, I thought Kirchhofer had it then, and Schiller finally looked in his mirror and closed the door on him. Great move by Schiller, and he's already gapped away from Sorensen because Sorensen had so much to deal with in that second chicane, wasn't able to tuck in behind like I thought he would want to, and now Schiller can make his getaway, but he has to. Cairoli, race leader in that yellow man filter Mercedes, is now over 10 seconds ahead of this battle.
Talking about tucking in, Ben Tuck, he's up to 7th overall now, still leading gold, but he's just got past the Brands Hatch Sprint Cup winning Ferrari of Vincent Abril. So Ben Tuck underlining why he's so highly regarded, as there you see the Alessio Picariello Porsche 33rd, but off the lead lap. Big frustration for him. Here's Marvin Kirchhofer having a look to get past the Aston, and then he pulls back in and then has another think about it, but no, not into the Parabolica. If he wants to make the move at the chicane, it starts now, doesn't it?
Yeah, the car doesn't look great for Sorensen, squirming under brakes from the rear axle. I hope its tyre pressure is still coming up, but this much into green flag running, it can't be that, I don't think so. That is the balance he's got to do at the moment.
So down they come then towards the chicane and into the braking zone. There you can see the McLaren looking one way, looking the other as they drop down into the chicane. To the outside line goes Kirchhofer, and as they come into the chicane, it's still the Aston ahead. Sorensen can't really progress through the traffic. Here they come, and accelerating then now into the Curva Grande. So Sorensen's Aston losing pace, and Marvin Kirchhofer now starts to make this plan yet again to try to get past. Let's have a look. This is the pace judge of the last lap. You can see where the Aston is in relation to the rest of the class. He's been losing time. Partly it's down to the traffic, but he's been caught and passed. Look at the way that Schiller has gone, for example. Caught up to that car, having got through traffic, past the Aston, pulled away from the Aston.
Yeah, and that car's fastest lap of the race is only 2/10 off the Mercedes in front of it, so it shouldn't be losing this much time, and that's why I'm wondering, is it just a tyre set? They haven't got the pressures quite right.
This is the replay of Fabian Schiller diving to the outside of the Aston. Then the inside of the second part of the chicane, the Aston Martin half a car's length ahead as they came off the corner. Keep an eye on the far left of the picture. Marvin Kirchhofer is about to break into shot. Here is Schiller round the outside, trying to get ahead. They're dead set level, and look, Kirchhofer getting the toe, getting closer. Goes to the inside, and Schiller sees him coming, so he's getting past the Aston and blocking the McLaren. Really good awareness.
Yeah, he really had to do that as well, because Kirchhofer easily had the speed to make it 3 wide and would have claimed the inside for turn number 4, and he could have got both of them. So Schiller had to react and did it hard but fair.
In the meantime, the race leader, Matteo Cairoli, has gone across the line. 48 laps in the book, an hour and 50 done, just under an hour and 10 to go. The blue light flashing to warn people that there are lots of cars around, and be careful in your mirrors. It's Cairoli to Schiller, 12.3 seconds. Last time around, Cairoli quicker. Schiller through the traffic. Look in the background, Marco Sorensen still trapped there behind number 6, which is Colin Carasani, last year's Silver Cup champion. Interesting, though, that despite the fact that the Aston hasn't got the pace that it wants, Kirchhofer hasn't found a way past him.
No, that is interesting, and again, the strengths of these cars, that Aston seems to be good at the end of the straight. That's where the easiest overtakes are done. That Get Speed blue Mercedes in front, obviously teammate to Schiller, so that will be incentivized not to let the Aston through and act as a slight rear gunner for the 17 silver car there of Schiller. This will be an interesting lap for Schiller, the first lap where he's not been overtaking a car, so we'll get a true reflection of his pace. Is he able to do anything about Cairoli's gap, which is now at 12.3 seconds?
And it might be down to traffic, but Ugo de Wilde lapping quicker than Sorensen and Kirchhofer, but because they're in traffic, then that might be affecting their relative pace. There's Picariello looking quick, but off the lead lap. There is the second place car. That is Fabian Schiller. His last lap was about 0.6 slower than Cairoli. And where do we have third? There it's Sorensen, still ahead of Kirchhofer. So the two Mercedes then, 1 and 2, split by 12.3 seconds. And on this lap, Schiller fractionally faster in sector 1, Cairoli 0.2 quicker in sector 2. So Schiller is not going to find this easy to claw back the time.
No, the only thing, that 17 car has been very fast in the speed trap, so sector 3 will lend itself to him, but as they cross the line, we'll update you on their lap times to see who has got the pace. These two cars aren't able to stay with Schiller, so at the moment this is a battle for the final podium position.
It is indeed, as Fabian Schiller goes through 12.3 seconds back, and he was fractionally slower on that lap through. Battle going on there, Alessio Deleda, Vincent Abril. There the BMW, the blue car, is second in silver. That's Gustav Bergström going through the WRT entry. So second in silver behind Alessio Deleda's Lamborghini, which goes through shot there. So Bergström actually, after his successes in Carrera Cup Scandinavia in the past, is getting a little bit closer, and Deleda is certainly being caught. So Gustav Bergström chipping away, but he's now got himself trapped behind the Corvette. Deleda's last lap was a 48.1, Bergström was a 47.8.
Yeah.
So that BMW is quicker, traffic allowing.
Yeah, we've got the car 50, the Ferrari. It's not in the contention, but it's got another note on short refueling. See a bit of debris thrown out of the racetrack there, off the racing line, so that will be fine. But yeah, really good pace from Bergström in that BMW.
Yeah, you saw that indicator of his last laps, and yeah, when the road is clear enough for him to stretch his legs, he's able to chip away at Alessio Deleda's Lamborghini that goes through there. At the moment, Bergström is a bit stuck behind the Chevrolet, which is not on the lead lap. Daniel Ali at the wheel of it, and he wants to clear that as quickly as possible. McLaren's last overall podium, Paul Ricard in 2018, from memory. So you can see why Marvin Kirchhofer is determined to get himself up past Marco Sorensen. Remember, the Aston Martin winning the Crown Strike 24 Hours of Spa last year in another very dramatic race, and there's more to come at the end of the month. 76 on the grid for that. You think it's busy here? You wait till we get to Spa.
Yeah, and for 24 hours, and it's basically 24 stints of 1 hour sprint races. Spa as a driver, you have to be absolutely flat out. You can't nurse the car, because another car won't, and it will get to the end and beat you anyway. So you have to just be completely flat out. The lead gap did come down by 0.3 of a second. Schiller taking 0.3 out of Cairoli. Those two lead Mercedes looks like they're in a bit of a class of their own right now.
Side by side, this is Gustav Bergström to lap Daniel Ali in the Stella Motorsport Chevrolet. That pit straight seems to go on forever, and then it's down to first gear, so it's pretty brutal, this. Bang, 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 all the way down through the box, and you clip the curb, so there's load going through the car, and then you come out the other side and then quickly up through the gears once again. Number 5, Largin Ali's McLaren has just pitted, and we are on lap number 51, as we are not far from nudging into the third and final hour of the race here.
Yeah, and stint-wise, we've got 18 minutes for some drivers at the front until they need to pit. The lead car's got slightly longer. That's got 20 minutes until it would have to stop to get all their final drivers in, and then it's going to be another race as those drivers get in. Other teams going to try something with tyre pressures now. The track temp is starting to go down. It was at 53 at the start of the race. Now it's at 49. It will continue to drop, and that changes how the tyres react and the air that's needed in them and how much pressure.
Number 42 BMW there, the red and white car just going through shot. 12th overall, Will Moore at the wheel of it. He had a couple of offs yesterday, but he's inherited the car from Jared Waberski, who did a good opening stint. Will Moore, who we've seen in GT4 in the past, the lead driver, going well and trying to keep that car in the hunt before he gives it over to Max Janssen, who we've seen be really fast in sprint as well as endurance this year. So still a busy racetrack, as this never-ending stream of cars, it feels like, comes through the Variante Ascari. The leader has gone by, Matteo Cairoli, 51 laps in the book now, with in second place Fabian Schiller. So the last lap just done by Cairoli, a 46.8 and a 46.2 by Schiller. So a bit of time gained there, 0.6 or so pulled back as you look at number 3. That was going nicely in the hands of Yannick Mettler earlier on. It's 11th at the moment with Anthony Bartone at the wheel, as Colin Carasani there tries to get past Aurelian Panis. That are two silver Mercedes squabbling amongst themselves.
Yeah, they're all caught up behind that McLaren with all the damage on the front of it from that incident at turn 1 with Aishin, wasn't it, in the Porsche.
Yeah.
It's amazing how it's continued to keep the pace going. I thought it would drop away with the aerodynamic drag it's got and lack of front dive planes. It would be struggling on its front tyre, but it seems to just keep going and going. But it has got a lot of cars caught up behind him.
everywhere you look, there's either something on the track or in a gravel bed. Debris in the background there. One of the Porsches suddenly dives out of the draft and has a look at the inside. Couldn't quite wriggle by. That's Will Moore we were talking about a moment ago in 12th place, coming up now through the chicane. And a car off the road. It's 1-1-2. And back on track, brings a whole lawn full of grass. That's going to send the temperatures off the scale.
Yeah, he's either going to box this lap or the next lap. All that grass in the radiator, so that's the water radiator and also the brake ducting. The team would have seen that. They'll be telling him, you might as well come in now and we can wipe that back. There'll be a lot of relief cars that were tucked up behind him, and that's going to really transform that battle pack that were stuck and stagnated behind him.
Jan Mardenborough has just brought the number 64 Mustang in to retire, disappointingly, as Will Moore goes out of the chicane. So 1-1-2 is bound for the pit lane. Will Moore is on the back of Anthony Bartone for 11th place. So you've got Mercedes AMG just ahead there as the cars come down again towards Parabolica. Marco Sorensen, Marvin Kirchhoff are still in that order for third overall. For third in silver, there's the Bartone and Moore battle. It's Get Speed ahead of Century Motorsport. Century, the British team, run by Nathan Freak, no mean racer himself, although he doesn't do as much racing anymore. Very busy with GT and Porsche Carrera Cup programs. There's finally side by side. Kirchhoff goes through on the inside, gets past Sorensen. That's been in the post for a few laps. Finally, it's delivered.
Yeah, it's been a tough stint for Sorensen. I'm just starting to think, are they going to box him early? In 10 minutes, they could get that car in and put Drudy in, who could then go to the end on his stint. He could do another 20 minutes if he wanted, but I think if there's a problem with that tyre set, or Sorensen just can't get the lap time out of it, they might box early and try and get Cairoli in to see if they can change their luck.
The last lap, the best lap of the race, set by Fabian Schiller. So on lap 52, Fabian Schiller getting the gap to the leader down to 10.9 seconds and has set the fastest lap of the race. Take that, Jules Gounod. There he is. So Fabian Schiller on a mission. Fastest lap is a 1:45.943, 52 laps in. And Fabian Schiller, who was only 86 thousandths shy of Jules in the qualifying session this morning, is now faster as the temperatures cool a little bit, and he comes into the Variante Ascari, and he's doing purple sectors on this lap as well. He, again, is really charging. Now, he is going to be pitting before Cairoli because he's further into a stint, don't forget.
Yeah, he's got 6 more laps to go over his stint, and they're going to be qualifying laps. He's going to give it everything he's got. That's the beauty of Monza. Low on tyre deck, 52 minutes. These cars could do up to 67 minutes on their fuel, so the tyre is really being underutilised, and he's able to push so hard, and he's really extracting the lap time out of it. That Porsche not for position, Piccarello, but I don't think he's going to get in the way in the next 6 laps. So what can he get that gap down? Now it's back down to 10.1. Remember, it was 12.3 2 laps ago when we got the graphic, so it's falling quickly.
Just done another fastest lap of the race, so that's 2 new best laps back to back, a 1:45.6 now, as Will Moore gets ahead, does he not, for 11th of Anthony Bartone? He does. The BMW gets ahead of the red Mercedes AMG as they come over the line. Well done, Will Moore, up to 11th spot, good racing. Comes now down towards the chicane, and there's another big battle as Vincent Abril there is in the mix as well. So there, big send. Jesse Krohn up the inside, 3 into 1, might not go. And Anthony Bartone gets rattled out wide. The BMW is sent sideways, so the biter bit there. Jesse Krohn made a move, and he in the end got roughed up. And look, he's going to be shuffled back in the pack. There's a McLaren on the grass. They're 4 wide up to the Curva Grande. Do not adjust your sets. You can get them 3 abreast going through the Curva Grande, but Jesse Krohn has got smoke coming off the car as bodywork fouls a tyre.
Yeah, I was amazed the contact was as late as it was. I thought it was going to be at turn 1, not on the exit. The headlights falling off. Jesse Krohn, it's completely disassembling itself. Jesse Krohn pulled the pin out of the grenade, but unfortunately the grenade's stuck in his pocket, and it went off in on himself, and it's not worked out for him.
So Jesse Krohn's BMW looks like it should have been at Mildenhall last week for Bangor World Series. It's falling apart around him, but it still goes. It's still pretty rapid, but he's going to have to either bring that car into the pit or the scrutineers will want it in, because if bits of it are falling off on the racetrack, that's a no-no.
Yeah, we've got Luca Enxler here on board. We've got a Lamborghini in between us and Krohn, not for position, but we can see that bodywork at a jaunty angle on the rear left of Krohn. We know the front's damaged as well. It's going to start to hurt him pace-wise as even if he is allowed to stay out there.
So, Jesse Krohn, front and rear damage. Charles Clark, by the way, 992. Remember how well James Kellett went in that car earlier on? He's doing purple sectors right now. That's going to have to pit. Look, that's a massive chunk of bodywork that he's going to fall off before long. Round the outside, look, goes 163, Sandy Mitchell, and the pace of the car is falling off. So, into the pit lane is coming Jesse Krohn. The Finnish driver certainly got roughed up, and that's really compromised their hopes for the remainder of the race. So I'm afraid that the Rover Racing BMW drops off the possible winners list as a yellow flag is out in the first sector. One would guess it's going to be down at the first chicane because that's the normal pinch point. There's bodywork lying on the ground coming out of the out of the Curva Grande, so that is probably now the reason, rather than a car off at the chicane. There you've got 59 Marvin Kirchhofer, who is through in third position. Right, yellow flags in the first sector. Now, that could be a full course yellow, couldn't it? So somebody can sprint out, move the bodywork, and we go back to green. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, if it is, it needs to be fast, not to disrupt the next pit window, basically. The cars will be able to pit in the next 5 laps.
Full course yellow in 10 seconds. So we now need to see whether the pit lane is going to be closed. If it is, we know it's a short full course yellow. Full course yellow call. This is our 6th interruption. Full course yellow, but we've not been told of the pit lane closing. So, full course yellow, this our 6th caution period of the race.
So we're getting to 57 minutes, which is the extended stint time, which is allowed if you've got a full course yellow or safety car. So you could put your third driver in, and if they got an extended stint time in the end, they would be legal to the end rather than the 52 maximum if it stays green.
Well, let's just try and eavesdrop with Marco Sorensen. He's having a tough stint in the Aston.
You losing speed or something? Any issues? You feel anything wrong with the engine? Question?
It just seems like I'm not really I'm losing quite a bit on the straight.
That's a very dispirited sounding Marco Sorensen, isn't it? There's nothing he can offer the team to change. It's just that it's not quick enough.
Yeah, the team not knowing either with all the data. Marshall's doing a good job getting it off the track, gravel trap safe enough for these lightweight carbon fibre parts from that Rover Racing BMW of Jesse Krohn, which is still in pit lane at the moment. I'm interested to see if they throw a new bumper on that and try and get the car out on the lead lap.
Okay, so the bits of bodywork being scooped up. Marshall not sprinting, but it's a hot day and they might be heavy. So the race control team want to go back green as quickly as, but we await to see how long this might last for. As over the line goes 48 Matteo Cairoli. Gravel trap is almost clear of Marshall as well as bits of car. But he needs to be behind the wall before he can go green. So that's now the frustration that he's having a walk, not a run. So as soon as he's behind the barrier, then we can go back to green. Matteo Cairoli, the race leader, he's going to be on his toes waiting for that call. Green, green, green. And then he can accelerate away. He's got the back marking Audi up the road. So it was around this part of the racetrack. There's your green flag. So we're back racing and Cairoli accelerates away, but he can't instantly clear the Audi. He's going to have to do that going up towards the chicane. He's got track position now. Look on the inside line for the first part of the Roger chicane. We're back racing again here at Monza. 55 minutes to go.
He was in a lovely place for the green flag to fly, just going around Curva Grande, whereas Schiller behind was in the first chicane. So I think the gap might grow back up. It was down at 10 seconds before this latest interruption, but the birthday boy Cairoli there was given a lovely present, and he should get away, I think, and I think the gap will grow maybe by a second or two.
So there is Fabian Schiller. The gap just grows for the time being because of the way that the full course yellow has been deployed and where the cars were. As they're bouncing out wide is Aurelian Panis rather in number 10 back onto the circuit, and he's going to lose the place to Colin Kerasani. He's going to hemorrhage places. In fact, he slots back into the queue now, but a lot of ground loss as you look at 32 Ugo de Wilde. Now, de Wilde has dropped back behind treble 7. There's Marco Sorensen. Now look behind him. Ben Tuck in the white BMW leading gold, 5th overall. Ben Tuck having a fantastic drive here. He's right on the back of the Aston, and he's about to make a move for the position. You heard Marco Sorensen saying not quick enough in a straight line. That BMW is looking to make a move. Does it dart to the inside line into the chicane? The answer to that is no. Ben Tuck up the curb, bit of correction needed, but he's going great guns.
He really is. He's probably had the best in bar Schiller, I'd say. The movement he's done, and that car still has BMW factory driver Jan Klingman to put in for the remaining part of this race. But I think he's got the pace on Sorensen. They may only do another couple of laps of this stint, but I think Ben Tuck has got it there.
So the lead gap, 11 seconds. It has gone up a little bit given where the green flag was in relation to Schiller's track position, or the timing of the green flag in relation to Schiller's position. Into the pit lane comes Ugo de Wilde. Now, this is a crucial one, remember, because they want this to be the last pit stop, but it's going to be 5 seconds longer because of that penalty. But interesting that they brought de Wilde in relatively early.
Yeah, maximum stint 52 minutes, so it looks like they're going to go over that but the pit lane is like no man's land. So by the time that car leaves, it will be under 52 minutes, and then so the driver will be okay and won't go over that maximum stint time. So cars can pit if they want for their final mandatory pit stop now.
Right now it's Kairolik, Schiller, Kirchhofer, Sorensen fourth, but for how much longer? Because he's got Ben Tuck there, look, bearing down on him. Aston Martin ahead of BMW, and it is, don't forget, a BMW, the Al-Manar Racing entry, that he's leading in gold. Faisal Al-Zubar started, did a good job. His pace continues to be very rapid. I've only just noticed, actually, but forgive me if it happened a while ago, that the back of the car looks like it's missing. So have a look at the rear of that BMW. There's bodywork no longer there, so it's a kind of lightweight model, but it's clearly had its skirmishes early on, but it's not affecting the pace, is it?
No, and it works with the livery, but yeah, the whole rear bumper has detached itself, so seems to be letting the air off better. If anything, the diffuser is the main part of the rear aerodynamic aid, and that seems to be okay. But yeah, great spot there, David. It's the lightweight version.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's an M3.9, that, as he comes up to the Parabolica.
Yeah, this is really close. The 32 car leaving now, leaving pit lane in front of our box with over 52 minutes remaining. Stint time is maximum of 52. Interesting to see how that one pans out.
Okay, so the pit exit line. Back into the race goes Ugo de Wilde, number 32 BMW. There is Ben Tuck then for Team WRT, but the Al-Manar Racing side of the garage, if you like. He's on the back of Marco Sorensen. Luca Engschler, by the way, has taken over 63 on that most recent pit stop. And down now towards the chicane once again goes Ben Tuck. Couldn't find a way through there. Behind him is Alessio De Leda in 6th place, who is still leading silver from Gustav Bergström there in the blue BMW. 911 up on the inside line. Richard Lietz in that car that got a penalty earlier on. Just about everybody has got a battle on their hands right now, haven't they?
Yeah, the field's starting to pan out again. Now we've had some decent green flag running. Who are we going to see box next? I would be tempted to get Sorensen in the team. Obviously not sure what the issue is, though. And
Ugo de Wilde is again being looked at for speeding in the pit lane. So they've just had to serve a 5-second penalty for speeding, and they're being investigated once more, as though the mechanism isn't set properly. There, 93, the Ziggo Tempesta Ferrari getting into a big old battle going through the Roger chicane with Antares Al's Porsche, and also the Lion Speed car of Patrick Kolb that is in that battle pack as well. In silver up to 3rd now, Ezequiel Perez Companc, and he's got Charles Clark behind him. There they are, 11th and 12th. Companc in the Audi, Clark in that BMW that James Kellett was a hero with earlier on. And another penalty for the number 50 Ferrari. It's 2nd of the race for a second short refueling offence.
I think that's its 3rd.
Oh, 3rd penalty. Oh, okay.
So it's been consistent because every pit stop has had it. So there must just be an error or an issue with that fueling rig. Tuck still behind Sorensen. I thought that move might be done. Keeping an eye on pit entry for those two to see if they do bail for the pits. See a Porsche flashing its headlights furiously in the background.
50 has only done 2 pit stops.
Okay.
So I think we had a investigation, but that's the final decision has now been confirmed. So yeah, 2 pit stops, 2 offences, as their 992 is heading for the pit lane. So that's Charles Clark. Good stint by Charles, former Porsche racer in the UK. Yep.
Yeah, Sorensen and Kirchhofer in, so that we're getting our final drivers in those cars. Be interesting to see what their paces are. Loke versus Drudy getting aboard there. Sorensen getting out. That's been a tough day in the office for the normally rapid Dane.
Yeah, Matteo Drudy is now given the task of bringing the car to the end. Just 50 minutes and counting on that clock, as the front of the car is swept of anything nasty. And there you've got Matteo Drudy getting on board, ready to go. But he's going to have to drive the wheels off that.
Yeah, he's going to have to really just Hail Mary every single lap to see what he can do. I thought they were on for a win at one point. Look at the damage on the front of that Ferrari in the background. The rear bumper stoved in, the splitter up as well. Vincent Abril, the latest driver in that car. I think Pierre Guidi is going to finish the race there. As Comchi dropped the car is released. Nice clean pit stop there as we see the Porsche flying round Lesmo 2 up to 6th place now. Hartog, the only driver in this race. It's effectively 2 drivers. All the crews are 3 drivers apart from this car, so he is acting on double duty today.
Absolutely so. Matteo Cairoli, the race leader, is in. His birthday cake awaits as you see 97 go through then. That is Luke Hartog, as Joe was just explaining. He's got double duty. It's only him and Antares Au in the car. In comes Cairoli, then he arrives at the Manfilter team.
Schiller in 2, so it's a race in pit lane, but there is 10 seconds between them, so it should stay the same.
Absolutely right. There is the Get Speed car, Fabian Schiller to give way to Lukas Stolz. Cairoli will give way to Lucas Auer. Tyres onto the car, fuel going in, 44 seconds worth as the regulation refueling time. Even if you don't need it, you've still got to be connected for 44 seconds. And with also Ben Tuck and Christian Cronjes in, Luke Hartog is going to inherit the race lead now, but he owes us a pit stop, so he's on borrowed time, so to speak. But they're going to be well placed now for the bronze battle for the last stint when Antares Au takes the car over. Fueling done, car drops down. Fueling nearly done, car not ready to drop down. Away from the Winward Racing pit box goes Lucas Auer, rumbles down the pit lane and is back on track. Now you see the car speed up as he gets to the pit exit line, and so now all, in quotes, Auer has to do is just bring it home.
Yeah, Stolz has actually jumped that Retronic Porsche, not for position, but remember, Piccarello had actually got in front, so that's
Right,
one less car that Stolz has got to get past to get the lead. These two Mercedes have been dominant. Remember, Mercedes have never won here at Monza in 12 previous attempts, an astonishing fact, but at the moment it looks like it's going to be one of those two cars.
Can you just remind me why Jordan Pepper's car that was on the second row of the grid is in 35th place, 36th place now? They, I think, have lost out really badly, haven't they, on the assorted full course yellows and timing of pit stops. There in treble 7 is now Jens Klingman, who slots into the traffic, and that is Lucas Stolz with the problem. There's a bit of smoke from the left front corner, and the wheel is coming off the car. The wheel is not connected, so that's the smoke as the wheel is grinding against the bodywork. Lucas Stolz is limping round, and equally the team is going to be in hot water because that will be deemed an unsafe release if the car's been allowed to go without the wheel attached, and there is pandemonium now in the Get Speed pit box. Lucas Stolz, Lucas Auer getting away from him all the time up front, but for Lucas Stolz, Fabian Schiller and Jules Gounon, that is the race over.
Gutting to see the mechanics who put so much hard work, so many hours in, cars approaching fast behind Stolz, trying to stay out of the way. He's trying to nurse that car back. I think the next time he potentially turns left, that wheel could pop off.
Yeah,
the Mercedes has a retaining wheel nut in the wheel, so normally it's one of the better cars doing a good job there. Stolz getting out of the way. The mechanic normally just whacks the wheel gun on to the nut that's already captive on that wheel, but it's not gone on, and that is brutal. I feel so sorry for all the mechanics there. It could be a problem with the wheel gun. It might not be finger trouble, as the team would call it, but yeah, I am distraught for that team.
So there are some very disappointed people there. You can see the wheel, because it's not on properly, grinding against the bodywork, and as the mechanics know what's gone wrong, let us see if we can just listen in to Lucas Stolz.
Okay, the tire is still on the car, as we can see in TV. Try to make it slowly back to the pits.
It's really dangerous, huh? Really dangerous.
Okay, copy then. Stop the car in the next runoff area.
So they're going to stop, they're going to park it. It's too dangerous, so the car is going to be out of the race. That's not a place to park, coming out of the first of the Lesmo Benz, but he is there finding a parking space. So Lucas Stolz gets across the road, but that is the race done. And it's a stranded car by the side of the road. Now, if he's really savvy about this, he'll try and hook reverse, and he does. Well done, Lucas Stolz, to get the car behind the barrier. So we've got a yellow flag, but if he parks behind the barrier, we won't need a race interruption. And that is the mark of a pro driver. Massive disappointment, but still with the presence of mind to try and get the car out of the way, if it can move with the wheel now being dragged along the ground. Go on, Luca, he does such a grand job, and he's almost in a safe place, but you can see why he didn't want to drive it back.
His biggest motivation would be because he's employed by Mercedes. The person that was going to hurt the most was this car, another team, but another Mercedes, and that is why I think he did it. I totally agree with him. It was dangerous to even try and get back. The team are thinking, we can recover this. You can't. You've lost too much time, and that was totally the correct decision. He did so well to get to the inside of the exit at Lesmo 2 to get behind that barrier.
Did really well, yes. Through goes Lucas Auer then, who now, for Matteo Cairoli's birthday, has almost had this lead gift wrapped, hasn't he? Because the car is so far up the road. Now in second place is going to be the 59 McLaren, Joseph Loke at the wheel of it, the Macclesfield driver. Here, in the meantime, is Luke Hartog, who has stayed in. Antares Au did his work earlier on in the race. So Luke Hartog is leading in bronze, and he is 54 minutes into a stint. Yeah, so he has not yet pitted. We'll see whether he's allowed to do another one or whether Antares Au brings it home. Either way, the car has run wonderfully for Rutronic Racing. In contrast to 96, Patrick Niederhauser down in 29th place right now. Blimey, this is the race that keeps on giving, or in the case of some, taking away. It's been full of surprises and full of drama.
Yeah, I expect this car to box this lap so he doesn't go over his extended stint time allowance for this one, as we see a battle coming into turn number 1.
And in the midst of all of that is the number 32 BMW, which is 7th. Kelvin van der Linde back behind the wheel. There's still an investigation over pit lane speed, but he's just put himself up ahead of Mikkel Pedersen in the 54 Dynamic Porsche. So Kelvin van der Linde running in 7th place, and there up to the chicane they come. So Luc Hartog leading the race pro tem, but he owes us a pit stop. So it's Lucas Auer leading from Joseph Loeb by nearly 26 seconds. And number 19 Lamborghini, Ivan Ekelchik at the wheel, Silver Cup leader all of a sudden, but pitted very, very early, is in 3rd place.
Yeah, but he owes us another pit stop. I don't think he can get to the end on his drive time. No, he can't. So he is owing us a pit stop. So we're going to have to take him out of the equation. Hartog does box like I thought he would, and that will be his final pit stop. So our leader will be Lucas Auer in the Mann-Filter Mercedes from Joseph Loeb. Another McLaren there, the RGN car going very slow, rear left puncher, and Tommy Foster's trying to nurse that car back. Well, he decided to try and park that car up like we saw Lucas Stoll, so he can try and get it back, but that tyre is going to start to cause damage soon.
At least his wheel's on. He's got the advantage over Stolz. And another puncture by the look of it. That's number 6 Mercedes. So that car limps on. That's Aaron Walker at the wheel of it, the British driver. He's coming slowly out of harm's way through the Lesmo Benz.
Another Get Speed car.
Yeah,
different
it is, isn't
side. I'm not saying it's the same issue, of course, but Get Speed, the wheels have come off the wagon for them in the last 5 laps, haven't they?
In every sense, absolutely. So that limps on, having been quick in silver. Right. Up front, into the pit lane, Luc Hartog. So now Lucas Auer leads, Joseph Loeb 2nd, 26 seconds back. Mathieu Drudy is 3rd, and Drudy's last lap was not as quick as Loeb. And then you've got Jens Klingman behind in 4th place. Then Ivan Ekelchik, behind him is Kelvin van der Linde, who you're looking at there in the Team WRT BMW, coming up out of the chicane. So with, what have we got left? 41 minutes and counting. A race full of drama, and you get the feeling that we ain't done yet. Lucas Auer can sort of drive to a pace now and just bring the car home, but Garage 59 are going to be saying to Joseph Loeb, just keep on pushing, you never know what might happen.
Yeah, exactly, and we've seen a lot of drama, so you wouldn't count it out yet. Just looking at class battles, 8th overall, Francetti in that Lamborghini. I think that's going to inherit the lead when Ekelchik has to pit, but that group is so close and still getting out of the way well, the RGN car, but that silver battle is going to be really close. The top 3, which I think will be the podium, all covered by less than a second at the moment.
Tommy Foster drags Bob Nebels' McLaren back round of the pit lane. Another hugely busy racetrack, including there the number 30 BMW, Etienne Shelley at the wheel. That's dropped back out of the silver battle on the last round of pit stops. That will gain back, if you like, when Ivan Ekelchik pits. There is the Mercedes. Oh, very nearly being collected by 911. So the Porsche just of Thomas Preining dived out in time. That was very close indeed. The blue BMW, Etienne Shelley, goes wide and kicks up the gravel. So the blue Mercedes, Aaron Walker, trying desperately to keep out of the way. But that graphically illustrates the speed differential, doesn't it? As now for 9th place, up the inside there goes Max Janssen, trying to get himself ahead of Alessandro Frasinetti. This is for on the road 2nd in silver. That's going to translate to the lead of silver very shortly once Ekelchik from the class lead pits.
The reactions of Preining there. It was lucky that car didn't have an extra Miller toe out on the front, because that would have connected with Walker, who should be off the racing line going that slow. Maybe he couldn't get off the line because there were so many cars, but that was great reactions from the Porsche to stop a potential plane crash into Ascari.
Absolutely right. That number 19 Lamborghini, I'm having second thoughts about it owing as another pit stop, because it's only 17 minutes, 17 minutes into a stint. So need to keep an eye on that. For the moment, it leads the class, but then you've got this battle pack going on behind. Frasinetti, Jensen, and Etienne Shelley behind. 39 minutes are on the clock. Up towards the chicane then goes Max Janssen, really rapid on home soil at Zandvoort, but he's taking that Century BMW to the battle here. He's somebody that's driving the same car all year, but splitting teams, isn't he? One team, the Paradigm squad in sprint, and the Century car in endurance. And here, the walking wounded, Tommy Foster's McLaren and the Mercedes of Aaron Walker. The McLaren can go quicker with the flat than the Mercedes can. That's well shredded on the front of the Mercedes. Look at that.
Yes, kicking up a lot of gravel there as it dives through the pound signs, the euros, the dollars flying off that car as it does that. But yeah, it's like a night out after a big puncher up, isn't it? Which one's going to win?
Yeah, but on the plus side, he's brought back a garden because he's got grass and he's got gravel for the rockery. So they can make Get Speed look pretty now.
Yeah, they've got a lot of cars to make look pretty, haven't they, right now?
Aaron Walker creeps round the tyre off the rim, and now, of course, he's on the run to the pit lane, but it's a very fast part of the racetrack. So, on track, Lucas Auer leads by 25.4 seconds from Joseph Loke in second place, and then Mattia Drudi in third, who is still not really lapping much quicker. And if anything, Drudi there is being caught by Jens Klingman's BMW. Let's listen in to treble 7.
Okay, mate, so in 4 we are currently P1 in class and P4 overall, so Jody in front is P3. If you have the pace, you can go for it, but no risk, mate.
So, information given to Jens Klingman about the progress of treble 7, and number 32 is being given another 5-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. This is the Kelvin van der Linde car. So Ben Tuck, Al-Faisal Al-Zubar having done their work aboard treble 7. Great race.
You're standing here calmly watching on ahead of the chaos where you sit, P4 overall and first in class. As we can see, anything can happen, but it's looking pretty strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you can expect from this team is that you're going to have a good strategy, or maybe a bit of luck, but there's always some good strategy as well. And the biggest strategy we had this weekend was having Jens Klingman in the car, because he always has a good Monza. So we knew we were going to be up there somehow, some way, as long as we've got Jens in the car, just like last year.
It is such a demanding circuit, isn't it? Just how tricky is it to keep yourself out of drama here?
Really tricky, because it's long straights, lots of slipstream, lots of braking zones. Everyone wants to dive bomb. It is crazy, but you know what? That stint was probably one of the most fun stints I've had in my life. That was good fun.
Very nicely driven as well. Well done, Ben.
So there is the car that Ben Tuck has vacated. Jens Klingman behind the wheel of it, and he's hunting down Mattia Drudi. Again, that Aston Martin, okay, it's come up from its grid position, but it's just not racy enough, is it? There is Joseph Loke, who is new to GT cars this season. Joseph, who was Fiesta Junior champion 5 years ago. He was the BRDC award winner back in 23, and after a single-seater career that got as far as FIA Formula 3, switching to GT cars, and he's only doing the endurance season, but looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, looking really nice in a lovely part of the track as well, fully by himself. On the last lap, he actually took 0.8 of a second out of the race leader. So is that a trend, or is that a problem for Lucas Auer? He didn't have any traffic around him that I could see. So Loke will be making inroads, but that gap is 24 seconds. He is pulling away from Drudi at a similar rate to how he caught Lucas Auer on the last lap. But this has been a very, very strong race for this Garage 59 car, number 59.
Indeed so, which is currently 24.6 seconds back. But even if the gap comes down, you get the feeling that as far as Lucas Auer is concerned, he's driving within himself. You know, he only has to win by 1,000th of a second as long as he wins. So right now, Joseph Loke doing a good job. As far as the classes are concerned, well, we've been focusing on Jens Klingman leading in gold. Ivan Ekelchik in number 19, who is 21 minutes into a stint, is still leading silver in number 19. We just need to do some quick maths to see whether he's got enough time left to be able to go to the end, or whether the time's going to run out and he's got to do a driver reset. Second in silver is Max Janssen, and Etienne Chieli in that blue WRT BMW we've looked at previously is third. And there is your bronze leader. Lurk Hartog is 12th overall. Marvin Dienst in 81 Winwood Mercedes is second, and 188 of Guillaume Oliveira. Well, he started the car. It's going to be Tom Fleming now. They've got this driver ID problem, haven't they? 188 is running third in the class. Now, fourth in bronze is 52. It's Andrea Bertolini. And Bertolini is 4 seconds back from Fleming. Could we get Bertolini on the podium in bronze in his farewell race? That's another one to keep an eye to. As here, over the line goes the silver leading Ekelchik, and there, big drama as into the back. The tyre bursts, the BMW just dodges around, and the Silver Cup leading Lamborghini has a tyre shred coming down the straight, and that is the end of it. The Lamborghini ain't going to limp around from that, and out of 5th overall and the class lead, Ivan Ekelchik has a puncture, and that puts 42 into the lead of silver, Max Janssen.
Yeah, that was well caught. The speed they were doing, 260, 270 kilometers an hour. The tyre seemed to just rapidly deflate, and the 19 Lamborghini did well to keep it straight and narrow, and the 32 BMW did well. So watch this Lamborghini. You You could see something there, then it goes, and Van der Linde had to just go hard right to avoid that, did really well, and everyone lives to fight another day, but yeah, that's luckily as well, the debris goes into the runoff area, so I don't think we're going to need a full course yellow for that, but Century are now race leaders.
I was fearful that the BM had clipped him, but he just avoided, didn't he? Brilliant reflexes there from Kelvin van der Linde. Thomas Preining-esque. You saw Preining avoiding the blue Mercedes a little while ago. That car limped back to the pit lane. Disappointment, by the way, for the Dean McDonald McLaren, because that has been in the pits, Louis Prett's car, now for quite a long time, like about 12 laps. So a car that went well early on has retired from the race, sadly. Like at Paul Ricard, big disappointment again for Garage 59, putting the pressure on Joseph Logue to bring it home. Right, so back to the silver battle. It is now Max Janssen ahead of Etienne Shelley, and the gap between those two is 9/10. Here they are, look, the two BMWs, the red and white car there leading silver. This is Max Janssen for Century, and then behind is Etienne Shelley, and slowing right down because a full course yellow has been called. So there is your silver battle, absolutely nose to tail, with our 7th interruption to the race. There is a full course yellow, and the pace of the race is slowed with 32 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun resume there. The 19 car that had the blowout is actually pulled over at turn 1, so I assume it's not in a safe enough place. There it is, sure enough. Good matching liveries with the telehandler.
Quite. And the WRT squad very quick to say to race control, just to clarify, we didn't hit the Lamborghini. The tyre exploded. We were very close, but there was certainly no contact. There is 007 then, Mathieu Drudy ahead of Jens Klingmann. This is for 3rd overall, pro versus bronze. Jens Klingmann has a good run at Monza, doesn't he? Outright winner last year, and he could well be on the outright podium again within 12 months. It was a September race last year rather than early in the season, but that car upholding WRT honour started treble 7 by Faisal Al Zubair, who has come out of the BRDC Formula 4 and Formula 3 championships. He has won the GT3 Cup Middle East, but now racing in Europe and going really well with a nation watching on. Ben Tuck doing his great middle stint, and then Jens Klingmann to bring it home. He's one of the more experienced drivers, isn't he? Italian GT champion a couple of years ago, so again he knows Monza inside out, knows all the nuances of it, does Jens Klingmann. And as the cars then come up towards the chicane, is the debris going to be quickly swept, or are we going to have to take this to a safety car? Because if we are, that's going to affect gaps once more.
Just with that rear bumper missing, it'll be interesting to know why it fell off or why it got hit off and where is it. But if they are underweight, they're allowed to put that bodywork back in to the total weight of the car. But I think it's a huge aero advantage. You can see how much of the rear tyre, that air that normally comes off the tyres. I think we're going to go back to green, looking at the Marshall's body language. Sure enough, we are. And good restart from all 3 of those cars. There didn't seem to be any time loss or gain for them.
30 minutes to go, and the class is still up for grabs, as there is Ash Sutton, so the 4-time British Touring Car champion, running in 28th place overall. We'll come back to his class position in a moment as we focus on what's going on in silver, because on the resumption of the race, look, Thomas Preining's Porsche clears the traffic.
He's had a mega restart.
He has, hasn't he? Because, yeah, Thomas Preining has jumped about 3 places. Now, was it a mega restart, or were 1 or 2 of them a little bit tardy away? Let's have a quick look in a moment. There, look, the silver BMWs, Silver Cup BMWs together. It's still Janssen ahead of Shelley. 97, remember, the Porsche they're leading in bronze is Luke Hartog. So big battles going on. Now, here's the replay. And the green flag, the BMWs overlap. They get together. It all kicks off. And that is why all of a sudden the Porsche of Preining, amongst others, is able to dive bomb and get by. So now we've had the change. Etienne Shelley for WRT is ahead of Janssen for Century, and Luke Hartog for Rutronic in the Bronze Cup leading Porsche. Is trying to get in on the act as well. They're getting a bit crowded here, look, as they come across the line.
Hartog needs to be careful. He's easily leading the bronze class. He doesn't need to get in a fight that could potentially jeopardise that. But you tell that a racing driver that's trying to get inside the top 10 of a GT World Challenge race.
And also in the battle there for 12th is Mattia Michelotto in the Pro Cup white VSR Lamborghini. So they're all battling for position outright, but they've also got to be mindful of their class situation as well. The Porsche's going through. Now, for 7th place, you've got Anton Guven versus Thomas Preining. Look, Hartog is about to lose out. Look, round the outside of him goes Michelotto. That's for 11th overall. They're in different classes. Pro for the Lamborghini, bronze for the Porsche, and then rather cheekily, Alessandro Frasinetti tries to nip up the inside as well in the VSR Lambo that did lead silver in the middle third of the race, but has now been shuffled back in the queue. Lap 69, 28 minutes to go.
Yeah, he was in front of those two BMWs at the start of this stint as well, so hasn't quite got the pace in the Lamborghini. Will that change in the last half of the race as the fuel load comes off? We've seen the lap times fall away, haven't we, as the fuel load gets lighter, the tyres staying with us, and potentially some different lap times from these cars.
So heading up to the Variante Ascari, there goes Einstein Guven, Thomas Preining behind him, then the new Silver Cup leader Etienne Shelley ahead of Max Janssen. There's your bronze leader Lurk Hartog. So it illustrates just how quick drivers can be. I know Lurk Hartog isn't a bronze, but you think about some of the silvers and the golds and how well they are doing outright. It is impressive indeed. So with lap number 70 just being started by Lucas Auer, 19.9 seconds now he is ahead of Joseph. Like, he's come down, but I wouldn't be concerned if I were Lucas Auer, because I'm pretty sure he's driving within himself, and having seen a few punctures of late, probably looking after the rubber.
Yeah, it's 19, but it was 24, so he's lost 5 seconds. If you told someone you've just lost a 5-second lead or gap, you'd be worried. It's lucky that it was so large. Again, let's just keep an eye on, is that a trend, or is that just the nature of the full course yellow where they were positioned when it came out and went back in?
One car that has very quietly got on with the job of gaining places is 34, the Valkenhorst Aston, that's now 6th overall. Enrique Chavez at the wheel of it. It's the car that David Pittard started, Christian Cronjes then took over. Now Enrique Chavez at the wheel, and that has chipped away and he's up into 6th place. And bearing in mind that Kelvin van der Linde ahead has got a 5-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane, life might get even better. That's an Aston that's looking pretty promising, whereas the number 7 from Comtieu is struggling.
Yeah, still doesn't have much pace at all. It's better under Drudy. He's doing the same lap times as race leader Lucas Auer, but he lost 3/10 to the McLaren of Joseph Loke, on the lap before. So again, the cars transform as the track temp continues to drop. It just changes how these cars balance and feel.
Does indeed. There is Thomas Preining, who is on the tail of Ayhan Guven for 7th place, but now Guven, the Turkish driver, starting to edge away once more. Both of them have made their names in Carrera Cup racing. Thomas Preining, Carrera Cup Germany champion back in 18, but go back 2 years, he was the DTM champion. So Thomas Preining is another man with a really good CV, joining Richard Lietz and Alex Malikin in that car that, from the pure racing stable, again, has just quietly got on with the job. Yeah, okay, it had a penalty early on, didn't it, for gaining an advantage when Malikin was off the circuit, and Malikin didn't give the place back. But, you know, it's chipped away, got up the order, as confirmation comes now that the Getsby Mercedes of Carol Bash, Yannick Mettler, Anthony Bartoni is being given a penalty for short refueling. This is rapidly becoming a day to forget for Getspeed.
All 3 cars affected in the last stint.
Yeah.
One wheel not on, one puncher. Now another penalty for a pit stop procedural issue. As you see, Chavez getting past a back marker, getting away from those Porsches slightly. Max Janssen looking to the inside. That battle, I think, is going to rage all the way to the end between those 2 BMWs.
As there over the timing line goes Harry King in the Verstappen.com Aston Martin. Harry King is at the moment a very distant 2nd in gold. That's no reflection on him, far from it, very quick driver. He has also got, tucked up behind him, you can see, in 88, the Tresor Attempto Audi in the hands of Ricardo Casanaga. So that's the fight on for 2nd in the Gold Cup, although the Gold Cup leading Jens Klingmann is way, way, way up the road. We're into the last 25 minutes of what has been, yes, a much interrupted, but very lively race. Lots of action has gone on, and Lucas Auer 19.3 seconds to the good over Joseph Loke, with Drudy 3rd. Now Jens Klingmann behind is a bit stuck. I think if he had clear road, Klingmann would be able to up his pace, but there's not a lot he can do to get past Drudy. You're on board here with Harry King.
Yeah, there's Aston Martin twin turbo V8 just purring along through Lesmo 2. Plenty of curb use there. You can see the dust that's being kicked up in front as we blast along here. Obviously, Harry King, you really put in a Porsche, don't you? But he's jumped in this Aston Martin and been very quick. And the 2C teams that run it have done a great job there. Used to Mercedes, so they've had to get on top of it too. We see that car in our sprint series running as a Ferrari under the Verstappen mark, and they're doing very well to jump between the 2 cars, Lolland and Vermeulen, in that sense.
Yeah, Harry King's last front-engine experience probably going all the way back to Ginetta days, but yeah, Carrera Cup GB, then Germany, then Benelux, then Super Cup, Asian Le Mans in the winter in LMP2 machinery, and proving that he can drive things other than Porsches. He was the Porsche GB Junior for a couple of seasons, and whilst Carrera Cup GB champion. Really exciting driver to watch as well, Harry King. Good little character, and it's great to see him on an international platform like this. Through he goes then, still with Kazanaga behind him, and behind Kazanaga is the McLaren that is now Tom Fleming at the wheel. Fleming, remember, is also in bronze and tries to get up the inside there in the second part of the chicane. Tom Fleming switching from Ferrari to McLaren this year, switching from the inside to the outside, and now looking for the outside line all the way around the curve of Grande. The McLaren's got good drive out of the chicane. It's the longer run through the corner, but it'll be the inside line for the first part of the Roger chicane. Tom Fleming then versus Ricardo Kazanaga, absolutely side by side up to the braking area. Look, Harry King suddenly escaped. Who's the last of the late breakers? Kazanaga is the answer, because the Audi goes through and secures the place.
Fair play on the outside. I thought his day was written against the McLaren, but he sent it around the outside. Nice, clean racing. I was expecting one of them to go straight through the chicane, which is so lucrative, but really good driving from both.
So Ricardo Kazanaga then goes through in the Tresor Audi. Kazanaga, who's come from single-seater racing into Italian GT, and now stepping into GT World Challenge Europe there, number 81, running in 16th place. Marvin Deeds, the front of that car looking a bit battle-scarred, and 21st is where you find Andrea Bertolini, who is not quite on the podium. If anything, he's dropping away from Tom Fleming. So, in his farewell performance, the FIA GT champion, FIA GT1 world champion, multiple Spa 24 Hours winner, class champion in World Challenge Europe, and its predecessor, the Blancpain Endurance Series, Andrea Bertolini. He was the Italian Superstars champion, their sort of DTM-style championship in the Maserati many years ago as well. He has been an absolute legend, an absolute stalwart of SRO paddocks. It would be great to have him on the podium, but if nothing else, a hat tip to one of GT racing's star drivers of the last 2 decades.
And the good guy as well, to add to that. But what a place to round out your career at Monza as an Italian driver in a Ferrari with AF course, the sun setting on his career, but also this day. And I'm sure he will be pretty emotional underneath that helmet in 21 minutes time.
Yeah, that last lap of the circuit. You heard pre-race suggestions that can't really believe it's his last. It might be that Andrea is tempted into the odd historic drive. He'd be an asset, certainly. But as far as contemporary GT racing is concerned, this is the end. But we will see him at Spa. He's already said he's going to carry on in a sort of driver coaching role, and he'll be brilliant at that. And that's why he's always done so well with amateur drivers. You know, he's one of those. Johnny Adams, another we often talk about, who can invest in the AM. And actually, in the case of the Machiels family, not only invest in the AM, but in the AM's son for the next generation. So the results are there to unlock, and he's a great driver coach as well. In silver, look in the background for blue BMW, because now Etienne Shelley is ahead of Max Janssen, who's doing his best to stay with him. And then the third car in the queue, there's your leader, second, third behind, is Alessandro Frasinetti in the Lamborghini. So silver is very much still up for grabs with 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, the other thing that's up for grabs is Chavez's 6th position. Guven and Preining catching him there at the top of the shot. He's not been able to respond with any pace. Those Porsches almost working together to catch this Aston Martin in shot. I think this could be a battle that doesn't end in the order they currently are sat in.
Joseph Loke still closing on the outright leader. The gap's down to 16.5 seconds, so he's chipping away. I still think Lucas Auer is safe and can turn up the wick if he needs to. But here, very definitely under threat. 4-6th, as you say. Enrique Chavez, then it's Heinrich Guven, then it's Thomas Preining behind. So Aston Martin, Porsche. The Aston is the Valkenhorst car. Then you've got the Schumacher CLRT Porsche, and then the Pure Racing number 911 right up behind.
Yeah, they're still using so much curbs, and I've said about the energy going through it, but as a driver, it's going through your body. I don't know if you ever had any enemies at school. I'm sure you did, David, but it feels like when you sit down on your chair, but someone's wiped it behind you and you go straight to the floor, and you're doing that every single lap and your spine's just compressing. I think I would have been 6'3" if I hadn't done so much GT driving, because every hit just seems to go through your back all the way into your skull. But these cars riding it well, especially these Porsches, all over the back of Chavez now.
Joseph Loke hanging on to that second place. Just thinking back to Paul Ricard, he never got a drive, did he? That car had retired before Joseph Loke got into it. So this really is the first proper race stint we've ever seen out of Joseph, and he's just done a personal best sector on his previous lap. So this is becoming ever more impressive the more you sort of factor in how little time he's ever spent racing a McLaren.
Yeah, really good priding now, saying to Guven, right, we've worked as a team. If you don't get this move done, I'm coming past you, and I will do it myself. But yeah, clever by Garage59 as well with Loke to give him this end stint. First GT World race. You don't want to be in the first or middle stint. So they've given him this end stint. He's basically just been by himself, able just to pound the laps in.
Whereas Mathieu Drudy third is fending off Jens Klingman. Enrique Chavez sixth behind Kelvin van der Linde, has got the two Porsches behind. Now, number 10 Mercedes is not on the lead lap. That's number 30, leading Silver. But you can see how close Max Jansen is. Don't forget, Jansen was leading a few laps back, but he's got every chance of taking the Silver Cup lead away from Etienne Shelley once again. Etienne Shelley moving up from GT4 to GT3 this season, and he has adapted very effectively indeed, hasn't he? 2 years ago, Etienne Shelley, French GT4 champion, switching from the GT4 Toyota Supra to a GT3 BMW, and that car going very nicely after a tough start to the season in both endurance and sprint.
Yeah, they seem as a group as well to be catching that Chavez 2 Porsche group in front as well. So 17 minutes remaining, Chavez could start to get a very full picture in both rear view mirrors.
Absolutely right, as they're bouncing over the curb and towards the gravel, the Lion Speed Porsche of the other birthday boy, Ricardo Fella. That car delayed early on, remember, when it was in the gravel. Number 15 BMW just going through shot after its pit lane start. That has hauled itself up the order as well. So 33rd now for Felice Gelmini, Clio Cup Italy champion. And there is Ricardo Fella trying to wriggle his way up past the Audi on track just ahead. Race leader, lest we forget, Lucas Auer out on his own through traffic, and after a topsy-turvy race for other Mercedes teams, this has been the one constant. He's just quietly got on with the job and accelerates then once more up through the Lesmo bends, looking pretty solid up front now, Lucas Auer, and here that car's gone like clockwork.
Yeah, you can see the debris flag out from the marshals there. It's probably just the amount of stones and gravel on the exit. He's hustling on those. He went through Lesmo 1. You can see the rear tyres putting down some rubber, so he's on the limit here. Here is the second place car. That is how big the gap is. 14.9 seconds. Joseph Loke has just done the fastest lap of the race for that car, so it's getting quicker. He took 0.8 of a second out of Lucas Auer in front, but that gap with the time remaining, unfortunately, I think the best he's going to get it to is 6, possibly 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just not going to be a long enough race for this 59 car.
But Joseph Loke, like you made the point a little while ago, learning all the time. So every lap he turns, all valuable experience, especially given that the next race is the hugely important CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Hugely important, not only because it's the biggest and best GT race in the world. Have you booked your tickets? Why not? You need to do it. But also because you get points in the championship, not only at the end, but at the 6-hour mark and the 12-hour mark. So again, strategy comes into that as well, as where you use your drivers to make sure you try and get the biggest haul of points at those two intermediate marks. There was one year, wasn't there, where Acker ASP kept Timo Bogoslawski out of the car for the first 12 hours because he wasn't as quick as the other two drivers, so they wanted to maximise their time and do a bank raid of points. And then they put Timur in the other side of the 12-hour mark and let him get a lot of mileage in and help bring the car home. So right now, we have 15 minutes to go. Here is 991. If you follow the British Touring Car Championship, you'll be aware of Ash Sutton, 4 times a champion, and he is currently in 27th place overall, which means that he is 6th in class. There are people that rather uncharitably describe touring cars as taxis. Well, this is a rather different race car, isn't it, with all the grunt, with all the aero, and Ash having his first GT3 race, his first race at Monza, his first proper endurance race. If a two-driver historic race at Goodwood counts, then okay, count it. But there's a lot of new here. But Ash, for what he terms future planning, having a look at GT racing for the future, and he scrubbed up very well indeed, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've heard rave reviews about him from the team at Paradigm, and I've worked with Ash in the past on some McLaren events, and he's always been very, very quick when he jumps in the car, so I'm not surprised he got the call up, and he's got a WRT BMW behind him of van der Linde, so that will be a fair barometer as we watch the gap between those cars. It's not for position, but something that has happened for position is the Silver Cup lead has swapped back round to Jansen.
Indeed so. Max Janssen back ahead of Etienne Shelley. So we did suggest that might be possible, and Max Janssen has proved it right. So he's up into 9th. Etienne Shelley down to 10th overall. In terms of stint time, Max Janssen has been a little bit longer into the stint by, say, 4 minutes. But these cars very evenly matched as through the Variante Ascari with 13 3/4 minutes to go. Max Janssen leading the way.
Yeah, he'll be fine on his stint times. He's going to go all the way to the end. There's this battle that rages on. It's still the same order at the moment. Chavez from Guven, from Preining. Then our Silver Cup, 1, 2 and 3 running as a trio. Then our Bronze Cup leader, Lawrence Hartog. So we've got a lot going on in that small place. There's Ricardo Feller, who's had an eventful birthday, but the other birthday boy, Caroli, the teammates to our leading car, Lucas Auer, at the moment, has upped his pace slightly, and that gap is actually staying at 14 seconds.
Down towards the first chicane they head. Thomas Preining still on the back of Guven, who still hasn't worked out how to unsettle Enrique Chavez, has he? This, again, we talk about the balance of performance, making the cars so evenly matched, so competitive, but when you get on the tail of another car, it's so tough, short of getting an incident or a mistake out of a driver, to gain a place. And here was a mistake. Etienne Shelley a bit too quick into the chicane because he tried to outbrake the back marker, and actually he did himself harm because he compromised himself. So on the exit, up and past, went Max Janssen.
Really smart driving from Janssen there. He read the situation so well, as Chavez has to defend from Guven all the way to the inside. Preining, is he going to try and go around the outside here or go for the cutback? This is going to get very spicy very quickly.
Way out wide goes Preining through the gravel. He's briefly airborne. He's across the grass, keeps his foot in, gets it back on the racetrack. That was a wild, wild ride. Uncompromising. Ayhan Guven. Take that, Thomas Preining. He says, I'm a bit busy trying to get past this Aston Martin. Don't bother me now. This is my place. And Thomas Preining managed to bounce through the gravel and keep going. And now, look, goes left and right to clean the tyres, try and get rid of some of that gravel. But if he wasn't fired up before, he's going to be well fired up now after that. He's going to be on the back of Guven and knocking to come through very quickly.
You try and go around the outside, you expect it there. Flash on the headlights maybe doesn't show that he expects it. But the rules of engagement have now been drawn.
Yeah.
So I expect those Porsches, who were, I think, working together to catch Chavez, will do anything but work together if they do get together in what we're going to get, another 6 more laps.
Just have a quick look, though, at the front of Preining's car. He's brought some grass back with him. Is it enough to compromise the pace of that car with the temperatures going up? We'll have a closer look in a moment, I'm sure. Max Janssen goes by, but right now, Guven on the tail of Chavez. There, look, is the Porsche. Have a look at the front. There was some grass in there. It doesn't look too bad, does it? So he's out of the chicane. I think he might be able to get to the end without too much pace lost.
Yeah, it's just in the bottom part. Might even help with create a bit less drag. That splitter, luckily, in the Porsche. Look at him going round the outside. That big kick up off the gravel. Then he has to go through our polystyrene AWS boards and gets back on the racing line. A good Joker lap. Only he probably lost him 1.2, 1.3 seconds. He did well, and I think he will try to get his revenge.
And you can see what has happened at the front of the car. That grass scooped into it. He gets a bonus point for threading between the AWS markers rather than demolishing, so that goes down well. And Thomas Preining is almost back with them, isn't he? He has lit the blue touch paper. Right, Ayhan Guven, you are about to be descended upon by a very irate Thomas Preining.
Yeah, it's like when you cut someone up on the motorway and you try and get away from them, then you get stuck in traffic half a mile down the road and they're the one behind you and you've got an awkward standoff in the mirror. That is what Ayhan Guven is going to have for the remaining 10 minutes of this race. Max Janssen, quick. He won't be bothered about overall position because he is leading the silver class, but he won't want to get held up and potentially give that 30 WRT BMW a chance to get the class lead back.
And that's the third car in silver that you're looking at there, which is the Alessandro Fratinetti Lamborghini. Right, here comes Aston Martin versus Porsche. Enrique Chavez thinking, right, you two, get yourselves together. That takes some of the pressure off me. A little bit further back there, you can see Alberto Di Folco in the Audi. He runs in 14th and he's 4th in silver, so he wants to try to clear Fratinetti. What are the BMWs up to for the class lead? Etienne Shelley dropping back a little bit now from Max Janssen. Through goes Ricardo Feller. It's good to have Ricardo on the grid. It's a real shame that he's not in a Pro Cup car, because from being the Sprint Cup champion 2 years ago, he stuck with Audi last year. And there, contact! Guven to the inside of Chavez. Here comes Preining. He wants the inside line off the corner. Guven is delayed. Preining up the inside, coming out of the corner. That's the outside line for the Curva Grande. So Guven is badly compromised, and Max Janssen is almost with him. Here comes Thomas Preining. Right round the outside, he's got past 1. Can he get past 2? Side by side. This is for 6th place in the race. Thomas Preining has the line for the next corner. Who is the last of the late breakers? Preining on the inside. On the outside is Chavez. That's the inside for part two. He gets run wide. Here comes Guven back up the inside, and Preining is back in the gravel. He's back on the racetrack. He's back behind Max Janssen. And Enrique Chavez has managed to fend them all off. It doesn't matter which Porsche. He's managed to stay ahead. He's still there in sixth place, as now Max Janssen in the Silver Cup leading BMW is in the mix as well. Enrique Chavez in the world's widest Aston Martin is still somehow ahead of a massive queue of cars.
How's he done that? That is incredible defensive driving from Chavez. He's got no pace compared to those Porsches. Went round the outside of Preining, who was then on the outside. Preining too fair in hindsight because he gave Chavez the space. Chavez didn't repay the favour, and Preining has been roughed up twice in as many laps and has now dropped all the way behind Max Janssen as well. And now it looks like it's advantage Chavez because he doesn't seem to be able to be beaten around this Monza circuit.
No, absolutely. If ever you get into a pub brawl, ring Enrique Chavez to be on your side. Into the Parabolica he comes. This has also split up the silver battle, hasn't it? Because look, Janssen has got ahead of Preining, as we saw. That means he's got a cushion over the second Silver Cup car, the blue BMW that comes through now in the hands of Etienne Shelley. But look, Shelley has got good pace, good drive off the Parabolica. He's looking for a toe to get past Preining, whose Porsche must be feeling the effects of all of its rally crossing. Down they come, heading to the chicane. Etienne Shelley to the inside line, but he's not near enough. Here comes Preining, late on the brakes. They all concertina into the corner. Nobody able to commit to a move, but they've managed to close up, and Preining coming out of the chicane has stayed, look, right on the tail of Max Janssen. He's on a mission again.
Yeah, I think Chavez's best form of attack is defence, bizarrely. He's blocking people up in the corner, slowing them down, and then they're all tripping over each other, which lets him escape for another couple of corners. Guven is fired up. Preining is so frustrated. The smarter drivers appreciate what class cars are in, so he will be asking the question of Janssen, are you really going to defend for me? Are you going to lose your silver win for just 8th overall? That's not important to you. Preining will be knocking on the door for the rest of this lap, I think.
So great racing going on, and Enrique Chavez then hanging on to that 6th place. He's 48 seconds back from the leader. Let's listen to his team radio.
Come on, Enrique. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. I don't have any power, man.
So lack of power, the team urging him on. Only 8 minutes, they said. Well, boy, he's worked hard, hasn't he, for whatever position he ends up with here. The Valkenhorst Aston Martin going so well. Valkenhorst, a team, remember, a few years back that won the 24 Hours of Spa outright when they were running BMWs, and whether that experience comes into good effect at the end of the month when we head to the Ardennes remains to be seen. But right now, Chavez 6th, Guven 7th, Janssen 8th and leading his class, 9th, Preining 10th. There is Etienne Shelley, who can't do much about the silver lead because he's got that pesky Porsche between him and the class leading Max Janssen. So Century Motorsport could be on for a silver win here. Quickly, bronze, still like Hartog, and gold, still Jens Klingmann, 4th overall, but he can't do much about Drudy.
No, and Chavez talking about no power, that isn't an issue. That's him just saying compared to the Porsches and potentially the BMW now, I've got no straight line speed. It's a nice call to the BOP just to say for Spa, could we have a bit more boost, please, sir? Just a tiny bit more would be really beneficial to my life.
Yeah, please, sir, can I have some more? There is 911. Enrique Chavez being looked at for, with 911, forcing off track noted at turn 5. So Enrique Chavez and Thomas Preining's brief duel is being looked at, but Einstein Guven had a part to play in all of that as well. So I'm sure when they do sit down, the stewards, to review it, they'll identify who did what to which and to whom. But it's been great racing to watch. It would be a shame if there was anything in the system that ended up penalising cars. But if race control feel anything was done outside the spirit of the regulations, then the drivers can expect the results accordingly. There's Etienne Shelley, still running 2nd in silver. And this is what happened. So Thomas Preining to the inside, Enrique Chavez on the inside for the next part of the chicane. He couldn't really disappear, could he?
Interesting, didn't seem to be any side-to-side contact. I still think Preining should have gone a bit deeper on the brakes and not allowed Chavez to claim the second apex through the right. And that is ultimately why Preining ran wide. Action in the background, car in the gravel trap. That's one of the Lamborghinis.
It is indeed, and that, I fear, maybe Frasinetti, who was running 3rd in silver. Alberto Di Folco goes through, and with 4.5 minutes to go, are we going to need a safety car to get it out of the way? Could the race even finish under the safety car if that's required? Because we're so close to the end of the race, and there's a car beached in the gravel. Telehandler is already starting to move, but it did look as though that was the Frasinetti car, yeah, it's not come by. So number 60 in the gravel, Alessandro Frasinetti. And there, our cameraman manages to frame the shot beautifully under the arch of the telehandler, but then has the temerity to drive into the way. Alessandro Frasinetti out of third of silver. Here's the replay. He's just sideways going into the corner, across the gravel. Carl scattering avoidance, including here 99 of Alberto Di Folco. But Frasinetti is in the gravel bed. Full course yellow is called. Here's the other replay of it. Around he goes. Gravel beckons. Our 8th interruption. 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I couldn't work out if there was contact with the Audi. The Audi obviously innocent as the 60 car there just went in front of him. Are we going to get back to green? The telehandler already there. The pins of that rope will just be put into the top of the roof, into the roll cage. They can lift it up. That car could be clear in the next 90 seconds. We could have a mad 60-second dash as we can go straight back to green.
Right, this is your lead car. It is the Mercedes-AMG team Man Filter entry. The Austrian driver Lucas Auer at the wheel of it. There's the team, not knowing whether to start the celebrations or keep biting nails at the moment. Lucas Auer, Gerhard Berger's nephew, at the wheel of the car. Joseph Loke, 13.7 seconds back in second position. Mathieu Drudy, third. So it's Mercedes-AMG from McLaren, from Aston Martin, from BMW, fourth. Jens Klingmann leading in gold. Fifth, BMW, Kelvin van der Linde with a penalty to apply at the end. Sixth, Enrique Chavez. This takes the pressure off him for a minute or so, as there the yellow flags fly. 2.5 minutes are on the clock. So it might not even be a full racing lap. You never know, but we like to go green for the very end of the race. I suspect what will happen, even if we are still under full course yellow conditions, there'll be a green on the start line to go with the checkered flag rather than have the cars come through overly slowly, but we'll see. So at this pace, this would be the last lap anyway, wouldn't it? Because if it's a full lap at least, the pace, depending on how much time is under yellow, is so much slower under the full course yellow, slower than safety car, and we have got 2 minutes of the race to go. Under green flag conditions, a flying lap's 1 minute and 45. So at this pace, we're on the last lap now.
Yeah, unless it goes green very quickly. It takes 70 seconds to do sectors 2 and 3. So we are 35 seconds away from that. So if we go green in the next 30, we could squeeze another.
But we are now with less than a lap time to go as the lead car heads up towards the Rogier chicane. I think at Man Filter, they are starting to think that a walk to the podium is relevant right now. We are going to run out of time on this lap the way, I think. Yeah, now we go back to green, so it's going to be the road clear. 1 minute and 20 seconds now.
If he hits sector 2 in the next 4 seconds, we could squeeze another one now. I predict this is going to be another lap by 2 seconds. Let's see if I can be wrong about another thing today.
All right, if you were the team, you would say to Lucas Auer, look, you've got a big gap in hand, back it off. There's no point forcing the issue for one more lap, surely, because Joseph Loke is a long way back. However, Enrique Chavez is still under attack from Ayenchen Guven. The Silver Cup battle isn't resolved. Guven to the outside of the Aston, right round the outside he goes, makes it stick, does he? Yes, Guven has done it at long, long last on the restart. Good hard racing. Ayenchen Guven goes into 6th place in the Porsche and gets away straight away. Look at the Silver Cup, BMW's nose to tail behind.
Yeah, where's Pryning gone? He should be somewhere there. Both of these cars have had a great restart and they've just escaped, so this battle is just going to be between the two of them. Chavez trying to fight back. That's probably his last chance because they have the pace. There's the silver battle.
Nose to tail. 42 is the car of Max Janssen from Century, the WRT entry behind of Etienne Schelli. Not that far behind. Look at the blue Porsche, Luc Hartog. He is the leading driver in bronze. Behind Etienne Schelli, there is a white Lambo, but it's in a different class. It's a Pro Cup car of Matteo Michelotto. The clock, in the meantime, has got 5, 4, 3 seconds up to the line. Comes Lucas Auer. He goes through now. The checkered flag is waved, so Lucas Auer comes across the line. He was just slightly under the 3-hour mark. 2 hours 59, 59.6. So by 0.4 of a second, he's under, but the checkered flag was shown.
He tried to slow down as well, didn't he? Just didn't time it. I think the Lamborghini was blinding him to try and see the finish line. So luckily he wasn't going so slow, and luckily the gap wasn't so slow. That Porsche going very slowly, that's got a problem. He needs to get out of the way of this battle coming. It's going to explode behind him if he doesn't get out of the way.
That is the Hairbeth car, Ralph Bones' car, Robert ran out at the wheel of it. Right, so we've got the leader across the line. Lucas Auer's won the race. We've got the Gold Cup winner across the line, Jens Klingman for the Almanar WRT squad. Now the silver battle comes up to the line and it's going to go to Century. Max Janssen brings the car home then. So Gerald Roberski, Will Moore and Max Janssen are our silver winners from Etienne Shelley, who brings number 30 home. And Luke Hartog and Antares Au are the winners of bronze. That was 8 interruptions, but what a race.
Yeah, just looking at a couple of stint times there. They've gone over the 52 minutes, Van der Linde and Guven, so potentially a panic there. Some cars still thinking they're racing here. It's hard to call because the race time is under 3 hours, but the checkered flag has been shown to be given. So it is race over, and these are our positions.
Yeah, if the checkered flag is shown, the race is over, even if it's early. If the checkered flag is not shown, but you've hit the time, then the race is deemed to have finished at the clock. But Lucas Auer, Matteo Cairoli, Amaro Engel and the Brains Trust at Mercedes-AMG Team Manfilter have got all the numbers right. There are your winners. As down towards the Parabolica comes Lucas Auer for the sake of 0.4 of a second. It was just fractionally shorter than planned, but hey, it was quite a race. Yes, I know it had lots of interruptions and there was quite a bit of damage to some cars, but plenty of drama and always lots to talk about. What a race, eh?
Yeah, we still got 42 cars to the finish, didn't we? And 20 cars on the lead lap. So some intense battles all the way down. This was the last chance for teams to see where they are ahead of Spa as well. And well done to Century Motorsport. Great drive there, especially by Will Moore in that middle stint. I thought his pace was very strong and that cemented a really good overall 8th position as well for that silver car.
So the drivers then on their in-lap, getting some pickup to help with the weight and the ride height of the cars. Mercedes-AMG winning Pro, BMW winning in the Gold Cup, BMW winning in the Silver Cup, and Porsche winning in bronze. Good spread of manufacturers, and a win for Al-Faisal Al-Zubar, Ben Tuck and Jens Klingman in the Gold Cup. Let's join in the conversation.
Okay, mate, it was a checkered flag. It was a checkered flag, sorry. It was Pete Mezzi from race control. Well, fucking P1, mate. Fucking P1.
Yes, boys. It's great. Thank you very much. Good job. Who would have thought? And once again, it's honestly, teamwork makes the dream work. It is like this in this team. So thanks for pushing. We are fucking winners! This is the deal.
So,
the king of Monza.
Great drive by Jens Klingman, outright winner last year, class winner this year, and 11th win for Mercedes-AMG in endurance, but a first Monza victory. And Lucas Auer bringing the car home. A job very well done. 16 seconds, the winning margin. And we'll no doubt be able to hear shortly from 3 very happy drivers. And Matteo Cairoli's birthday present from the team is a race win. Of course, he's not a Mercedes-AMG factory driver, but if he carries on like this, he might be. There, Jens Klingman, who's been part of the BMW roster for a long, long time, bringing all of that experience to good effect. And the Treble 7 team just querying whether the race was actually over, but yes, it was. Checkered flag is shown, so all good. And Jens Klingman for Almanar Racing is able to point at the team name. It's operated by WRT. He says well done to Lucas Auer, and Jens Klingman scoring victory.
And Mercedes getting their first ever Monza win that we said about. That's their 11th win in endurance as well. So they're now ahead of Audi in total amount of wins as well. So Mercedes still going strong with that AMG GT3.
And I suspect it ain't the last win of the season as well. Jens Klingman then, helmet off, hands device off, balaclava off, radio earpieces out. Up the pit lane strides Matteo Cairoli. And Antares Au there in the blue and white pink overalls with the cap on, winner of bronze. Hopefully we'll hear from Antares because he is a wonderful character. And he and Luke Hartog winning bronze. Luke Hartog's earned a beer, hasn't he, after a pretty Herculean task in that car, doing double duty. Yeah, over 2 hours of the 3-hour race he's done, and clambers out the car. It's a bit weary.
Yeah, I think he needs some water. He looks a bit dazed. I think he's looking for some shade and somewhere to sit down.
Probably also needs to stretch because he's a tall guy and you do sort of get folded into the car, don't you?
Look how sweaty he is. You can see the discoloration in the suit in places. That dark blue is sweat and the light blue was its original colour. But yeah, hot day here today, 30 degrees air temp, and yeah, some of these drivers have been working pretty hard.
So Antares Zhao looking as fresh as a daisy, goes to see his co-driver there, Will Moore, and also Jared Waberski up from single-seater racing, celebrating with their co-driver winning in silver, Max Janssen. But Lucas Auer, Mauro Engel, Mattia Cairoli win at Monza. Alex Legui is with them.
Lucas, Matteo, Mauro, my goodness me, what a win. What a well-deserved win that was. Lucas, let's start with you. Those last few stints, you really kept it clean. It was an incredible drive.
Yeah, it was actually quite tough because the track was very dirty. A lot of things were happening, so it was very easy to actually pick up a puncture or anything. But the guys did amazing. Winward, Mercedes AMG, what a fantastic weekend for us. So big congratulations, thank you.
Big congratulations indeed, and happy birthday. What a way to celebrate, huh?
I cannot be happier, to be honest, at the moment. It's my home race, so it's the best gift I would say of the entire day. So we were competitive since the beginning of the weekend. So we keep it clean throughout the race, and this is actually the end, so we deserve it.
Yeah, you certainly did keep it clean. And Mauro, do you think that turning point was that yellow flag and your stint?
Yeah, for sure, and you know, definitely feel heartfelt condolences to GetSpeed because you know they obviously did a great race, and then tough to see them go out like that. But for us, yeah, big thank you to Winward, to Mercedes AMG, to Luigi and Matteo. They drove fantastically. I've been trying to win this GT World Challenge race here for many years. It never quite worked out. Many podiums, and to do it on Matteo's birthday, couldn't be better, couldn't be happier.
Yep, and you've made history as well, putting Mercedes on the top step. Boys, you've got Spa coming up at the end of the month. Talk me through how you're feeling ahead of that. You must feel pretty confident.
Yeah, just repeat and do the same than here. No, I'm joking. No, but Spa is the biggest one of the year, and but with those teammates, with Winward, I feel more than ready and prepared.
Yeah, same, Mauro.
I mean, I haven't won that one either yet, so the aim is clear.
About time you do then, boys. Congratulations, great win.
Guys, can we take it?
Fantastic result for them. The leaping Mercedes AMG, Mauro Engel, Mattia Cairoli, Lucas Auer, and they go there with confidence for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, the last weekend of June. Although, if you want to go the week earlier, you'll find British GT and the French GT Championship as well, and then over the 24-hour weekend you've got GT4, GT2, McLaren, Lamborghini, just epic stuff. Let's go and hear from our class winners next. Back to Alex.
Boys, congratulations. Max, talk us through that. My goodness me, that was a tricky stint, right?
Yeah, this was the most, what's the right word? To keep it simple, difficult stint I've ever done, I think, in my life. So it was so super heavy. Yeah, my legs are shaking, so I'm glad we could bring home a P1 for the team. I think the car was mega. It has been all weekend. We didn't really get the result in qualifying I think we wanted. So I'd say this mega revenge, and really looking forward to Spa after this now.
Yeah, I bet you are. Do you think you can repeat the same, boys?
Yeah, I think, honestly, to sum it up, Max summed it up pretty well. What an amazing result. We've been quick all weekend. Qualifying was a little bit difficult for us, but we said at the start of the race, you just got to keep it clean, good pit stops. Everyone had clean stints, and that's what we did. And I just can't thank my teammates enough, and the team. The team have done an amazing job the whole weekend. I just can't thank everyone enough.
Much needed points, and doing it somewhere like Monza must put you in, must give you a certain degree of confidence in the car, in the trio, in the season, right?
Yeah, I think we've got a really good setup on the car at the moment. Like the boys say, we were flying all weekend. We didn't get the result we wanted in qualifying, but you know we brought it home in P1. These two absolutely mega stints. They've done the team proud. They've done us all proud. So super happy.
I think all three of you have done that. Well done, boys.
So job well done. Jared Waberski there in the middle. If you have a long memory, you might remember his dad racing in Formula Renault in the early to mid 1990s, and this was how they got that class lead, just to remind you. Etienne Shelley clearing the traffic but late on the brakes, then he ran wide, had to stand on the brakes, drop it down through the gears, momentum lost, and the road just opened up for Max Janssen, who was storming past. Let's go to the Gold Cup winners next, the Almanar by WRT squad.
Well, my goodness me. Right, Ben, let's start with you, Alfaza, because that stint was brilliant. What a way to start.
Yeah, I mean, we had a bit of contact in lap 1, so I was a bit worried. We had an issue with the car, but no, after that, the car felt fine. We just had to make sure we close the gaps and count on that full course, and WRT do the rest with strategy. So, yeah, the guys did an amazing job. The team, as always, with strategy. So, yeah, just over the moon. And to be 4th overall is amazing.
You were pretty cool, calm and collected when we had a chat earlier, Ben, and it does seem like strategy paid into your favour, and Jen certainly took it home, didn't he, for you boys?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest, we had the easy job. I came out of the pits in P1 already, and so it was just no mistakes and full steam ahead. So yeah, we're really happy with this one.
Fourth overall, as well as winners of gold. I mean, that gives you an awful lot of confidence, particularly going into Spa at the end of the year.
Yeah, obviously Spa is the highlight. I think for now, even in the sprint, we were scoring good podiums every weekend. But I'm not tired to say that really teamwork makes the dream work, because when we started this race, we didn't feel like we're in the best spot, but everyone is just executing so well, and all of a sudden we are P1. I got the car in P1, I was just driving home. So it sounds like it's a bit flat, but really in this case, it's really teamwork makes the dream work. So yeah, looking forward to the next races with those guys.
To be the master of Monza as well, Jens. Congratulations, boys, well done.
So delight for the Gold Cup winning team, the Almanar Racing by WRT car, and they've yet to nominate the fourth driver for Spa. We know those three are on the entry list, but TBA for the fourth slot. There's probably quite a lot of competition for it right now, because that certainly proved that it's going to be a competitive car, and the Gold Cup victory to BMW. Right, we're not done yet with our class winners. Let's go to bronze.
First thing Loic says, let him do the talking. No, because that was a great stint, Loic.
Yeah, I'm missing really a third driver in this scenario. It was really with the train of cars, very hot in the car. We got it home, perfect strategy. This guy did amazing. I'm happy.
Just how tough was it in these conditions to do a double?
Well, if I want to look good on camera, I say not so tough. But I think you can see it looks like I had a seizure, so I'm okay.
Well, thank goodness you didn't. And Tara's, a great job from you as well. Well done.
No, thank you. First time here at Monza, first season GT World Europe. It's funny, I've been to your hallmark race, Spa 24, 4 or 5 times, but really first time full season. Had a great team, great co-driver. It's regrettable that the two of us have to do this race by ourselves, but it kind of worked out.
Well, you boys are certainly a very good pairing. Congratulations, well done, and go and enjoy your podium.
Thank you.
And then Loic Hartog can go and enjoy a beer and a rest, because he certainly earned it. But that Porsche running like clockwork and finishing ahead of 96, the Pro Cup car. I know that had a drive-through, but 96 didn't qualify so well, whereas 97 has just had a really good, impressive run. And let's have a quick look in a moment at the results of what has turned out to be a really dramatic race here in Italy. So, there might be 1 or 2 penalties still to apply with things being looked at, but provisionally, Lucas Auer, Matteo Cairoli, Maro Engel are the winners of an almost 3-hour race at Monza, just 0.4 of a second shy. Joseph Loic having his first proper race in a GT3 car with Marvin Kirchhofer and Benji Goethe taking second from Mathieu Drudi, Niki Thiem and Marco Sorensen. Fourth, Jens Klingmann, Ben Tuck, Al-Faisal Al-Zubar to win gold ahead of Calvin van der Linde, Charles Witz and Ugo de Wilde. Their penalties still kept them, though, ahead of Aintje Guven, Maurice Schuring and Larry Ten Voorde. Go to 8th, you find the Silver Cup winners, Jared Werberski, Will Moore and Max Janssen. Go to 11th, and you find the bronze winners, Loic Hartog and Antares Au. There are your 4 class-winning combinations within the top 11 overall out of the 58 starters. And that goes to show, doesn't it, just how jumbled a race it has been. It's not like some of the classes are on page 2 or a long way down the order. They're all up there being competitive. Lots of hard luck stories, as is perhaps inevitable. Maybe the hardest of all, the number 17 Getspeed Mercedes retiring with that loose wheel. Recovering to 33rd after being knocked into the gravel early on, the Tim Santler Kotaku Liberati Mercedes AMG. The Corvette just 1 place ahead of it. Tough day for Dustin Blattner, Conrad Larson and Dennis Marshall's Ferrari, which is normally quite quick in bronze. But have a look at that long list of either delayed cars or non-finishers. A lot of them did not get to the end, and it's a good job there's quite a few weeks of repair time before we go to the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. I know we've been talking about the fact that you really ought to come and join us, but you really ought to come and join us. It's an epic weekend of sport coming up at the end of the month. Andrea Bertolini in his final race, coming home in the number 52 Ferrari. 20th place overall for Andrea Bertolini. He was the last driver on the lead lap, incidentally, but 4th in class means that he misses out on the podium, which in a sense is slightly cruel, but what a career he has had, and Andrea Bertolini certainly deserves all the respect and the adulation he's had this weekend. It has been quite a career. Andrea Bertolini, thank you for the memories. So then, the drivers are amassing at the podium, of which they will be, of course, the 4. They'll be the overall. They will be the gold, silver, and bronze as well. And 3rd overall, Nicky Thiem, along with Matteo Drudi and Marco Sorensen. That is a podium well earned, in as much as in a car that clearly didn't have quite as much pace as they wanted, they managed to just battle home.
Yeah, good strategy from the ComSU team. I think Nicky Thiem had strong pace at times as well. And here's the Garage 59 crew, Joseph Loke, enjoying his GT debut, you could say, after he didn't get in the car at Ricard.
Yeah, thinking this is a lot more fun than being at the back or in the middle of FIA Formula 3 and really struggling. So a job well done for Joseph Loke, with co-drivers in that car being Benji Goethe and Marvin Kirchhofer. It is a win for the Winwood Racing team, operating as Mercedes AMG Team Manfilter. So Winwood is on the podium to be represented, and then the winning drivers will step forward. Mauro Engel, Lucas Au, birthday boy Matteo Cairoli step forward onto the Monza podium, and celebrations will start. Matteo Cairoli's big birthday present is a win in only his 2nd outing in a Mercedes AMG GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup. The Mercedes drivers in the canary yellow overalls then heading onto the top step of the podium to celebrate a 1st Monza win in GT World Challenge Europe and its equivalents for Mercedes AMG, and that is a very popular result. So the trophy is about to be presented, and a good result for the Aston Martin drivers. A podium, Matteo Braga, the customer activity manager of Pirelli that supplies all the tyres, giving the trophies to Matteo Drudi. I think he's fearful his trophy's damaged or something. Marco Sorensen is there. Nicky Thiem gets his trophy. Well, they want to go 2 better for Spa and try and do back-to-back wins. It was quite a race last year. Dramatic last hour with delays for some in the pits, but the Aston team came through. They're going to have to work hard though if they're struggling for pace, because again you need quite a lot of grunt given the hills around Spa.
Yes, it's a huge thing. So much of the lap as well as full throttle. Not as much here, more of a high aero place in Sector 2, especially at Spa. So hard circuit for the drivers and teams to get the perfect balance, and then you factor in it's over 24 hours with quite a few variable conditions because it's Spa.
Absolutely right. So the trophies to 2nd place, Benji Goethe, Marvin Kirchhofer and Joseph Loke. Now the trophies go to the winners, to Mauro Engel, holds it aloft, Lucas Au, Matteo Cairoli says, where's mine? Well, the birthday boy is kept till last. Matteo Braga presents the trophy, and Matteo Cairoli, who switched from Porsche to Lamborghini last year as a factory driver, had a very tough season, disappointing, and has elected to move on. He's not a Mercedes AMG factory driver, but that's the kind of result that won't hurt his future employment prospects.
Yeah, it was faultless, wasn't it, from all 3 and from the team. Did think they potentially had that unsafe release in the middle of the race against the CSA McLaren, but no problems so far for them.
Champagne to be sprayed, and this will certainly boost life in the championship for them. So well done to our winning drivers. Let's look at the highlights of the drama at Monza that began with this enormous field of 58 pouring down towards the first of the chicanes, and it was Jules Gounon who took over the race lead. But the race didn't last long before we had our first bit of drama when Kobe Pauwels and Maxi Goetz got together. There were cars already rubbing up against each other at the chicane and going through the escape road, but arriving backwards against the barrier, Maxi Goetz getting involved with Kobe Pauwels. So that brought out the first interruption, first safety car. Then there was another after Tim Sandler got mullered, Sven Muller, tipping him into the gravel bed. Some great racing though did rage on all the way up and down the field, and of course with the field always being bunched up after a safety car period, that made for some very dramatic racing. And there was another incident that put Rolf Ineken's Porsche out of the race, and another interruption to move that from harm's way. Rolf Ineken out of the race with damaged suspension and was decidedly nonplussed as Thierry Vermeulen got himself in a big battle with Augusto Farfus. Farfus might be a veteran, but he was certainly teaching a lesson or two to the Dutch driver. Then more contact as Ferrari number 8 tipped Gary Ridon into a spin at the chicane. Poor El Rindone finding the one little bit of gravel in that part of Italy. And that brought out another interruption. Straight on and up the escape road went the number 64 Ford Mustang of Thomas Drouet. He slalomed his way back onto the road, chased by the Corvette. Yet more drama, yet more cars off the road, and then contact that puts him on Gachet out of the race. Chris Lallam getting involved with him. At the next round of pit stops, 48 just staying ahead of 112 McLaren that was rather determined to get alongside. But the next big battle was then going to rage on between the recovering Fabian Schiller, after losing the lead under a full course yellow, and the Marco Sorensen Aston Martin. Stoltz went through at the chicane. Sorry, Schiller went through at the chicane and relayed Stoltz, but Lucas Stint wasn't even a lap because the wheel wasn't seated properly and it was just too dangerous to continue. Eventually he parked the car, then a punctured tyre did for Eyvind Ekelchik just ahead of Calvin van der Linde, who had to swerve around him. Big battle in silver, the BMWs of Max Janssen and Etienne Shelley getting themselves together. Eventually Max Janssen through into the lead. Etienne Shelley then got him back, but by the end of the race it would be the number 42 Century Run BMW that took the class lead, and they were squabbling with Lurk Hartog, who was on target to win bronze. This was how Etienne Shelley lost the lead, too deep, clearing the traffic into the chicane, and the road opened up for Max Janssen, who went storming by on the way to the Curva Grande. Job done. We weren't done yet though. Einstein Guven squabbling with Enrique Chavez, and eventually 6th went to Guven, 7th to Chavez. Thomas Preining was in the mix as well, but then when he tried to find a way past Chavez, he got roughed up a little bit, was tipped off into the gravel. He was able to recover, but quite a long way back at the end of the race, as then the final full course yellow was triggered by Frasinetti's Lamborghini ending up in the gravel, meaning that Lucas Auer, Mauro Engel and Matteo Cairoli were victorious at Monza. So we go to our gold podium, where the winners are about to step forward for the Almanar by WRT team. You can see from the 88 Tresor Attempto Audi squad there already on the podium are Leonardo Moncini, Sebastian Oegaard and Riccardo Casaniga. They're joined by Thierry Vermeulen, by Chris Lallam and Harry King, and now Ben Tuck, Al-Faisal Al-Zubair and Jens Klingmann join them as the Gold Cup winners. So Matteo Braga will step forward with trophies, and Jens Klingmann definitely cementing himself as a bit of a Monza legend. Now, of course, some of this is down to results in Italian GT, but equally the great strategy by WRT bringing that car up the order. Sebastian Oegaard, Leonardo Moncini and Riccardo Casaniga there with 2 of the 3 trophies. It's always surprising how drivers look miffed that they haven't got a trophy and seem to expect that a man with 2 arms will somehow bring 3 heavy trophies. But you know, you'll get there in the end. You'll get your trophy.
I think they feel like they're the victim. Like, why am I the last out of 3? Was I not the best? I'm the best. I'm a racing driver.
Harry King patiently waits, but there's probably a comment about where's mine.
Yeah.
There it is. Happy now, Harry. Yes, he is. Second in gold with Thierry Vermeulen and Chris Lallam, the man in the middle there. Thierry Vermeulen, whose father manages Max Verstappen. There, the Almanar by WRT rep gets the team's award. And who are the 2 trophies going to go to first? Jens Klingmann wants one. Ben Tuck receives his. A handshake for Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. Your trophy is on the way, Al-Faisal. Do not worry, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Lots of support for Al-Faisal Al-Zubair back home. And this is another result that is going to turn yet more attention onto the coming man of Omani motor racing. And a great result. There is Vincent Voss with Pierre Dieudonné. Vincent in his trademark flat cap, as befits somebody that used to race in champion of Formula Ford in his early days in the northwest of England, which is good flat cap country. And Pierre Dieudonné, an absolute legend of Belgian motorsport, standing alongside him. So then, Al-Faisal Al-Zubair makes a run for it, and the others have the champagne at their feet. So celebrations for the victors in gold. And just to illustrate that margin of victory, Jens Klingmann brought treble 7 home 4th. Harry King, 2nd in class, 15th overall. So that was, you know, quite a big margin between them. It was something like 40 seconds plus. So the winning gold drivers ready to make their way from the podium. You can see how busy the pit lane is, as here the overall endurance championship is currently led by Calvin van der Linde, Hugo de Wilde and Charles Weerts, with 2 points the margin over Matteo Cairoli, Mauro Engel and Lucas Auer. Third, Mickey Team, Mathieu Drudi and Marco Sorensen. They're tied on points, though, with Ian Schenguven, who in turn is 3 up on Alessio Picariello, Sven Muller and Patrick Niederhauser, with the absent Laurin Heinrich and Klaus Bachler coming next. Then Benjamin Goethe, Joseph Loke and Marvin Kirchhoff as back raid today, bringing them up into the order. Great racing then here at Monza this weekend. So if you take today's result, add it to what we've had overnight and previously this season in the GT World Challenge powered by AWS Manufacturer Cup, Mercedes AMG ahead of BMW, then Porsche, third, Ferrari fourth, Audi rounding out the top 5. But it's not a massive gap, is it, between Mercedes AMG and BMW? And that could look radically different by the end of June with the points to be scored at Spa. Good to see that McLaren of Garage 59 going so nicely for second overall. Just going back to the overall situation after the mechanical woes they had in France for the first race.
Yeah, they've had a lot of pace, haven't they? And it's nice to finally see them converting that into good finishing.
Indeed so. Silva, Alberto Di Folco, Alex Arca, Ezekiel Perez Compact are next. That kind of got away from them, didn't it? They were so good in the first stint. There you have the drivers for second place, Etienne Shelley, Gustav Bergström, Gilles Stadsbader for Team WRT. And then the category winners, Max Janssen, along with Will Moore and Jared Waberski, will make their way onto the top step of this Silver Cup podium. And it was a well-deserved win. Max Janssen didn't have to work for that. And that's what it should all be about, battling all the way to the very end. There are our winning drivers then in silver. Onto the podium comes Jared Waberski, Will Moore, and then celebrating with everybody you can find, Max Janssen, after a really, really hard battle. Absolutely made up with that. The very jovial and very tall Dutch driver clambers up onto the podium. Your Silver Cup winners here at Monza in this second round of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup. And the next stop for the Endurance Championship is the Spa 24 at the end of the month. Let's go back to the podium where trophies are ready to be presented to our winning drivers. There you can see the Silver Cup top teams. Alberto Dossi, a member of the board of SIS Autodromo Nazione Monza, is presenting the trophies. And the champagne is tantalisingly close to drivers' feet. But first up, there are the trophies to go to the second place crew, Gustav Bergström, along with Gilles Stadsbader, Etienne Shelley, 3 drivers all having to work together for the first time, with Gilles Stadsbader coming up from Lamborghini Super Trofeo, with Gustav Bergström from Scandinavian Porsche Racing, and Etienne Shelley up from GT4. So something pretty much all of them, all new. They're the winners' trophies. Will Moore on the far end of that podium from Ginetta Racing in the UK, and then British GT. Jared Waberski, GB4, GB3, did do a race 2 years ago in the GSM Lamborghini in World Challenge. And Max Janssen has raced in the Dutch Supercar Challenge as well as GT World Challenge and the German GT4 series. So lots of experience, but Jared Waberski, the one really having the career switch from single-seaters to GT cars for this year. But that was a proper fight, wasn't it? Raging right the way to the end.
Yeah, and fair, and both driver crews happy with each other, which is nice to see. Someone's always got to be a loser when there's a winner, but WRT Car Crew 30 taking it well.
And the celebrations are still going on as champagne is sprayed, and the WRT team sort of get their own back a little bit here. So as this gives us a chance, while we get the next drivers for our final podium, it gives us a chance to just check up on the class championships in gold. First up, Jens Klingmann, Al-Faisal Al-Zubar, Ben Tuck for Almanar Racing by WRT, ahead only by 2 points of the Verstappen.com trio of Chris Lallam, Thierry Demoulen and Harry King. Simon Gachet, Arthur Rouget and James Kell out of luck today, but still hanging on to third, ahead of Moncini, Ugard and Casaniga. Then Reece Barr, Tommy Foster and Alex Buncombe next from James Allen, Largim Ali and Mikey Porter, who had a frustrating day. 24th overall, coming home 4th in class, but it was tough early on with penalties that delayed them. So this Gold Cup, it's been an interesting race. It's going to be an interesting season, and especially with the amount of points you can garner at Spa, then it's going to be really interesting to see how that all works out. So as the teams either push cars to garages or go and cheer their drivers, this is how we look in silver. James Kellett, Pedro Ibrahim and Charles Clark, who today got 6th in class, are the leaders from Jared Weberski, Will Moore, Max Janssen. Good haul of points for them. Alex Arca, Alberto Di Folco and Ezekiel Perez-Companc are next. Then you've got Mathis Lismont and Lorcan Hannafin ahead of Kian Jew is not here this weekend. Evan Clemenco, Lucas Legere not here this weekend, and Lawrence Leclerc come next. So it's still looking good for BMW teams, 1 and 2, Paradigm and Century, 2 British teams at the top of the silver competition. So it is the bronze podium that is going to round out the ceremony here at Monza. And the Bronze Cup in Paul Ricard, won by Ferrari, Dustin Blattner and teammates, but here the Ferrari is rather struggling for pace. There, onto the podium for 3rd place come Guilherme Oliveira, Miguel Ramos and Tom Fleming. For 2nd spot, Gabriele Piana, Renat Salikov, Marvin Dienst for Winwood Racing. And then ready for the top step, just the 2. Lurk Hartog, he probably deserves 2 trophies, doesn't he, with Antares out, but the amount of effort that had to be put in by Lurk Hartog, yeah, it's been a tough day in the Porsche specialist. There's Antares out, first of all, with Lurk Hartog towering over the Hong Kong driver. And for the Rutronic Racing team, honours here at Monza. So for Rutronic Racing, the national anthem played. The trophies from Alberto Dossi, the member of the board of SIAS Autodromo Nazionale Monza. They go first to Miguel Ramos, who studies the trophy, along with co-drivers Tom Fleming and Guilherme Oliveira. Then a great big cheer goes up for the Garage 59 drivers. At the other end of the podium, there will be celebrations for the Winwood Racing drivers, Gabriele Piana, Marvin Dienst, who is a German F4 champion, about a decade or so ago now, and Renat Salikov. And this is the one moment on the podium where, when you get to the winners, nobody's going to say, where's my trophy? Because 2 will arrive for 2 drivers. There, the team's trophy goes to Rutronic, and then Antares out and Lurk Hartog to get the winners' trophies.
Should Hartog not get 2?
Well, yeah, I did suggest that, but let's see how generous we're all feeling.
Thank you. Thank you.
Only 1 is offered, but Antares out terribly humble about getting his trophy, recognising, as we'd heard, the efforts of Lurk Hartog. But that really was a Herculean effort by Lurk, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was at a fast pace as well. It wasn't cruising around, and that's why they're winners of their class.
So champagne awaits. Antares Au is going to be last with the cork, and he's going to be wet by the time he does so, as he gets a proper soaking. And very happy drivers on the podium. Great racing as ever in GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. Lurk Hartog successfully drops the bottle to the team. So how do we look in bronze then, 2 races in? Well, Dennis Marshall, Conrad Lawson and Dustin Blattner are ahead despite a really frustrating day today. Then Renat Salikov, Marvin Dienst and Gabriele Piana. And they in turn are a point up on Darren Lung and Sean Galal. Antares Au and Lurk Hartog come next ahead of Dan Harper, who's away in America. Then Niccolo Rossi, David Fuminelli and Niccolo Schiro. So that's how we look in bronze at the end of 3 hours of drama at Monza. Let's remind ourselves about what a great race it was here, full of drama. And on the run to the first corner, you had, for example, the Raffaele Marciello BMW looking to gain ground on the inside line. It was, though, Jules Gounon who led into the chicane. Inevitably, a few cars skipped across the curb, some up the escape road to keep out of strife, some across the grass. And there was also a bit of rubbing and racing as they came out the other side, and debris flew. But coming into the Curva Grande, off into the barriers, thundered. Maxi Gertz and Kobe Pauwels. Aston Martin and Mercedes out, and then there was contact as well when Sven Muller got involved with Tim Sandler, and the Mercedes ended up in the gravel. He hooked reverse gear and tried to keep moving, but it just was not to be as more battles raged on lower down the order. In the end, with a number of full course yellow and safety car interruptions, pit stop timing was absolutely vital. Another driver that got rather roughed up, a tap in the back from a McLaren, was Rolf Ineiken. His Porsche into the barrier, damaged suspension, day done. Rolf Ineiken very frustrated as Augusto Farfus made a really good move on Chris Lullum, and he got the BMW ahead. Again, they leant on each other, but it's a narrow chicane, and Farfus was coming through. Then contact from number 8 Ferrari put Gabriel Rindone into the gravel bed. It's only a small strip of gravel, but it was enough to, again, neutralise the race as the HRT Full Performance Mustang explored the escape road at some speed, threading its way between the markers to get back on track. The next drama was when Simon Gachet got turned around by Chris Lullum, and there was drama coming out of the pits as well as the number 48 Mercedes tried to stave off a rather impudent McLaren coming out of the CSA Racing stable. Fabian Schiller, though, was working his way into contention, getting himself up with the Marco Sorensen Aston Martin that was really struggling for pace. Fabian Schiller having been delayed with the timing of a pit stop, fighting back against the number 48 car. Schiller relayed Lucas Stolz, but Lucas' stint would not be a long one. The front left wheel not seated properly, and eventually the car had to pull off the track on that out lap. A little bit lower down, BMWs were squabbling for silver. This battle between Max Janssen and Etienne Shelley would rage all the way to the end. Etienne Shelley getting himself ahead. Eventually back through would come Max Janssen. Look, Hartog's Porsche heading for bronze success as well. This is how the lead in silver changed. Etienne Shelley just too deep into the chicane, delayed himself. The road opened up for Max Janssen, who went charging by, and that secured a win for BMW in silver, while Enrique Chavez was busy battling with Archie Guven and Thomas Preining, and that all came to a head at the Rogier chicane. Thomas Preining went off the road. He'd been off the road trying to get past Guven earlier on. This was another rough up, and eventually 911 tumbled quite a long way down the order to 12th place as the final interruption came when the Frasinetti Lamborghini fell out of third in silver and into the gravel as Lucas Auer, Mauro Engel, Matteo Cairoli came through to win here at Monza at the end of a very lively 3 hours of racing.
Nah, anjing bener ini lagi cok, ngentot.
Apa gue injek aja ya kepalanya? Enggak deh, enggak.
Kamu beruntung dapat aku tak. Maksudnya
Bisamu kamu
Hot and cheesy, Big Burger King, Big Whopper, favorit.
mau berak.
Timur kita udah bangun nih. Selamat pagi ya Winnie ya. Selamat sore, selamat petang. Aduh. Anjing. Bangun gua harusnya tadi jam 3 di telepon kan. Aduh sih. Masih gak kuat mata gua, Cok. Masih. Nah nih Gaski Joko Minto. Seperti itu. Udah. Berak gak sih? Berak mandi beh. Lanjut main kita. Sama kelar anjing replay GT. Ada EWC nih. Strip mesti strip. Aduh, kena ini lagi ntar. Kena riot. Lah udah, oh belum. Udah. Tadi jam 4. Nanti jam 20.50. Oke. Bangun saat. Ya. Saya sudah kembali ya. Amba. Anjing mules, Cok. Anjing ker modal nih. Hayang modal. Biar dulu guys bro. Aduh. Mules, Cok. Gak bisa. Buset, kenapa geleh bukan tolol. Kenapa? Aduh.
Setelah krisis stick satu bulan lebih.
Kasih. Oh iya, kamu udah punya KTP ya? Apa? Kamu udah punya KTP ya? Belum. Demi apa? Kenapa? Aku kan masih 17, tahun depan baru 18 tau kak. Lah, bukan ya? 17. Sebuah makarya dari sang pencipta, dalam mimpi yang menjadi nyata. Dalam seorang kita bersama relasi.
Ah. Lucu. Oh. Dewi. Eh, Joko Minto, Yurimo Anata. Cok, bikin sakit mata anjir. Mau ya. Cir baru bukan langsung gambar bukan Astagfirullah. Kenapa sih harus pentil gitu kan ngomongnya? Oke. Pentil. Oh ya udah pentil. Iya coba pentil. Mau main apa ini? Belum tahu sih. Lupa mandi dulu sebetulnya. Forza nggak ada. Pokoknya belum diperpanjang. Tuh, ini baru cerah. Cerah. Udah ngegelis-ngegelis kayak lampu ini tuh, ngentok. Apa ya? Roblox aja main Roblox aja. Naik ke puncak gunung. Nah, Roblox. Install saja, bro. Gratis. Nah, kita bikin jadwal naik gunung. Malas banget. Ya udah. Ya Udin. Iya, Udin. FC gak sih? FC. Ayo FC ya, oke. FC. Terus. Kedouble streamnya ya? Suaranya? Suaranya kedouble ya?
Iyalah.
Aku pakai earphone deh, tai. Ada orang ganggu aja gue tidur ya. Kayaknya nggak ada lu deh tadi waktu jam 3-an.
Apa.
Di telepon gue, Cok.
Siapa?
Gua.
Siapa yang nelpon?
Teman gua.
Oh.
Stres. Joko Amin. Irma Anda. Jam 7 mandi aja.
That's a nice fun. It's a nice fun. Yeah,
Itu 100.000 siapa ya? Sam kayaknya deh.
Apa?
Nggak jelas coy emailnya. Asal-asalan.
Sport. It's in the game. Kamu siapa ini? Bahkan kalau mereka sama memang benar. Apa saat itu mereka kamu Kevin dan
Bang, copyright bang.
Apa ya copyright?
Lagu.
Oh, masuk ke mikrofon kan?
Kan masuk ke ini Discord audio.
Oh, iso.
Iso, kan suara mono. Coba tonton
Ya udah, saya
streamnya.
pakai headset saya.
Lupa saya apa kalau nge-stream.
Hey, hey, hey. Ngomong Sat.
Oh, cek. Yo, WhatsApp nih. Nah,
Oh, the search tulisan apa ini? Mata. Saya tahu. Saya tahu. Whatever it's like, we God, they could talk shit.
oi.
Sabar. Gas.
They face Liverpool, and it's coming up live on EA TV next. Hello.
Ntar coba matiin lagu. Let's go.
To you, wherever you happen to be, this is the scene here in the French capital, Paris. We're at the Parc des Princes on a glorious day for football. I'm Derek Ray, and my commentary partner here on the gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham player, Stuart Robson. And this is the day when everyone starts on the same level. The first match of the new campaign. It's Paris Saint-Germain taking on Liverpool.
Well, Derek, champions last season, and deservedly so. But I think they'll need to be even better in this campaign if they are to retain their title. They'll be looking for a quick start here.
A no-nonsense defensive clearance. Oh, that's an interesting pass. And the danger's still on. It's a neat move. Big chance. Easy meet for the goalkeeper. Chance for Liverpool to use width to good effect. Oh, great attacking play. And a decent delivery. Can he avoid the finish?
Anjing jalan-jalanin gua, Cok. Wah, pas banget ini Donnarumma. Oh, bukan nih lawan Munchen ya?
As a fruitful one for PSG. And a very good challenge. Nunez. Well, he's certainly not alone. Played towards the near post.
Ya, anjing.
Oh, how on earth has he missed that?
Right, so.
What a glorious opportunity.
Well, the flag's gone up, and he was offside, but he didn't know that when he took his shot.
Well, it wasn't first-class distribution. Well, you never quite know who's going to dominate a game in advance, but I think you can maybe make an argument for this fellow, Stuart. What do you think we'll see from him today?
Well, he will try and get on the ball as much as possible. He loves to affect the game with his combination play, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that again today.
Well, all doing their bit to keep them out. Could play it in. Well, he has players waiting at the back post. Hit with power.
Tahu mulu anjing. Tolol.
Fabian. Nuno Mendes. Ferreira. Hakimi. Well, the keeper reacted magnificently. And the corner played over by Dembele. Read it well, cleared it well. Well, that's a really good authoritative tackle. Throw in here. Oh, fancy footwork. That's well blocked. Now sending it in. Still not clear. The defenders know you can't really allow things like that. And the referee's verdict is
what the hell?
penalty kick.
Clean,
It has
bro.
been judged to have been a bookable offence.
Well, I think the referee's got that right all round. It was a penalty and it was a yellow card.
This to make it 1-0.
Anjing ketebak cok ngentot.
Hakimi. Well, possibilities inside the box.
Anjing buat apa tadi direbut? Bangsat.
Ousmane Dembele prepared to fire. It might still be problematic. Well, they can keep possession
Ya
of it now.
Allah.
The fans want to see a shot. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Salah. Trying his luck.
Anjing.
A smart stop here. And it took a little nick before it went over the touchline. So a throw in here. Well, using the space really well, you've got to say. Oh, good work to deny the opportunity. Andrew Robertson. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. He has teammates around him. Dembele.
Jumpa cok dribblenya.
This is on the clearance, a good one. Vitor Ferreira. Intelligent threaded pass here. Keeper did his job to begin with.
Oh, shit.
Well, it came to nothing in the end. Dembele. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Andrew Robertson. What a magnificent pass. Well, he's been ruled offside.
Perasaan gua tadi ukuran nggak offset ya.
Nice looking move, this. And stopping the danger. Hakimi.
Ya Allah, kepencet bulat
Steered out of play and a throw-in coming up. An alert intervention. Could be troublesome. Might be a chance here. So a corner kick it'll be following the deflection. Over it comes. Oh, disappointing clearance. Well, they can keep possession now. Dembele. And that's a very good parry. Darwin Nunez. This might be ideal for the counter. Able to skip past his man.
Anjay.
In terms of the counter attack. And so the half-time whistle has gone here at the Parc des Princes in Paris. Well, probably a fair assessment of his first half's work would be a mixed bag.
Well, he didn't contribute enough in that
Yeah,
first
the
half.
bang.
I think he needs to work
The
hard.
one, yeah,
to
that one,
get
yeah,
He's
yeah.
far too static. In my view, he's got to make more runs behind this back line in the second half.
Apa Jar? Dimas. Siapa Jar?
My father.
Parah kayak Dimas. Uang.
Underway then in the second half. And the two teams matching each other just about stride for stride.
Akan ada dua. Kok orang. Orang pun ngomong tua ni memang. Ini dah biasa saja. Naik.
Golek to, Den?
Hah?
Golek.
Oh?
Golek.
Liverpool have given it away. Dembele.
Lebih Pak Anang cari Denta.
For a Paris Saint-Germain throw-in.
Soto.
And possibilities here. Some of the fans are screaming, have a go. And made sure the pass wasn't troublesome. Can he put them in front?
Ih. Sama.
Goalkeeper comes through.
Yes, Derek, we have to give credit to the keeper, but surely he should have scored there. That's a big, big chance.
And the counter looks on here. Options available. He brings it down, but what?
Sama.
Gol apa coba?
Exactly what they were hoping to produce. They've delivered the goal. And the ball is moving again, and the question is, how will PSG reply to that setback? Dembele. Just the challenge that was required. Can he find the right pass? And PSG using width to good effect. A good and fair challenge. Good vision. Can he get onto this?
Kena pring, Cok.
Excellent chip.
Well, had that gone in, it would have been a wonderful goal.
And quick thinking defensively. Now can they counter clinically? Decisive pass.
Kenceng banget anjing.
Off target.
Well, they broke with such pace and intent. Fantastic move. Just couldn't quite cap it off.
This could level it. Really sound defending. Well, it's an attractive passing move, but it's all about finding an equaliser here. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. Dembele. Rewarded for that brilliant high press. And a fine stop.
Anjing sampai masuk sih stres ya. Tai.
Out of play, PSG throw in forthcoming.
Well, those stats don't lie. Liverpool haven't controlled the ball, but their counter-attacking has been really good, particularly in the wide areas. It's been an excellent performance from them so far.
Yes, a really effective performance all in all. Well, a good tackle.
Anjing lo.
Oh, couldn't find a teammate, unfortunately. And a throw-in to come. The delivery from Dembele.
Lemah sekali, bro.
To make sure nothing untoward happened. Mo Salah. Capable of so much better, to be honest.
Well, I
Siapa
expected
sih
more
yang
as well, Derek.
shot
From that sort of
everybody?
position, he had every chance of scoring, but it's a poor effort.
Andrew Robertson has lost the ball.
Looking for mistake me down smoking boy.
And it's a goal for Paris
Aneh.
to seal this game. Andrew Robertson. Well, a decent position for Liverpool to be in.
Itu kenapa nggak diambil sih Nunes anjing?
Defensively. Looked as though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. Trying to open them up. Hakimi. Reading it well. Just missing narrowly on the volley.
Well, it's a fantastic effort. Difficult technique, but he caught it so well. He's unfortunate.
Jangan main fucking bad. Liverpool should work.
10
Don't know,
minutes remaining
Liverpool
here.
should work.
Well, great read there to intercept. Level it is. Closing moments here. Can Liverpool find a winner? Just needs to get rid of it. And the
Set.
goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to
Apa orang ngapa-ngapain?
Corner maksudnya.
maybe a chance now for Liverpool from this corner. Safe pair of hands.
Anjing kalau tahu kena gua sundul aja, Cok.
And easily cut out in the end. And so into the final 5 minutes.
Ya Allah.
And cutting inside. That's what you call defending from the front. Possibilities here. It will be a Paris Saint-Germain free kick. Well, you saw that he was trying with that free kick, but the goalkeeper had it covered all the way. Salah. Now with Alexander-Arnold. Good ball over the top. Liverpool trying to click into an attacking gear with the game level in the closing moments. And a chance to whip it in here.
Yeah!
Gone and found the net! Brilliant piece of finishing! Magnificent goal! Well, as they kick off again, 2-1 the current state of affairs. PSG chasing this game. They're not out of it. This could square the game.
Anjir.
Magnificent!
Petak.
Outrageous! What a goal it was! One that all football lovers will appreciate. And now waiting to pounce.
Yeah!
They forged ahead, and it might be the goal.
Prit it. Oh, tendang. Wah. Untung last chance.
Satisfactory result for starters, and it's very clear that every bit as thirsty for success this time around as they were in the last campaign.
Well, it's
This feel like what's up in another play. Sorry. Yeah. Betul wala famoso. Ano pa rin wala kaso. Yun sana pa yan, may fang choke. Wala naman ang maklabi tayo natin.
Kelihatan kan?
Kelihatan lah, beda itu warnanya.
A high-tension occasion. Two teams ready to go at it, knowing that interest levels are off the charts, with the focus on the drama and the outcome. Who will come out on top? It's live on EA TV. Hello, wherever you happen to be, welcome to Catalonia, welcome to Barcelona. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary box, providing expert analysis, is Stuart Robson. And without doubt, a match with the potential to bring genuine excitement. It's Barcelona facing Manchester City.
Well, they'll be confident coming into today, Derek. It was a good result for them last time out, and I thought they played well. If they can just back it up with another 3 points, they'll certainly fancy their chances.
Well, this is what we think for Barcelona. Marc-Andre ter Stegen starts in goal. Pedri starts alongside Frenkie de Jong in the centre of midfield. And leading the line today, Robert Lewandowski. Could be, and what a magical save it was! Can he deliver it with accuracy? Not quite the clearance they were hoping for. Just the challenge that was required. Foden. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Introducing the starting players for Manchester City. Ederson stands between the posts. Ruben Dias plays alongside Manuel Akanji in central defence. Jack Grealish plays with Phil Foden.
Kok dibalikin situ lagi sih bro?
Middle in attack today, Erling Haaland.
Who's the cut slice up? Sen får vi stacka för sängen night.
In a decent position now. Oh, great attacking play. Can he put it
Itu udah gue segitiga loh.
Just what the fans wanted to see. The ideal way.
Biar mengurangi kesenjangan sosial, maksudnya jarak.
Is moving once more. How important will that opening goal prove to be? Silva. De Bruyne. The cross is
De Bruyne.
on. And players waiting at the far post. And well positioned to clear. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up.
Aduh, Konde cuk, bahaya nih.
Oh, nice ball. Oh, genuine chance. What a
Aish.
Shit.
couldn't find a teammate. Throw in here. Gives it a go. Oh, good save. Really
Aduh,
clever
salah.
pressing. Cross towards that.
Ya, Scorpion King.
Finessing it into the back of the net. Take a mark.
Wah,
Rolling again at 1-1.
aku melakukannya 2 kali.
Well, he went strongly into the challenge, and the result is a throw-in. And City get the throw-in. Sloppy there.
Malah
Bernardo
pindah si
Silva.
anjing cuk.
De Jong. Can he find the right pass? Well, the supporters think it's on. Opportunity to go ahead. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. Crossing possibilities. Useful cross towards the near post.
You
Just piece of
never.
it. De Bruyne.
Thank you.
City did well to
So
win it back.
Thank you.
Kontol.
And the shot. Blocking it.
Hey, chill bro, chill.
Fine goalkeeping to push that away. Really good challenge. Promising move from Barcelona. And Lewandowski in the thick of things.
Ih, anjing begitu masuk, Pak.
There's the goal to re-establish their advantage.
Aduh, guring.
Rodri.
It's like you never.
Grealish.
That.
Into the area here. A no-nonsense clearance.
So.
Released it nicely. And he takes it
Anjing
away.
dicengkal gua, cok.
Barca know it's a sector of the pitch devoid of defenders. Good idea. My goodness, the importance of getting there was not lost on the keeper.
Lah,
there to intercept. City finding space on the flank. Haaland. On to Grealish. Oh, fine stop.
Sejes ini malah perpanjang kontrak sampai 2027 anjing. Gue kira bakal dilepasin. Malah jadi kiper utama anjing.
Lah kan bagus tuh Ses tadi.
Iya bagus, maksudnya kan dia kan bukan player resmi gitu loh. Maksudnya dia kan player ini pensiunan.
Oh.
Bukan player kontrak. Bukan player agen. Idi.
Let's go.
Haaland. Silva. Crossing opportunity.
Terus maksa.
Difficult angle. Not a memorable effort though.
Well, you have to question the decision making there. Could he have cut it back? The angle was
Barca
always
apa
against
Barca?
him.
Apa Jar?
Apa Barca?
Terus maksa gue bilang.
Oh.
To bring that attack to an end. Lewandowski.
Wih, dapat bola.
The keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger.
Well, there it is. Barcelona have created chance after chance, and I just can't see that changing. They've been excellent.
That's a good pass.
Anjing.
Massive.
Goalkeeper got to it. Let's see about the delivery. Could still be dangerous. Well, threat averted. A chance then for the respective managers to address their charges. It is half-time here. An analysis of Robert Lewandowski's... And back in business here, Barcelona dominating the proceedings in the first half of this match. Let's see how the second half plays out.
Oh shit.
Apa coba?
Shit.
Possession of the ball. Has a go. Well, that's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. And eventually, goalkeeper's ball.
Well, you can sense the relief amongst his teammates, but what a first save that was.
Kenapa ke situ sih anjing?
Pass. Wasteful from City.
Gak apa ini, Cuk. Tarkam anjing.
Nice looking pass.
Joko Binto.
And execution.
Anjing masih kena, Cuk.
Challenge that was required. And threading it through.
Ya, anjing.
That save, fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Put in by De Bruyne. And swept out of there.
Kenapa Pedri gantungnya? Biasanya rapinya, Cuk.
Maybe a good position from which to counter. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Can he take advantage?
Lah, ke offside kocak.
Offside bro. Kaget saya juga.
Gue offside.
And the flag was up in good time. It's offside.
Well, he should have realised that was going to be offside. That's a poor decision to play that pass.
What to like about that pass? Failure to keep the ball by Barca. Now, who can he play it to? And he's in.
Joko Min.
Oh, a goalkeeper inspired.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's a great save. Really good reaction from the keeper.
Kevin De Bruyne with the corner. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? Have to pay attention defensively. It should be.
Apa ni Yamal ampun.
Grealish.
Offside.
And a goal kick in
Enggak
the
offside.
too much height on the shot.
Udah gua buang soalnya.
Haaland. Off the post and back in play.
Gua mau scorpion kick, Cok.
Solving the problem.
Tumban.
Kunde.
Kunde.
Kunde. He's played it over to the near post. Alex Balde. Could be dangerous. Gabi. Oh, chance perhaps. Crucial piece of defending. Grealish.
Ya Allah.
And unfortunately for him, he had worked his way
Gol jadi
into an
imam,
offside
Cok.
position.
And I think everybody in the ground could see that was always going to be offside.
Will he find the net? And a goal this time. Applying the finishing touch. Just what the doctor ordered. So the current scoreline 4-2. Well, possibilities inside the box. Balde decided to come in from the flank. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. De Bruyne has support. Might be a chance to break. Well, the danger was
Ya
on,
Allah.
but just a fraction offside. And into the last 15 minutes of action. Space here for Barcelona. Can he play it in? Took a touch on the way through, so a corner here. Over it comes.
Idih. Nice block.
There, off the line. Pressure applied. Can they make something of it? And he takes it on.
No way.
A piece of goalkeeping there. This might be ideal for the counter. Well, that break looked so promising, but nothing coming from it.
Lah.
Out of play, City throw. That's a very fine piece of tackling. Erling Haaland! And really good goalkeeping.
Well, in 1v1 situations, he just makes it so difficult for the attacker. What a good goalkeeper he is.
Ya. What?
Bang, kayak hoki banget, so.
What a shoot, bro.
Well, how about this? 4-3. Kunde. That's a good pass. Oh, that's textbook goalkeeping. Five minutes left. A very good tackle. And he couldn't quite get himself back on side, Stuart.
Well, as a player, you need to be able to change your mind, but he wasn't able to, and that's a poor pass.
Oh, lovely ball. And he's apparently veered into an offside position, Stuart.
Well, that's tight, really tight. But he was just too anxious to make his run. He was in, though.
Barca recovering possession well. Good idea. Haaland.
Shit.
Pivotal moment defensively.
Soklin lantai anjing.
Time is against Manchester City, but still they could hit back.
Ya anjing.
What about the stoppage time situation? 2 minutes the word. De Bruyne threading it through.
Yeah!
Accuracy deserted him at a crucial moment.
Well, he had to score there.
Bro.
That's probably the game over now.
Haaland. And quick thinking defensively.
Anjing, last chance gua. Bisa. Draw itu harusnya cok anjing.
Who knows what it's going to mean in terms of the title race?
Well, I thought it was a
Bangsat lah.
They just looked off the pace, and they were deservedly beaten. But they're still level on points and still have everything to play for.
Joko Minto, Yerimo Anata. Oi. Indonesia dong.
Mental fortitude and technical excellence. Both qualities will be pivotal as this important occasion unfolds. We cannot wait to find out who will prevail. Excitement in the air. It's Bayern. They take on Real Madrid. Welcome everyone on a perfect night for football with the floodlights beaming down. I'm Derek Ray, and joining me to provide expert analysis is Stuart Robson. And the general feeling is we should be in for a spellbinding occasion. It is Bayern Munich, and they take on Real Madrid.
Yeah, cheers, Derek. Well, you wonder if confidence will be low after that last performance. But with so few games in the season...
Chances on. It's opened up for him. Brilliantly blocked. Well, he went strongly into the challenge, and the result is a throw-in. And so the starting 11 for Bayern. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. Leon Goretzka plays alongside Joshua Kimmich in the centre of midfield. And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Harry Kane.
Touch it, touch.
Far from a smooth challenge. Now will the
Waduh. Madrid banget tuh.
Vinicius Junior. Here's Mbappe.
Lolos.
Impending danger, but good defending. Just failing to hit the target with his pass, and it'll be a throw-in. Leroy Sané. Bayern throw-in coming up. Nicely timed tackle.
Harusnya gua.
And Bayern could get in behind the defence here. Teammate available.
Woi, nice block.
Bellingham deserves credit for winning the ball back. Sané.
Nice banget, Cok. Rudiger. Ger. Blok aja juga ger. Touch, bro, touch. Oh, enggak.
Enggak.
And Bayern come away with the ball. Sané. Oh, he's left his marker for dead. And playing it back.
Ih, Kabadiga.
Palmed away by the keeper.
Rasis banget sih.
Oh, sorry. Lagi live saya lupa.
Gak ada pemaju ini.
Realizing that it might be opening up on the opposite flank. Good visualization and execution.
Wah, tuh banget bro. Patahin kaki Musiala, Sat.
Jangan dong. Nanti hilang dari Eja. Lah, gue yang tackle, gue yang jatuh, Cok.
Sané. Oh, managing to beat him. Can he put them in front?
No way.
Stellar piece of defending. And a fine stop to turn the ball away.
Well, it's all still level here, and you have to say, what a brilliant stop that was from the keeper.
They
haven't taken the lead there.
Well, now they've got to concentrate on keeping the door locked. Good through ball. And cutting it out. Attacking possibilities for Real. It should be. Oh, a smart stop.
Tahan sewu, apik.
Delivering it. And he did what he had to do defensively. To take the lead.
Ya Allah.
Valverde. Mbappe in the center.
Ya!
The goal for 1-0, and that changes the dynamic. Who can he pick out? Now a decent position. Kane! Oh, really good reflexes and danger averted. Well, let's find out if Bayern can take advantage of this corner kick situation. Rewarded for that brilliant high press. Well, the keeper had plenty to think about with bodies around him. Throw in then for Bayern.
Well, those stats show us that Real Madrid haven't had that much of the ball, but their speed of attack when they win the ball back has been breathtaking. It's been a really good performance from them.
Apa nggak ngelebar sih bolanya anjing?
And a bit more defending on their minds here, I think. Sané delivered into the area here. Just the clearance that was needed.
Ya Allah ya Robby.
And good work from Real Madrid to win the ball back. Jude Bellingham.
Jude Bellingham.
That's a good pass. Oh, that's a solid piece of defending when it looked as though it might go wrong for them. Mendy. Really inventive stuff from Real here.
Ih, kalau depan cok.
Too close to him.
Joko Minto.
Hustled out of play here. Real Madrid.
Itu kenapa main gua anjing?
Real Madrid have been awarded the free kick. Harry Kane. Maybe room here for the counter-attack. Well, they seem to be onto something positive, but it faded away. That's an effective...
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
And they know they need to stop him. Cuts in from the flank. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Using width to good effect. Takes the shot. Well, he really wanted to make it a double and would have done had it not been for the keeper.
Well, he's been really good today. A constant threat to this defence.
Crossing into the middle. Well, good clean catch by the keeper.
Astaga.
Now the managers will now deliver their half-time team talks. We're at the end of...
Hampir.
So underway in the second half, and here's the big question from a Bayern point of view. Can they turn this around?
Apa sih? Tchouaméni.
Bayern have given us away. Konrad Laimer. Passing it around as the search goes on for an equaliser. And delivered towards the back.
Wanjay.
This could be the equaliser.
Yeah.
Bayern with the ball again. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. Good use of advantage by the referee.
Bayern.
Bayern's favour. Able to skip past his man. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Goretzka. A lot of pressure applied. Can they take advantage? Now counter-attacking possibilities. Well, so many possibilities, but it didn't happen for them. Sané. Mbappe. And effectively parried away by the keeper. Michael Olise. Has a go.
Ya Allah, gue udah ngarahin ke bawah loh anjing.
Himself with that save. Played over. Needed to be better. Defensive Brazilians there. Counter-attacking, very much an option. Wonderfully weighted pass. And reading it absolutely superbly. Well, the pass not finding its target. Vinicius Junior aimed towards Mbappe. Well, the cross came over.
Maksa ya Pak ya, maksa ya Pak ya.
Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Good work from Bayern to make sure possession changed hands.
Anjing lu.
And it will be a free kick to Real Madrid. And the assistant referee has raised his flag.
Offside.
Now, will the keeper have to pay the price for that mistake? Cleared away comprehensively. Trying to really get at the opposition here. It's there for him. Oh, a stellar piece of defending. Surely, he's blocked it.
Anjing.
Real Madrid regaining possession. Mbappe. Real Madrid have given us away. Michael Olise. Bayern pushing forward with options available. Takes the shot. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. And possession lost by Real Madrid. Lima.
Ya, pelanggaran saat.
Entot.
Penalty given. Chance to even things up here.
Lah, gue udah pencet tuh.
So a level contest. 1-1.
Kau hancurkan aku dengan sikapmu.
Just 10 minutes to go.
What the fuck?
Thinking there. Nice weight on the pass. Opportunity here. And a goal!
Vinicius. Aman aja.
And now they're in front.
Woi.
On the back of that
Hapus.
particular challenge, will the
Yellow card.
let the matter rest there?
Ya, anjing gak masuk.
And in the end, no damage done. Vinicius. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. 5 minutes to go. This could finish it. Very good parry. Michael Olise. Will he play it in?
Anjing hampir masuk. Musiala ini harus di-tackle lagi biar patah, Cok.
Kan kakinya sah.
Bayern late in the game, battling against the clock and the scoreline, but quick thinking defensively. And he's through here. Is it going to be? And that's an excellent piece of defending to thwart him.
Ini gua patahin nih.
Alphonso
Gua patahin nih.
Sané has it. And space for Bayern in the wide position. This could square the game.
Weh, prit. Tanja.
Lah, tiba-tiba kelar anjing.
Ayo, satu lagi kita juara, bro.
At the top.
Bro, klik, bro.
Masuk. Wifi-ku kok nolak nih.
Let's go, one more win for the winning this champion.
Kok udah bisa?
Apanya?
Nggak bisa continue, cuy.
Udah keluar gua, lu nya keluar di gua.
Bang ya?
Iya.
Anjir.
Bikin lobby lagi aja.
When I play for my love.
Putih lah, gua pakai putih lah.
A high tension occasion. Two teams ready to
Tackle
Hello everyone and welcome. Our
tackle
footballing travels have taken us to the Midlands. We're at Villa Park. I'm Derek Ray, perched here on the commentary gantry, and sitting alongside me to provide expert analysis is Stuart Robson. And the way things are going, there's a real possibility that champions will be crowned in this game. It's Aston Villa up against Tottenham Hotspur. Oh, he's through here.
Idih.
Back and play. Tielemans.
Idih.
And what a magical save it was. Corner kick played in. Well, a bit short with the clearance. An effective challenge.
Weh, bajunya agak nyaru ya. Anjing. Cuma bajunya agak nyaru, Cok.
Nggak ngaruh. Beda dikit.
No doubt about that. That's a big chance.
Marco Asensio.
What the
There to
fuck?
intercept. Watkins. Can't miss, surely. Strong hand on that one.
Anjing.
Luka Dean.
Lah. Kocak kagak kena,
Cleared
Cok.
away completely. It might be. Oh, commanding goalkeeping.
Awas.
Aston Villa will get the throw in.
Bangsa ditutupin, Cuk.
Well, you never quite know who's going to dominate a game in advance, but I think you can maybe make an argument for this fellow, Stuart. What do you think we'll see from him today?
Well, when he gets half a chance, he strikes the ball so powerfully, and that makes him such a threat today. I fully expect him to score here.
Marco Asensio's in the thick of things, making sure nothing came of it. Opportunity to deliver the cross. A decent effort, but the keeper read it all the way. Decent looking pass. Given away by Tottenham. On attacking possibilities. Can he find the angle? Cuts it back. Stops a surefire goal.
Anjing serangan mulu gua.
Options in the centre. Oh, that's a super piece of defending.
Itu loh. Aduh, kemana sih anjing?
That's not a bad ball. Well, he took care of it.
Kena lagi.
Takes the shot.
Anjing.
Oh dear, oh dear. How significant could that be in deciding who takes the title?
Well, that's a massive blow for them. They need a goal quickly here.
Richarlison. Able to skip past his man. Son.
Nice save.
Harusnya gua biarin aja ya biar free kick anjing.
He just reacted so sharply there.
Can someone get on the end of this? And dealing with the danger. Behind for another corner. Can they cash in? And he clears the danger. Jacob Ramsey. And plenty of scope to be creative in that wide position. And whipped into the box.
Ini.
Waduh.
Tolol.
Son.
Bro, again.
Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out.
Blok mulu, Cok.
Watkins. A chance for him to get in behind, maybe. Well, he had
Offside
just gone beyond the
ternyata.
last defender, Stuart.
Well, that's a real shame because the through ball is really well weighted, but he just took too long to play it.
Richarlison. Chances on.
Wih, kena manuknya, Cuk.
Ya.
Done himself. Wonderful save.
Wih. Keren banget, Emi Martinez. Block with the dick.
Marco Asensio. Good looking move. And a simple clearance, a good one. James Maddison. Now, who can he play it to? And the conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack.
Oi!
Well, fantastic reflex action. Watkins. Committed challenge. Richarlison. It's there for him. There it is!
Kayak gitu gol aja. Nggak masuk ke akal.
Lah, itu loh namanya, benar. Bingung, Cok, gua pakai nama pemain anjir. ID aja ya.
That can they now go and win it?
Start from high sunset.
Back underway, level pegging, 1 goal apiece in this game. And a textbook interception. Marco Asensio. Now look at this, they might be able to cash in here. A good vision there.
Pelanggaran, sir.
Referee's verdict is penalty kick. Well, no card handed out. He gets away with a rebuke.
Well, a lot of referees would have booked him there, but I'm with...
And the keeper
No.
denies them from the spot. Let's see about the delivery. Was it a great clearance? Well, he made sure there was absolutely no way through. And very deftly cut out. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping.
Joko minta Yuri mau anda anjing kolong.
Rodgers. Lacking a distinct sense of rhythm at the moment. And Spurs showing good width. Well, body in the way. And a good-looking ball.
Yeah!
And a fine stop to turn the ball away.
Nggak kenceng, Cok.
Lucadinha. Tremendously strong in the tackle.
Ih,
Out of play then for
bro belum keluar itu, masih nempel garis anjing.
Keluar itu.
Ramsey. And a chance to whip it in here. It's got to be. It's still alive.
Bro di depan mata anjing. Ning ada depan mata.
Minutes have come and gone here at Villa Park.
Yo, apart from and for no one. No, I didn't say no.
So they get the ball
But we
rolling
touched
in
the
the
bit of
second
mark I
half.
had on the Costa Rica order.
Even here. So little to choose between the sides.
Everything so well.
Rodgers. Ollie Watkins. Nicely timed
Nggak
tackle.
pelanggaran anjing.
Enggak, Cok. Body itu.
Parah banget, Cok. Tendang kakinya pada.
Body, Cok.
This looks more than decent. Oh, could be. Oh, good save. And over it comes. Now it still could be dangerous. Oh, body in the way, crucially.
Mentot.
Aston Villa struggling to keep the ball. Dejan Kulusevski. James Maddison. Richarlison.
James anjing.
Committed. Danger not finished though.
Ya anjing.
Richarlison.
Bagus banget anjir dia.
Inside your own penalty area.
Jaga offside-nya nggak kayak Mbappe.
Rodgers. Taken away from Son. And Spurs moving the ball forward. What can they do from here?
Ya ampun nyaru banget anjing.
Asensio. Oh, big chance. And a goal!
Ngaruh banget, Cok.
Beda ceritanya beda.
Yang nggak tahu di mata gua.
With the match. 2-1 is the scoreline. What's going to happen next?
Tuh kan.
Defensive judgment to end the attack.
Karena indikator luar putih kali ya. Yo, thank you for like siapapun itu. Oh my god. Son Heung-min.
Might be able to launch a counter-attack.
Shit.
Very annoying for them. Couldn't take advantage. Getting forward. Asensio, and a useful cross.
Lah.
And clears his lines. They won't complain about having won the corner, and maybe an opportunity to increase their advantage. I couldn't really direct it where he wanted.
Dat wel nog wat vaak aan. Voor de Sancho.
And Marco Asensio giving it away.
Please, sorry, please him up, please.
Incisive pass.
Anjing. Kenceng.
Well, that was a great opportunity. They should really be level now.
Ja, voor mijn respect.
Shit, ya Allah guling-guling. Ya Allah letoynya.
Ollie Watkins.
Woi! What a save!
And successfully cut out.
Thanks, Davies on a paper.
Well, that one has promise.
Go offside.
Offside nggak sih, bro? Iya.
Well, that was
Itu gue biarin, Cok.
just offside. It was a good finish, though.
Can he finish? Brilliantly blocked. Ollie Watkins. On to Rodgers. Marco Asensio. Decent looking pass. Villa couldn't keep the ball. Great ball from Son, but not quite what was needed. I really thought they were going to open up the defence. Good weight on that pass. And passing it well. And
tangkap
coolly
licik.
done in the end. Marco Asensio. On to Rodgers. A very good tackle. And unable to keep possession. Well, they get themselves level here.
Anjing!
Just the tackle that was needed. Took a nick on the way through, so a corner here. So making the substitution now. Played over. Well, fair play to him. He took it on, but off target in the end. Marco Asensio. A bit wasteful from Villa. Well, it's just drifting away from them, seemingly. If they are to bounce back, they've got to be quick about it.
Well, the pressure has got to them here. They certainly don't look like champions today, Derek.
And Villa with the ball again. It's looking promising. Well, that's common sense refereeing to play advantage. Electing to cross into the centre. Still not clear.
Anjing!
Important day. And any thoughts of a
Gocekan manja.
Well, who would have thought this? I just can't see any way back for them now.
And a chance to whip it in here. High pressing and good high pressing.
Ih, kentut.
Margin offside. Well, goalkeeper mistake. Will there be a price to pay? Son. Could reduce the deficit. Great defending. Is it going to be? And that's a real commitment.
Let's go. One fucking more. Gak bisa di-post, Cok.
Bisa.
Neutrals are getting their money's worth. 3-2 in this match. Morgan Rogers. Asensio, and swiftly ending that attack. Well, if you're wondering about added time, 2 minutes it'll be. The overall situation doesn't favour Spurs. And the goalkeeper.
My last chance.
Let's go.
At the end of the game, an underwhelming performance today, and one that, at least for now, puts their title celebrations.
Andi habis ini main dulu, Pak. Murih, tai.
Oh ya.
Jangan dong,
Maksudnya
pusing
ya.
gua, pusing.
A game to whet the appetite. A match certain to entertain and enthrall. And I must say, this stadium falls in the must-visit category.
Lah, gua kira gua yang merah, Cok, anjing.
Come his or her way. Anfield is the venue. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and I'm joined for analysis by Stuart Robson. And always delighted to be able to say that this is must score. And the keeper there to deal with it. So the starting lineup for Liverpool. Alisson begins in goal. Andrew Robertson starts with Trent Alexander-Arnold in the fullback positions. Luis Diaz starts with Mohamed Salah
Apa ini ngelek-ngelek
out
anjing?
wide. And the striker of choice is Darwin Nunez. And played in by Kimmich. A Liverpool free kick coming up. Great vision from Leroy Sané.
Shit, anjing.
How about that for a piece of
Raso.
to break things up? Here's the initial 11 for Bayern. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. Joshua Kimmich starts with Alphonso Davies in the fullback positions.
Locker David John.
Starts alongside Jamal Musiala.
Lah, kipernya itu.
And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Harry Kane. Firing it towards goal. Able to
Baju
get
kiper lu hitam, anjing.
corner kick played in.
Ya Allah.
Oh, it's in, and as things stand, they will be crowned champions.
Well, they're in the driving seat. Can they now see this through?
Shot attempted.
Ya Allah.
Oh my God.
It wasn't a million miles away from the equaliser.
Well, it was a decent chance, but they're still behind here. They needed to take that one.
So Bosley, well, doesn't have to do it on his own. It did look on for them, but not to be. And he takes on the shot. No way through.
Sosok hitam besar.
Liverpool with acres of space out wide. And quick thinking defensively.
Shit.
Well, room for improvement in terms of the finish.
Anjing, pemain gue dipegangin cuy titiknya.
Coman's pass needed to be better. That's a very fine piece of tackling. Lacking a distinct sense of rhythm at the moment.
This is a message for Andy Topham. That's Andy Topham. Can you please return to your vehicle immediately?
Just knocked it out of there. That's a good-looking ball. In possession, but pressure to cope.
What the fuck?
Aman aja. Ya Allah, malah ke situ si anjing.
Bayern have given it away again. Oh, great attacking play. It should be.
Ya Allah ya Robby.
Well, the header not troubling the goalkeeper.
Kurang hoki, kurang hoki.
Iya cuma ngentut. Woi.
Good idea.
Waduh, dikejar hitam-hitam, Cok.
Anjing. Bro, stop presis.
Sosok tinggi hitam.
Well, history beckons. Surely they can't throw this away now.
Ini saya juga punya nih.
Lalu merah hitam. Gue hitam-hitam. Kocak.
Bayangan hitam.
Mana bayangannya hitam kan? Waduh.
Darwin Nunez. Incisive pass. The crowd encouraging.
Anjing. Apa sih New Year?
If they're going to be champions, they're going to have to really dig deep.
Well, I can't believe it. The objective was clear. 3 points and the title was theirs. It couldn't be further out of reach right now.
Well, Liverpool losing possession. Can he find the right pass? And Kane might mean business.
Ya Allah, bro.
And rewarded for that.
Ya Allah.
Denied by the keeper. Impressive. Joshua Kimmich with the corner. Emphasis on the
Anjing. Anjing.
And a Bayern throw coming up. In by Kimmich.
Ya, anjing akhirnya setelah berpuluh-puluh kali percobaan ngentot.
Spelling out just how deadly he can be. Sensational. Danger averted for now. Darwin Nunez. Liverpool in a position of menace. Robertson decides to shoot. Pumped away by the keeper. Jamal Musiala. Oh, managing to beat him. And forcing the error.
Ya Allah.
A magnificent stop.
Well, it should be a goal, but take nothing away from the keeper. That's a brilliant save.
Well, capable of a better clearance than that. Simple save, really. Alexis McAllister trying to open them up. That is tackling of the highest order.
No skill.
Could be dangerous. Kane. Coman.
Ya Allah.
And a confident clearance.
Shit.
That's a foul, and it will be a potentially
Pelanggaran,
dangerous
ya.
free kick.
Didorong, Cok.
No match for a well-organised wall. And Liverpool couldn't hang on to it. And a relatively straightforward save for the keeper. Well, couldn't find a teammate, unfortunately. And a throw-in to come. So 1 minute of stoppage time. That's what the officials have said. Oh, good run this. Now what can he do with it? Great vision from Harry Kane.
Ya Allah. Bro, anjing.
Rather well. And that brings to an end the first half here at
Stamina, ya pussy ya.
So back underway, and no doubt about it, Bayern Munich really need to lift themselves. Oh, that's a super. And the referee's verdict is penalty kick.
Merah, merah, merah. Merah, merah.
Card handed out, but quite a few upset players out there, Stuart.
Well, he's made a genuine attempt to play the ball, so penalty yes, yellow card no.
And the penalty is converted. I don't think anyone really questioned him. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up.
Satria ya. Mau turun, stang itu.
Saya sudah bangun, Den.
And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Musiala. Alexis McAllister. Easy save, Neuer.
Ya Allah, ya Robby.
That pass all the way, cutting it out. Harry Kane.
Ya Allah, ya Robby.
Well, a top-class reaction from a top-class goalkeeper. Brilliant stuff.
In a good position to clear it away. Now counter-attacking possibilities. Might be a chance here. Well, what a stop that was. Well, it would have taken perfect technique from that.
Nge-lag, Cok.
And that was less than perfect.
Not a good decision from him. That's a waste of possession there.
Really good interception. Harry Kane waits. Just the clearance that was needed. Luis Diaz. And he stopped them in their tracks. Fruitful looking attack. Robertson. And it's played into the centre. And nicely parried away. Nicely cut out.
Anjing.
In the way. Superb save.
Oi!
Oh, strong hand on the ball. Musiala. Alphonso Davies. Trying his luck. He got a good palm on it. And Kane saw his pass intercepted.
Kuning cok sinyal gua.
Sama ini tadi
Out of play
kolek-kolek
from
cuy.
Bayern throw in. Leroy Sané. Cross towards Kingsley Coman, waiting at the far post. Wasteful from Liverpool. Coman. Davies. And at the far post is Harry Kane. Really showing off his wide range of passing skills. Clearance needed to be better. And a time for cool heads. Bayern regaining possession here. Salah. Shot attempted. And a routine take for Manuel Neuer. He's in behind the defence here.
Ya Allah ya Rabbi.
Exceptional performance this. 4 to the good now. Alexis McAllister. Well, not quite what he wanted to do with the pass. And teammates around him. So Bosley, Diaz. Liverpool have given it away. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. Kane. And back with Coman. And foiled by Van Dijk.
Itu dikit banget loh gua kena blok.
Still not clear. You've got to classify that as a poor attempt. A long way wide. And a struggle for Bayern to keep hold of the ball. Well, time is very much against them, and barring what would be a quite dramatic turnaround, it looks as though the title dreams have been dashed.
He's got to tuck this away.
Oh, that's sizzling from Neuer in goal. What a commitment to defending. Under real pressure defensively, will they pay the price? And keeping it out with aplomb. Sané. Well, nearly at full time, not quite, and it's all going Liverpool's way, Stuart.
Well, what an excellent performance this has been. They've had complete control for most of the game. Their movement, clever passing, and
Offside.
Aman anjing.
Well, he tried in vain to get himself back onside.
Well, he needs to show greater awareness there and hold on to the ball a fraction longer.
Well, no
Kenapa ke situ sih anjing?
immediate yellow card, but the referee deals with him now. Robertson. Crossed accurately towards the far post. Danger still on. Can they hit on the break?
Masih nggak kena ya ampun.
Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Kane.
Ya Allah.
There will be 1 minute added on at the end. A real opening now. Well, they've pulled one back, but
Udah telat anjing nggak besok ternyata.
they haven't been at the races.
Kena blok mulu ngentot.
Well, first of all, where's the defending? They're all over the place. but give him some credit. That's a good finish.
Let's go, juara bro. Satria nggak jadi juara.
Contrast in emotions, but in the end, they came up that little bit short.
Well, it was a step too. They'll come back stronger next season.
Mandi dulu, Pak.
Yo.
Joko Minto, Yermo Anata.
Dreaming about the things that we can be. Baby, I've been finding fun. And you're counting dollars, making great stories.
Be right back. Dah. Endos, 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 endos. Buset, buset. Saatnya mencari kakak-kakak ya guys ya.
Kamu spam peluru ya kencang-kencang, pelurunya naik ke atas.
Selalu nggak sih? Enggak sedang.
He's not tablet.
He's not tablet.
Yeah. Okay, we're just taking this. Itu yang penting.
Apa sih? Gue mau enggak. Jack nggak accept itunya. Ngasih peluru. I do not want to help anyone ever again.
Marah dia Pak, marah Pak.
Wait, pengaruh kah? Aku nggak pernah main jadi masalahnya makanya gitu.
Jago Pak, jago.
I'm talking bad words.
Oke. Boleh. Apa bro mencoba fitur scope right click?
Apa sebenarnya sampai ke sana?
Ya, kita mencoba fitur right click. Soal efek cok, kelihatan banget anjir. Rabet Frega.
Tapi kok sabar ya, ini lagi ngomong. Sabar.
Ih, login deh.
Holy shit, udah waktunya.
Login Brangs. Aku juga pakai kacamata. Biar kayak orang-orang. Anjay. Gak usah apa katanya?
Yubi boleh dulu enggak? One kill remaining. Sabar kami coba.
Oke, baby. Oke, baby. Go, baby. Party code. Party code. Party code.
Ayo, wes. Ayo, wes.
Dih.
Ayo, wes.
OTT 339. Anjay.
Match found. Lu suka kan, lu suka.
Padahal ikut deathmatch. Padahal ikut deathmatch.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Joko Minto. Bro kesal.
Enggak. Release the tension. Ini cuma sepertinya gak apa-apa.
Joko Minto. Iya deh, Bang. Udah full kah? Oh, belum. Oke, udah full. Mungkin dong. Jangan. Nggak boleh jumawa, bro. Kita itu tidak boleh jumawa, ya. Ada buayanya, Cok.
sumpah.
Bahasa Korea anjing. Pikir semua yang enggak. Gue pengen beli itu, Cok. Tuh. Tung. Tung. Timothy Ronald.
Halo. Halo, Mas. Halo.
Ini bisa stop melilit-lilit ya sih, bro. Kamsa, kamsa. Kamsa. Joko minta biar mau ada.
I'm sweaty. Dominating. Tahi. Kaget. 5 kills remaining. Kamu join boleh, boleh. Capek banget sumpah sama this game.
Modenya asik. Skill. Kalau pakai skill chaos, Pak.
Fuck this fucking game, man. can't stop smiling. Can't stop smiling. Ini kalau mau yang ikut lagi.
Gue kayaknya pengen ganti yang bulat deh.
Can't join? Lagi makan puding. Puding Gyukaku bikinan rumah. Kapan konten ngajar bahasa Korea? Soon ya. Oh my god. Wait, hold up. Chill. Sunung Muja chill. Hold up, Sunung Muja chill. Kirim apa aja itu anjir? Avocado, butterfly, fighting. Love you so much, blue kiss, orange. Baik banget, chill.
Gue mana pak?
Give Rose always my goal ya. Ini gak jadi ikut nih Sunung Mujanya. Yang Nick ini gak bisa ikut atau apa sih? Udah aku baik nih.
Oh my gosh, let's play. Wah, air yang nih. Spotify dulu gak sih bro? To you that I'm never knew. You will never to. I set fire to the watch it, boys. Your name. You and me together, nothing is better. To you that I never knew. But I I set fire to the ram. Watch it pour us out. Touch your face. So ini ya. Follow lagi, Wak. Ini mabar sama kakak TikTok, Wak. Sama kakak TikTok, Wak. Just your name, I set fire. Yang suka gua, Cok. Oke. Sini. Woi, cover lah bro. Kocak banget gak di cover anjing. Cover, Cok. Nanti. Champion. Champion, Wak. You and me together, nothing is better. Iya bang, ampun bang. Lah. My bad. Orang gak ada yang kena blind kok. Aku tidak tahu, aku diam saja. Pinggir woi. Telat anjing. One of 140. Rena. SS. Only 40, fat. Backside. Mas. Anjing. Bro tidak melihat kah? Diamond apa ini, Cok? Wow. Loreng. Champion mana champion tadi ya? Waduh. Lah.
Oke lah, Haven Gold tuh. Ini ada yang mau ganti orang. This one is very suspicious sih, and try to steal my ace. Ini mulai aja ya. Oh, mau keluar. Nggak boleh smurf. Iya aja you were smurfing, man. Tapi for a smurf, it's not like the best juga ya. Gak beda jauh dari gua. Thank you. Ini ada yang mau replace? Mas main Act 7 ini sekarang Act berapa sih? Ya sekarang 10. Ini kalau gak ada yang mau ikut, I have to kick someone out.
Ayo bang, ikut bang, atur lagi bang.
ikut nih. Ya makanya. Mana Discord server? Tunggu lebih terkenal dulu. I'm nobody. Wah, ini kalau gak ada yang bisa ikut, aku kayaknya mau main sendiri aja dulu, so nobody's left out. And then I can join back if ada yang mau. Main sampai jam 10. Ya, sekitaran segitulah.
Hai, Aksio bawa hadiah fantastis buat kamu.
Tadi ada yang datang katanya. Ngambek kali, udah live kali ya. Yang nick itu tadi. Ya udah live deh. Orang pada malas nunggu biasanya.
Someone like you.
Gak mau ikut kemarin, did you play? See you next week, balikan lebih jago. Biar biar bisa top frag. I mean tadi top frag juga, cuma I was also doing well. Lagi in game. Oh, I have a friend. That's my Valor friend. Yes.
Wah, terus kita mana?
Why are you in silver? What happened? Kok dia silver?
Because of the reset.
I'm still in gold though.
What's your peak rank?
Yeah, gold 3.
I don't know.
Finally, road. Finally.
Kacifuria nggak ada.
I'm excited. I already studied the map. I should know what I'm doing right now. Hopefully. Tuh ada yang join cepet biasanya.
Someone like you. Ngepick keberapa nih? Relive dulu gak sih? Relive dulu. Aduh. Relive dulu gak sih, bro? Menit lagi. Semoga ini game kelar 20 menit ya. Ah, gua ngelamu jorok ngapain gua di situ ya? Babat. Mampus miskin. Banyak banget, Cok. Anjing. Kenapa dia nggak pindah pakai dismiss ya? Anjing, mes. Nanti. Anjing. Tadi tidak saving, sekarang saving, aneh gua mah. Bet. Welcome semuanya. Live seminggu dong bang. Lu penuhin milestone tuh, gua live seminggu anjing. Fuck, kalah aim. Berapaan nih? Stres. Diskon kasih C, aduh. Sini, temenin gua. Ya udah. Anjing. Balik. Oh iya lupa. Ada. Sudah saja menggendong-gendong ini. Sorry ya kalau kamu males lihat aku, maaf. Tadi pagi ada orang baik sih. Anjing donat gue 100.000 cok. Res solo sat. Iya. Lebih tepatnya numpang ke streamer sih. GG is coming. Lumayan tuh duit udut 100.000 iya cok. Spell. Wah, Klavisnya kontol, cok. I fell in love you in love. Hihi. Lah. Kelihatan gua, Cok. Gak. Terima kasih like-nya. Wah, ente. Anjing. Dispis, Pak. Bisa lewat itu dispis. Ya Allah. Malah ngancurin itu kocak. Teknik judge, bro. Wah, GG. Enak Solo. Teye. Nggak aman, harusnya aman ya. Udah, kita relive dulu, bro. Kita relive dulu. Karena sudah 12 jam ya, guys ya. See you in another universe. Salah. See you di live berikutnya. Hati-hati arsip negara bocor. Iya. Ditunggu ya. Live berikutnya kita ganti link dulu.